Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Council members, if you can please have a seat. Councilwoman Mims and I are in uniform. And Madam Clerk. Hi, Charlotte. Miss Wahida, Commissioner Wahida got the memo? All right. Council members, if you could please have a seat. I'd like to call the meeting to order.
Councilman, if you, we can start. Councilman Velez, we can start. We have, if you're sick, we can start.
Everybody's in yellow here or what?
Gold, not
Mike.
yellow, gold. It's a golden Tuesday. Councilman Velez, just come back so we can start, so we can have 5. Okay. Only 4 is there.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President.
Councilman Abdulaziz has called that he's going to be late. Councilman Shaheen Khalik will not be able to be here. He had to travel overseas. Councilman Mendez, we're waiting on him. We were in finance together. And the rest of the members, if you can please have a seat. I really want us to get started. We have a heavy-duty agenda, a great agenda. Some great things are happening today. We'll be honoring some wonderful people. There's so many people involved with this today that it just makes me feel so proud to be part of what we call history and family. So I still don't have them sitting down. But Madam Clerk. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna.
Yes, ma'am. We have 5. We can start with 5.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of Tuesday, December 14th. This meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of December 14, 2021 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Khan.
Here.
Councilman Jackson. Here. Councilman Khalik. Councilman Mendez.
Good evening. Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera. Councilman Velez.
God is good. Welcome, everyone. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
Present.
Thank you. Madam President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer, Reverend Pamela Powell, an associate minister from the historic Calvary Baptist Church, and also to lead us in the flag salute, Paterson Lady Royals basketball team. Everyone at this time, please rise for the prayer.
Let us pray. In the stillness of this hour, O God, we come to you. And we pray, O God, that your Holy Spirit will fall on this chamber. We thank you, O God. We thank you for the city of Paterson and for the people. And we ask, Lord, now that you will be with the council members and all those that will legislate this evening. During this Advent season, O God, we are reminded of the gift that you gave to the world. your gift of Jesus Christ. Now, Lord, we ask that you might meet us at the table. Be here, O God, as they discuss and they make decisions, O God. Come to the table, Lord. Grant that there might be peace and harmony, that they will work in collaboration with one another for the benefit of all the people in the city of Paterson. Meet us at the table, O God, helping us to realize, O God, that you are in ultimate control over all things. We pray, O God, now that you might open the hearts and the minds, the spirit and the soul of those that are placed in leadership positions. Oh God, even if they have different agendas, help them to work in a spirit of collaboration and to agree to disagree in an agreeable manner. Oh God, we need you. We need you right now, Lord. We need you. We need you, oh God, to help this city so that it might be called a city of righteousness. We need you, oh God. We need you, oh God, to move through the streets in the city of Paterson. We need you, oh God. We need you. We need you. We need you, oh God, here. Prick the hearts, prick the mind, prick the spirit of those that have been elected for these positions. Bless them. Because this is just for a season, oh God. Oh God, help them to help those that are less fortunate. Meet them at the table, oh God, so that there may be a shifting in this place this evening. For we offer this prayer in the matchless, the marvelous, the magnificent, the mighty name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, we pray. Let every heart say amen, amen, amen. God bless you.
Amen. Please remain standing. Flag salute. My sister.
But they're gonna sing. I think that they're gonna do. There's another group I'm going to sing. No? Oh, that's so cute.
Flag of our country.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much to the Lady Rose. At this time, I'd like to have a moment of silence for all of our troops and all of our loved ones who have lost loved ones. You may have a seat. Madam Clerk, I see here a presentation by Reverend Bobby Moore.
Oh, yes.
So, Councilman Velez?
Madam President, my statement.
Oh, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Madam President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, 2021 to 2022, meeting date December 14, 2021, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2021 to 2022 on or about July 1, 2021. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2021 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Quisqueira International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and did pay the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President, and all those in the chambers and those watching at home through 77. Every year at this time is the year of celebration, is the year of prayers, and is like I always stated before, I always present a program for the last meeting, regular meeting that we have in the city of Paterson, especially in the council. I always ask this Reverend from the Fifth Ward, Reverend Bobby Moore, to be ready. He always ready, and his church, always Paterson Assembly of God, is always ready, like the councilman is always ready. So tonight, please enjoy the program presented for this festivity in the city of Paterson. Reverend Bobby Moore, please.
Councilman Velez, maybe they want to come here? Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry. Be quiet.
Turn it on.
You got that.
It's nice to see you, Councilman McCoy. How are you? Welcome.
Light comes on. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Madam President, amen, so glad to see you once again. It's always a joy and a pleasure. I want to thank Councilman Velez for inviting us once again, and to all of the council, amen, councilmen and councilwomen, we thank and always are praying for you and with you, God's strength, God's wisdom, and God's, amen, leading and direction as you lead this great city, amen. Bless the name of the Lord. We are here on today to celebrate, amen, the season, amen, that all of us are a part of, amen. And before we do that, I just want to say it's just ironic that every time we've come, it's always been Madam President's birthday. And from Paterson Assembly of God of Story Baptist, amen, we want to say happy, happy birthday to come, amen. Bless you, bless you. Let me open in a quick prayer, amen. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Hallelujah. Lord, on tonight, I pray, Lord God, for our nation, our government. I pray for our governor tonight, Lord God, our mayor, Lord God. Most importantly, Lord God, I pray for this council tonight. I pray, oh God, that you would give them the wisdom and insight, Lord God, to govern your people, Lord God. To be that one that stands in the gap, Lord God, to make those hard decisions, Lord God, that will move this city, Lord God, to a place where it will be a light upon a hill. Lord, those who have been impacted, amen, through this COVID season, God, I pray that the wisdom would come through this council, God, to turn it around as it's already on its way. I thank you tonight, God, as we come together here for those who may have lost loved ones and who are hurting and in pain, that through this council, the wisdom of God will come forward and bring healing to the nations. So God, tonight, speak through each and every council person. Bless them. Bless their families. During this season, Lord God, bless our city and bless our people. May they draw strength one from another, and may we unite together to be that great city upon a hill that people will say, well done, well done. God bless you.
Amen.
Our choir.
Thank you. That was so beautiful. Thank you very much. Councilman Velez, you sure are special. Thank you very much. We got business. Thank you for the beautiful choir. Thank you, thank you.
Council President, before you continue, there's also a little presentation, a little token. I know that you had the opportunity based on your schedule, your agenda. This past December 11, I received in your name a plaque of a organization of DJs in Paterson, and they had a nice, beautiful event, and they sent this plaque to you. Lo Rituales DJ recognized Marisa Davila, a councilwoman at large, for her hard work in the city of Paterson. So I want to render this to you tonight.
Thank you very much. I do want to apologize to the group. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there, so thank you for that. I didn't realize we were going to bring it here, but thank you very much.
Okay.
Muchas gracias, los virtuales DJs.
Yeah, Council President,
Yes, Councilwoman.
thank you. I just want to say to my council colleague, Councilman Jackson, for allowing me to have Reverend Powell to do the prayer from the Historic Calvary Baptist Church, and for allowing me, Councilman Jackson, for having the Paterson Lady Royals basketball team to do the flag salute. So I just want to say thank you for that. Thank
Okay.
you, Madam President.
Great. So now,
Business.
moment we've been waiting for, you know, and Councilman Jackson, Councilman Mendez, I think we're gonna hold on to payment of bills for a minute.
Sure.
And I want us to, Madam Clerk, read into the record item number 53.
Yes, Madam President. Our first item from our non-consent agenda is item number 53. And item number 53 reads, Resolution renaming Wrigley Park as Vera Ames Park, sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims, and Councilman Jackson. City Council Resolution 21652.
Second. Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims, Velez, Mendez, Jackson. Davila. The rest of the council. So, Madam Clerk, before you take the vote, all right, I just need to just put on record and just clarify. I think it's so important to make clarifications. I've been having quite an amount of numerous emails back and forth with Mr. Richardson, our historian in the city of Paterson. And I actually asked him, I said, I kept receiving all these letters of support for this item, and I said, did anyone ever think, I don't know who made it up out there, but there was never a doubt whatsoever that this measure, we've been waiting for this. I've been working with Councilwoman Cotton, and she kept saying, I want to do something, I want to do something. So there's been quite a few things happening. But you know what? We are here today. So all that other stuff that happened, we are here today. And I want you to know that from day one, I've been supportive of this. There was no taking off of the agenda. As a matter of fact, it was added onto the agenda. All right, and I'm just excited that we are here and we are now going to vote to approve this measure. In addition, you know, there is still some more things that I think that we should do for Councilwoman Vera Ames. And I have the right, because I'm Councilwoman at large, all right, so I'm not fourth ward, but I'm at large, so we kind of handle the entire city. So we work with our council members, but we also have the authority. And, you know, to Corporation Council, I really want to look into, you know, possibly just like we did naming the Bill Pasquale Firehouse, that we think about naming the DPW building after Vera Ames. A staunch supporter. She deserves it, okay? She's been in this community. She was a staunch supporter with DPW, and you know that, Councilwoman Mims. And so, to Corporation Council, that is something that I want to put here on record. So we're taking the first step to give Councilwoman Ames her flowers, but we're going to continue giving her flowers. And we're going to, not only just flowers, we're going to bring dinner to her, we're going to have some champagne, and we're going to keep it going because we must celebrate her in life. So with that said, Madam Clerk, Roll call on item number 53 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 53. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to everyone out there, Councilwoman Ames and I have probably been friends for over 40 years. I remember her being involved with the Coalition for Children, with the kids, back there in the 1980s. We have always volunteered with her, helped her. And and I'm proud to say that I have continued her legacy, and two of them were the Thanksgiving dinner and the Christmas dinner. And that's something that, and many people come to help me. But what I want to do now, I received the letters, and I want to say that, we're going to always remain friends. I remember when she got elected in 1986. But I have a folder here full of letters from the community, from all over the country. And you know what, council colleagues? I'm going to put a scrapbook together with all those important resolutions that she put on the table. And one of them was making Martin Luther King Way back in the 80s. One of them that she did was doing the first Black History Month program in 1990. The other one was working on Rosa Parks Boulevard, which we grew up as Graham Avenue. So those are some of the important things that, and back then you don't think important, but then you see later in life how it has affected everyone. And I know Jimmy Richardson here, he is truly a historian, because he dug up a whole lot of stuff that a whole lot of us didn't know about some of the things that she had done, and we did not know some of the things. So I just want to say, I want to put something, but we still got more work to do, because I need to get that statue in that park, and I want a bronze one, a pretty statue in that park. And we're going to be working on that, and I know you all out there will be working with me to make sure that we get that done. So I just want to say I always say sometimes to people, God puts you in places, sometimes you don't know where it's going to be. Sometimes you may not know how it's going to work out, but you always keep God in your heart, and good things will happen. And I can say, being with her for these many years, never thinking where the road was leading me to either. She never knew where her road was leading to her either. She has a record that nobody's going to break. And if I'm not going to see it in my day, and that's 26 years of being a Fourth Ward councilwoman in the city of Paterson, and that's going to be a record that's going to be hard to break. So I just want to say kudos. I love my councilwoman. I go see her all the time, but everyone knows that. But this is, sometimes I'm kind of like, it doesn't really take much for me to cry sometimes, because, I can look at TV and start crying. But it's just wonderful to be here. I thank God for letting me be here. I thank God for letting me be here to be able to help get this done with all my other council colleagues. I truly appreciate you all. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's truly a historic moment, and I'm glad you can acknowledge that, Councilwoman. I often say, I cut a whole bag of onions, I still won't cry. But anyway, listen, I guess we all have our reasons behind why we look up to Councilwoman Ames. And for me, it's her it's the fighting style that she always had with her. And also, her caring heart. So while, I'm glad that you brought that to our attention, Councilwoman, because I didn't know that I should have known who else would have led the charge in making sure that those streets had carried some history from the African American community, in which we all have contributed here. But for me, it's about how every year she broke her tail to make sure she took dozens of kids down to Florida, and how she went to local businesses and made sure they contributed. And if you refuse to contribute, she would say, well, all these violations around here, I think you'd rather contribute. That's something let me leave that alone. But just her willingness to advocate for our children, to make sure there was something for them to do. And, the first endorsement I ever received to run for office, public office, was from her. It was right across the street from her house in that park. You can go to my Facebook page. I know you remember time, because I think you might have helped me record it. But, when you talk about her willingness to fight and lead the charge, when she saw any one of us, any one of her constituents being mistreated, as she saw when we have this border patrol around Prospect Park in Helden, and she put herself in the middle of the fire and went down there and advocated for our people who she felt was being mistreated at that time. She represents and embodies a true fighter for the community, in which she did all the time, as she was depicted in the movie of Lean On Me. Everybody don't know that she was, she was written into the script. So with that being said, I'm extremely proud to be a part of this moment. This is a moment of history. She carries a great legacy in her 26 years, but the work that she's gotten done, and that we all continuously are benefiting from, it speaks for itself. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is absolute yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's great to see you back, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Well, today, this is a historical night. I definitely want to agree with you, Councilman Jackson, and I just want to say that the reason why a lot of people like me are here sitting in this chair is because leaders like Vera Ames, she paved the way for people like me, like us, to be here as an elected official. And tonight is a very special night because we acknowledge that great job and the contribution that Vera Ames has made in the city of Paterson. Around 50 years, over 50 years fighting for Paterson. She's a true fighter in our community. And a couple of days ago, we have one of the most beautiful conversations. We was talking about, when I just mentioned to her, listen, we all have to remember the thousands of children that have been in distant world, have been out of state because of you, because you care about our children, you care about our community, you care about the people of Paterson. And this is not the end. So we have to continue acknowledging the hard work and dedication of Vera Ames, right? A true leader. So tonight, my vote is absolutely yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilman Mims?
So if we were to take a poll, and I were to say to the public that is here, how many people in the audience have been impacted by Councilman Ames? Please stand. Just stand.
That's it.
Just stand. Including us.
That's right.
Right? There will be probably no seats left unattended, no hands left unraised, because Councilwoman Ames not has been, still is the GOAT, the greatest of all times. For me, it's different because I'm born and raised in the 4th Ward. Vera Ames and my mom were best friends. Vera Ames babysat me. She made my mom's wedding dress. It is because of people like Councilwoman Ames, Councilwoman Dr. Jessie Dixon, Councilwoman Maria Magda, that I am in politics today. So one of the messages that I get from her every single day is to never forget where you've come from. It's because of Vera Ames that I went to DPW and met with them when I was running for council at large. They didn't really know who I was, but she told them I was coming. They met with me on the turf, which is now the Ray Lyon Field Senior Turf, and they talked to me and they shared some stuff, and I met her grandson who's standing. I hope he's recording me because you got to pay me later. And I met her grandson, and from that day, she said, you're going to take the mantle on to finish the work of DPW. I will never forget it. We talk every single day. She watches the meetings, she watches the news articles, and if she sees something fishy, she calls and says, Mims, you need to go check this out, you need to read this, you need to do this, and if you're not doing a good job, she tells you that too. Councilwoman Ames, there is nobody, no one like her. She is the longest serving council person that we've had in the city of Paterson. She is in the Hall of Fame for elected officials. She is still a force to be reckoned with in the city of Paterson, and her influence is second to none. I'm really grateful that every time I ran, she signed my petition and she made some phone calls. And I remember, and I know she's watching, when I was running in 2018, Councilwoman Ames sent some warriors and troopers to my headquarters. And when they came in the door, they said these words, Vera Ames sent us, Vera Ames told us what to do, and Vera Ames is gonna make sure you win. And for that, this is a small token, I agree with you, Council President, for the DPW. There is nothing that, whatever she wants, she should get. Because while she is breathing, while she is living, we have to begin to give people their flowers while they can smell them. And for those that don't know, her favorite color is red. So I wanted to wear this scarf in honor of my mentor, the greatest councilperson Paterson has ever had, and the greatest of all times for the 4th Ward and for the city of Paterson. Everybody knows her, from the streets to the house. They know her everywhere. And for that, Vera Ames Park, we salute you, we congratulate you, you deserve it, and you already know I got your back, your front, your side, top to the bottom. My vote is absolutely yes for the greatest of all time. Councilwoman Vera Ames, the GOAT. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Well, let me clarify something first. I wear red because almost it's Christmas time, but yes, I agree with the red, so that's a good thing. Councilwoman Vera Ames, I know you're watching from home, all right? And first of all, I salute you. I take off my hat. One of the things I could remember, and let me tell you, the first place I came to live from the Bronx to Paterson was in the late 80s, was in the 4th Ward, River Street, Butler Street, all the area. So whoever knows that Puerto Rico used to sit there in the 4th Ward knows what I'm talking about. But when we talk about Councilwoman Vera Ames, okay, she was for Puerto Ricans. She was for Dominicans. She was for Polish people that used to live around the area. She was for every nationality because she was called for service. And when people say that she paved the road for people to sit in this side, let me tell you something. She was a good teacher. So if you sat here in this side, you made sure you use the right name. Vera Ames taught you, she teach you the right way, not the wrong way to sit here. So we had to not mix apple with potatoes. And when they used to come to that podium, you better come with the right facts. I remember the day that I mentioned something and everybody was fighting over here. She fight with me only from there. But you had to come with the right facts. And that's what really we learned. And she has been a legend with a legacy. She had passed the torch to others. Example, when she said, I'm done or I don't want to run again, she said, I had to look for somebody that has the same quality and the same heart that I have for the 4th Ward. She chose the Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. When she talk about the babies on the sun in the park, the annual day in the park, right? She say, I'm not going to let this go. I'm going to put KC there because I know he's going to have the heart to do what is needed to do in the park with those babies. So I could mention a lot of things, you know, about Vera Ames. Let me talk to my secretary. I got you. But 26 years is a lot of years. And I know she wants it as simple as she is. Oh, one thing. I call her the defender of the border. I recall when she stopped and defend a young man on the border of Prospect Park and Paterson, and they raised hell against her, and she won. I got mad. To be able to learn that, you have to sit there and read sometimes. So. But she is a fighter. I'm glad that she was, and she is the councilwoman of the 4th Ward, but now she resides in the 5th Ward. Councilwoman Vera Ames, we could say a lot of things, but the most important thing is, like Councilwoman Dr. Lissaman says, let's give the roses when they still can smell them. And this is one thing that was needed to do for her. And not only that, a lot of more things. I will call her always Honorable Councilwoman of the 4th Ward, Vera Ames. And please, let's keep her in our prayers. And let's listen to her when she calls. Saying that, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz, we're voting on item number 53, which is renaming the park, Wrigley Park as Vera Ames Park.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Councilwoman Ames Garnes, I rushed here to make sure I made this vote. Because I know you didn't let me down when I missed your birthday, and you remind me every time that I didn't make it. And I was texting the council president. I said, please let the council members talk all night so I can make this vote. It's not a hard task, but usually I'm the one that says, hey, wind it down. But I'm here, and we spoke on the phone. And when I used to come to those council meetings, I used to watch the councilwoman, right? I was younger. I used to come to these council meetings and see her fight for her residents. And some of that fight that I have, you hear people say, you know, the councilman will fight hard for the 6th Ward, right? Director Gilmore. And some of that fight, and I see how she fought, I get it from Councilwoman Vera Ames Garnes. And I was just telling, and I told Vera this, and Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton had to, you know, big shoes to fill when you replaced her in the 4th Ward. But I'm the one that's sitting in her seat. If you watch these council meetings, Councilwoman Ames sat right here, right? She reminded me, Al, you're leadoff. You set the tone for everyone else. And she did that for 26 years, right, Councilman McCoy? And I told her, I'm going to make sure for 26 years, this was her chair. And every time I sit back, I think about those days. I'll sit over there and I'll see Councilwoman Ames. So, Councilwoman Khan, you could represent her in the 4th Ward. I'll make sure I'll keep her legacy going from this seat, and we're going to remember her. This is a long overdue. Vera, I know you're watching. I made it. Hopefully I don't get any tickets in the mail. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
So once again, as I started, you know, there was, this is obvious that it's a unanimous vote. You know, many have spoken about, you know, how influential she was. And I remember when I decided I wanted to run, I was told, the first person you need to go see is Ms. Vera Ames. I remember calling her, and she was looking at me up and down, and she's like, well, why do you want to run? But let me tell you, prior to that, you know, before even being elected, as Councilman Jackson mentioned, she would call everybody up. I'm taking my kids to Florida, what you got? I need snacks, I need juice, I need this. And year after year, she would ask. So you don't have to be in an elected position to give, right? It's great that you are in a position of influence because you're able to give more, but you don't necessarily have to be in an elected position. It gave me great opportunity to be part of her birthday a few months back, and it gave me great pleasure to have spoken to her last week Tuesday. So all you know here, these conversations started way months ago, okay? More like years, but I'm talking in terms now of what was gonna happen. And Ernie Rucker was one of those individuals calling me up. Mr. Richards' emails, Councilwoman Cotton, everyone wanted this. So there was not one person. When I spoke to Councilwoman Ames last week, we had some words, and I said, Councilwoman, I don't know who's telling you what, but this is going through, we're moving forward, and we want to do more. We want to do more. And so as I mentioned, you know, that is something that obviously it's at the level of the administration, but I am sure the way we have Frank X. Graves complex, the way we have Bill Pascrell Firehouse, yes, Councilman Abdelaziz, we can move forward to do something more for her. But right now, I'm voting on an item, okay? Right now, I'm voting on an item is to support and approve, okay? So to everyone here, actually, I missed out. Linda Galashaw calling me up too, calling me up. Council President made sure, and I'm like, I don't know where the message is distorted, but let me tell you, Councilwoman Vera Ames, this is an absolute yes. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to support this measure.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 53 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So I would be remiss if I failed to take this opportunity to note one more thing. The only thing better than acknowledging one great black woman is acknowledging two. And I know we missed this opportunity before, but I wanted to put it on the floor. I'll make sure I speak with Corporation Counsel. While we're at it, Councilman Shaheen Khalik actually made the motion, but I want to bring forward that motion again to rename the chambers after our former mayor, Jane Warren. The work that she put in here, yeah, that's right. Let's give it up for the work that she put in here through the years as clerk, and then sacrificing her free time as the mayor.
35
Every
years,
time
right?
someone walks into these council chambers, we should be seeing the name of Jane Warren. So
Councilman Jackson, right with you, absolutely.
very good. Thank you.
So I'm going to move forward with the agenda, okay? And definitely, Corporation Counsel will definitely have conversations. I know Councilman Khalik, that was his wishes, and it would be all of ours, all right? I don't believe anyone here would say no to that. All right, so we're going to continue now. We do have a long agenda, and I want to do public portion, but I do need to get some business going. So at this time, I want to take item 64. Councilman Jackson. So, Madam Clerk, I'd like you, okay, God bless you all. I'd like to take item 64. I want you to read it into the record.
This wasn't
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Oh, say Councilman Carter. Oh, I have more. I have more.
That's my guy.
All right, so Madam Clerk,
Yes, Madam
can
President.
I have IT for a minute? But can you read into the record item 64?
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 64,
I don't have 64.
resolution addressing an entertainment/show license renewal for Jacksonville Cafe LLC at 326 Grand Street, the Fifth Ward, financed resolution 21663.
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, just quickly a discussion.
Discussion.
Okay? Yes, so, council members, you have before you item 64, which is an approval for an entertainment, entertainment show license renewal. We do have, all of you have in front of you, a memo. It is my understanding that there are, sorry? It is my understanding, and I wanted to move forward with this item, okay? And Madam Clerk, as you and I spoke, because this came to Madam Clerk brought this to my attention, it was also brought in finance, that we move forward. Councilman, are you, no, I'm saying, Councilman, you can't leave, there's only 4.
No,
So we want us to move forward, so Corporation Council, to make sure that all of the items are on, so we would do a conditional based on receiving whatever it says here. Apparently, he has some paperwork. I don't know where the mix-up or what happened, but I do not want to not have this because we don't have any other meetings. So I'd like us to move forward, conditional that by Friday, all of the information is given to Madam Clerk, as I spoke to Madam Clerk, and I want us to move forward and vote on this item. How do you guys feel?
Council President,
Councilman Velez?
you took the word out of my mouth. Yes, it should be a condition, but at the same time, I will request and I will have the administration make available immediately anything that Jacksonville needs, the establishment needs, to get all the necessary paperwork together, because I could see the pictures on the file here, the same way a lot of things could be here. So I don't want to hear no roadblocks, okay? And I want to make sure it's conducted the right way, for he could have that establishment open for the purpose that he's going to open it for. I recall, I believe in 2011, okay, attending for the grand opening of Jacksonville. And if everything was in place that time, why is not in the files? And I have a problem with that. So if people want to play hardball, we could play hardball. But we have to play the right way. The right way. And Council President, you know, this sent a wrong message to those that want to have business in the city of Paterson, that if you are a friend of mine, you'll be okay. If I don't like you, I'm going to make your life miserable. That has to stop in this city. It has to stop in this city. I bet you nobody did it to the art factory, and we had to still investigate that. And probably other places that they cut ribbons and they don't have COs, they cannot get a CO for 111 Broadway. You imagine where we're going. But to use the power of the second floor to put roadblocks and people that are invested in the city, if you don't like me, let's take it to the ring. We resolve it. But don't make my business going to hell just because you don't want people to succeed. So, Councilwoman, I think the conditions are well met, the one that you put on the floor on it.
I'm sorry, I cannot have two meetings, and I apologize. I think you called up on me, right? Are you wrapping up?
Yes, I'm wrapping up. I just want to move this forward and making sure that the condition that was put in place to make sure that everything is in order before his event or whatever he's going to do there is met and required. So, thank you, Council President.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam BA, I think you wanted to say something.
I just need to speak on that comment, Councilman. You suggested that there was something about the second floor, which I would ask you to explain what you mean by that, because the first time that I saw that anybody from the administration saw this was a request that came through yesterday, not through my office, but through the licensing office on the first floor of this building.
Okay, so let
It
me
has
explain.
nothing to do with anything from the administration.
So
I
let
just
me-
want to be
let me-
clear
Wait,
about that.
no back and forth.
Okay, so let me
No, wait,
answer that.
Let her complete.
Oh,
Are
you
done?
finish?
Okay.
Yes, because I
All
just
right.
need to
So-
be able to respond to
Okay, so one
exactly what you
second,
mean.
Councilman Velez, can I, because I don't want to make this, we have so much other things that we have to do today and just dire things in our city. And I don't want to go into the back and forth. I am going to say this as council president. I was approached, okay? I was approached not by one entity, but by others, so different applications, all right? And I try to be as fair. It is the end of the year. We had one workshop, one regular. It is the end of the year, and I was approached and asked if an application could be considered. As the council president, I have the authority to sit down with the clerk and say, Madam Clerk, to contact the BA and do all due diligence to move forward and put something on the agenda. Had that come today, then it had to be unanimously voted on, because that I cannot do. Set an agenda before, no. So once that was done, it is today that I learned about some of the things that were missing on the application. In speaking to one of the applicants, what I said is, okay, let me look, let me see, spoke to Madam Clerk. And I said, okay, Corporation Counsel, if this could be something conditional, so we can move forward conditional. You don't have the stuff on Friday, then we can't issue the license. So I wanted to give and be fair. Not just because, oh, it's a councilman and it's a special, no. I'm doing the same thing for another entity.
Okay. Council President?
Council President,
And so I know that I'm gonna get some backlash from some of my colleagues. And all I'm saying is, anybody that calls me, okay, I try to be as fair. And Councilman Abdelaziz, I do apologize to you, and I'm going to do this publicly, because I've done this, and I've done it where I've told Councilman Velez, you can't overstep on a councilman of another ward, but I am a councilwoman at large. So I apologize that I didn't reach out to you on one of the applications. It happened so fast, and I wanted to make sure that the clerk had all the information. But right now, we're talking about one application. So let's stick to this one, and then you can go ahead and read me, because I know you are on the other one, but we'll move forward.
Council
So,
President?
let Councilman Velez finish his statement, and then you go. No, he wanted to respond.
Madam BA, and see, I have a free of speech. I could say whatever I want, whatever I think is coming from. So the same way that this mayor has time to look into people's personal agendas and life and wife and who not wife and who's the ex and whatever, he could have time for do people life miserable. Okay? So let's put this example. If I have a big folder and I say, this is ready for inspection, how come it disappear? So, I'm not an investigator. Probably we had to request the prosecutor of the state of New Jersey to come down and investigate the second floor entirely. Contracts,
Well, this-
everything,
Council
up and
President,
down.
this is where I
So,
think-
no, listen, I could request that. I could say whatever I
Sure.
want, right? Like a paper could hold anything you could write, but you had to prove that, right? So, saying that, I'm looking at the records here, ABC, Detective Montoya say there's no call of service, so that means that place have not generated no problem in the Fifth Ward at all. So saying that, I think that those inspections or whatever is missing from this file could be performed starting tomorrow morning, okay, to make sure that this place is compliant, because he's here just for the entertainment license. Whatever he requested, I see here that he had paid his fees, he had pays everything, so the only thing is that the administration have to have their inspectors ready to go to do their job. And that will be ASAP. Probably tomorrow morning, I'll get some calls, but hey, I'm Louis Velez, true and real leadership. Thank you, Council President.
So once again, let me just put on record. It is obvious that you all are seeing all of this, right? And I'm trying to keep focused, right? There are documents that are not here right now, all right? So this application is conditional approval
Correct.
of submitting those documents to Madam Clerk.
Correct.
That's it. You can either support this or you don't. That's all I want to do right now. So at this point, I want us to move forward to vote this application up or down. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 64 for approval, conditional approval till Friday, December 17th, 2021. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know what? I can truly appreciate my husband, because he always say to me, Ruby, whether you vote yes or you vote no, don't act like you're going to the bathroom. Don't act like you're going to the back to get something to eat. You're going to vote yes, you vote yes. You're going to vote no, you vote no. And
Exactly.
you explain why. That's all. Whether they accept your explanation or not, but don't be missing in action.
That's right.
So I want to say, and we have done it, and I've seen us. I've been here 9 years, and we have done it. We have conditionally okay licenses under other items to bring forward. We have done it, and you know, I said it a couple weeks ago. You know, we drill people, we drill certain people, then we don't drill certain people. You know, you got to be fair. All right, you're going to give a consent letter to this one, but you don't want to give a consent letter to that one. Well, you can't do that. People, you watching. So you got to be fair. We have done it, conditionally getting items has to get done, and it has to get done. And I said, I truly, and I remember my husband, I find that the more I talk about him, I feel good. I do. I really feel good, because we've been together for so many years. We learned together so much stuff together. And I'm never going to forget when he tell me, and I said it before, he'll tell me to shut up, because he'll do like this, like, stop talking. But anyhow, I've seen it being done, and with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sir.
Just before my vote, let me just specify that 4 of the items that are missing on this application, this is not a new establishment. This business has been there for a very long time, and a lot of the documents that are missing here, I'm very sure that they provide this document before. I don't know what's going on with this, but I'm very sure that this is not new. We have done this before, as you mentioned, Councilwoman. Certificate of occupancy, as I mentioned before, is not a new establishment. A photo, the fire certificate and the health certificate. Those are regular documents that I'm very sure that they could submit it. And we have done this before. So I hope that we could move our agenda forward after this item, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
So, the discussion has gone and passed, but Madam BA, I would like in writing what happens if these items are not done by Friday, because that's the condition that's before us. So I would like to see what we're voting on in writing as that condition, and what happens if those items are not presented, because we don't have another meeting until closeout on the 29th. So I would like to see that in writing to identify what happens, because we're voting on something that's before us that is missing some items, but we're being told that the items are there. And I do pray that this is not a political sabotage where someone has their items in proper place, and because they are choosing to run against the mayor, that he is disallowing their business to open. I pray, because if you're that nervous, then to me, that means that you should have done a better job. So I'm going to say, if that is the case, then we have to do better. If it is not the case and is based on what we have before us, that's different. But we definitely cannot operate that way, because we've had many things before us that were done conditionally. Some items here, some were not, and they were not, we didn't have these type of concerns. So I would like to see in writing, outline all of these items that are saying that are missing. And I also want to see copies, because I'm being told that we have them. So if we have them, I would like to see them. If we don't, I want to see what happens if we vote this in and we don't get presented what we need by Friday. What happens at that point? Because I don't want to have another issue afterwards where we find out it wasn't, and then they go shut this business down. So I want to see it in writing. What are the steps? And we should have that by tomorrow. What happens so that this establishment is fully made aware of what the law states as it relates to this condition? With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So yes, this council body have in the past approved for 3 months, 2 months, all entertainment license before in provisional or whatever. So that's not new for us. He has copies, he had to surrender it, and et cetera, et cetera. But let me take number 9 here in this established dance hall checklist. Does the site have a ABC license? Ladies and gentlemen, to get a ABC license from the state, you need to have a CO. You need to have a CO. So there's a CO established in the place. That he had to go to his annual health certificate, yes, the other things, that's compliance, so he had to start doing that tomorrow. That's why I requested the administration to make available his request to make sure that the place is compliant for open and full capacity. Saying that, not prolonging it that much, with the condition, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
So, once again, as I stated, I wanted to move forward conditionally. The word is condition, upon condition, which means upon receipt of everything by Friday. And why are we saying Friday? Because we close down offices at 4:30. Offices are not open Saturday. So that is why I'm stating upon condition that we receive the documents that are here, that are not in this application. Not that they're missing, I did see certain copies. That's why when I asked Madam Clerk, I said, can we do this conditional upon that? And yes, that is our authority. And yes, Councilwoman Cotton, I'm going on 8 years, and we have done this in the past. Is this the way we do business? Absolutely not. The only thing I'm going to say, we're getting ready to hear another application, somewhat similar. So how do I say yes to one and not to the other? Okay? And so that is why. Now, let's not get it twisted. This is not open free range for those other entities that have legal matters at the state level, okay, and that we've said no to, and now they want to come back and say, oh, well, you're doing it for one, so you do it for the other. Totally different cases. Every application is different. So with that said, I understand, Madam BA, what the Councilwoman Mims asked you, but I also understand that you knew nothing about this application till yesterday. And I know that for a fact because I reached out to Corporation Counsel and because I did my due diligence. So Prior to that, no one knew. And then I spoke to Madam Clerk to proceed, and this was all done yesterday. So Madam Clerk, before I vote for the record, because I know some of my colleagues were questioning me putting this item on the agenda, by our E-code, if it was put on today, it would have to be voted unanimous, correct?
Yes, onto the agenda.
But if it was done prior to today,
Correct.
we are allowed to put it on the agenda without having the council vote on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to put that on record because I'm being told that I did this, that what I did was incorrect. So with that said, Madam Clerk, condition upon receiving all of the information that, some of the things that are here, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The vote is 5 in favor, 3 absent. Let the record reflect that Councilman Jackson recused himself from item number 64. Item number 64 is hereby adopted upon conditional by Friday, December 17, 2021, by the close of business. Thank you.
Very good. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm gonna take the payment of bills.
Yes, ma'am. Payment.
Thank you, Madam President. So payment of bill, the total amount for payment of bill today is $60,711,239.98. We have school taxes, $10,172,446, and also we have payroll on this payment of bill for $4,885,874.02. This bill was discussed at the committee, at the Finance Committee meeting, and I recommend this to be paid.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by me.
Discussion.
Okay, discussion by Councilman Velez and Cotton.
Council President,
Yeah.
last week I requested that payment of bills will be separate between the payrolls and the, there's no payroll here, right?
Yes.
It is payroll. So I requested that a separate bill comes, a payment of bill comes from the administration for, don't use the weak part of it, saying we need to approve this because we have payrolls. So it's not like that today. Everything's back the same normal thing. And I want to make sure the administration not ignoring my requests to be fair in the process. Now, saying that, I want you, Madam BA or CSO, to direct me, because way back, we, the council, was trying to get the administration to inform in every aspect, to inform the community about how to proceed with COVID-19, with robocalls, with any mail, any emails, and nothing was done. Now, people are receiving robocalls with the mayor voice saying, we cut ribbon here, we cut ribbon over there, we doing this, we doing that. For me, that's a political robocall. So I mentioned it before. I want to make sure that those roll calls are well used and wise for the community to get the right information. Newark, I receive robocall from Newark. And you know when I receive it? When it's a storm, when it's a roadblock, when something is an emergency, okay? They use a robocall. But I want you to point me out where in the payment bills and who are they paying the robocalls? Because that's an expenditure that the city is making, because that's not for free unless they have a juice in there and they get it for free. If those robocalls are being paid by the city or...
Council President, there are no
To
robocalls.
CFO.
There are no robocalls being paid by the city.
There are no robocall paid by the city, so who's paying those robocalls?
I would.
Somebody have to be...
One second, Councilman Velez. You asked a question,
Yeah.
the CFO answered, and I think Madam BA wanted to say something.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. We can double check, but it's not a robocall service. It's part of our kind of reverse 911 service that's that's standard within our city government, so it's part, I believe that's under our OEM department, that it is a tool that is used for communication to residents.
So let's look at the purpose of it. You say OEM, fire department. So that robocall is supposed to be used for emergency situations, not to
For
announce
communication with residents, yes.
for emergency situation. There's going to be a flooding. There's going to be a snow, et cetera, et cetera. We have school closed. Not to announce we cut ribbon here. Hinckley Stadium is moving. We're doing this. That is totally different. The purpose of that. So that have to be investigated, and if they doing that for that purpose is not using it wisely at all. Because right now, tell me have been used to tell us the status about COVID-19 in our city of Paterson. Yes, but he mentioned that we are 95% vaccinated in our city, taking credit probably of the state vaccination.
Councilman Jackson?
But, Councilman Velez.
Councilman
I sound
Velez,
like
I'm
him
sorry.
now. Okay.
I'm thinking
that's it.
about Jackson. He wants to come back in, but.
Okay, so it's to use it wisely, Madam BA. And I don't think that robocall is being used wisely to inform the community where we at regarding important issues in our city. Especially if it's used by OEM for emergency, et cetera, I think it's not used the right way. And that's responsible.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. I remember when, and it might have been 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, that the city, it wasn't even this mayor who bought that system to do those calls. So it's a system that the OEM bought probably 6 years ago, 7 years ago, to call. It could be for anything, not necessarily emergency, but I just remember going down there when one of our OEMs, she's gone now, Rhonda
Thompson?
I remember when she came before us and asked us to get this system. But my question, I needed to find out from our CFO, it says sewer utility, 91,000. I can't find it listed.
What are you looking for, Councilwoman?
Sewer utilities, 91,302. Didn't we pay school tax last pay period?
Yes, we did.
We did pay school tax.
These are the final 2 payments for the school for this year.
Say that again?
These are the final 2 payments for the school for this year.
Okay, where's the sewer utility? I couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's not attached. I can email it to everybody.
I'm sorry to laugh. I'm sorry, CFO. I'm looking for it and I can't find it. And what is it for?
I have to look.
It's not Passaic Valley Sewer, is it?
No.
I know it's not that, because theirs normally in the millions, but, you know what, remember the conversation was last council meeting that if there's certain items that we don't want to vote on, we can just take it off.
Okay, so
Can we do that?
Let's do this. How about we don't vote on this? We're having a discussion. Let's stop right now. Let's continue with the next up while you get the information that the councilwoman needs so we can proceed with the payment of bills. Okay? Very well.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I want you to read, the next item we're going to take is 62. We're going to do 62 and 63, and then I'm going to open up the public portion, which gives the CFO enough time to bring back the information.
Which one we're doing now?
62 and 63.
Okay.
Councilman Jackson is recusing himself as well. That's why I'm trying to do the items where.
You have to vote for a minute.
62 and 63.
Yes. Next items on the agenda, non-consent agenda is item 62 and 63. Item 62 reads, resolution addressing an entertainment/show license renewal for the Carter Corp. trading as Hornitos Bakery Restaurant, Lounge, located at 487 21st Avenue in the 6th Ward. Finance, Resolution 21661, and Resolution 63 reads, Resolution addressing a renewal of a dance hall license for Decatur Corp., trading as Hornitos Bakery, Restaurant Lounge, located at 487 21st Avenue in the 6th Ward. Finance, Resolution 21662.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mendez and Mims. Any discussion?
Discussion, Council President.
Okay, so before you say something, so now I can speak upon, as I was saying, that there was another application similar, all right, in terms of reaching out, going through the licensing department, going through everything. The difference between this one that is not conditional is that all of the attachments are there, okay? And, you know, just thinking back on, you know, what's been going on in almost the last 2 years and seeing how, you know, that entity was a different business, and now it's another business with a bakery added to it, and understanding that, you know, they were shut down for quite some time, to shut them down till February, okay, which is what I was told through the licensing department. You know, I did make a judgment as council president, and I did go to all the entities and to Madam Clerk and to Corporation Counsel and to the BA. I will say this, there were several members in City Hall where I reached out, so I want to just openly apologize to Councilman Abdulaziz because he is the 6th Ward councilman. And I did not have, unfortunately, he is not available during the days. And this was something that needed to happen, and it took place on Friday. Not that it makes it better, but I'm saying it publicly, you know, that as council president, sometimes you have to take certain actions. And, you know, again, sorry that I didn't ask for permission, so I'm asking now for an apology. So I just wanted to put that on record. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. The reason why I'm questioning, it seemed like we just voted on something for
No,
him.
we didn't vote on them.
We
didn't.
pulled it off?
Yeah, no, that was last year. It's that time has passed by. Yeah.
It seemed like he was here like a month ago.
No, Hornitos, no.
No.
You're talking about another entity.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, the one on, Dover.
Oh, okay.
This is the one on 21st Ave.
Okay.
Okay, so with that said, Madam Clerk, roll call on item 62 for approval.
And 63, both together.
I'm doing both together, Council President. That's okay with you?
Oh, yes,
I
yes.
just read both into the
Oh,
record.
wonderful,
Yes.
absolutely.
So roll call on items 62 and 63 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
So I didn't want to speak during discussion because I didn't want to have a back and forth. So Council President, I appreciate in you apologizing, and we know we have a great working relationship, and this did catch me by surprise. And sometimes people say, why do I get so emotional? Why I get so passionate when it comes to items in my ward? I've been accused for questioning establishments in my ward. Damn right I'm gonna question establishments in my ward. That's what I'm here to do. And I love it when people say, I'll fight for the 6. That's all he cares about is the 6. That's my job. And Council President, the reason I'm upset that this gets on the agenda, not about me. What I do as councilman, when I see an item like this, I reach out to all the residents in the area and say, hey, this is on the workshop. Give me feedback. Or I invite them to the public portion. So when I see it today, I feel like I failed my residents because they don't know what's happening. I just texted them and started letting them know. So that's why I get so passionate about this. And that's what I do in the 6th Ward. I email them, I call them, I'll send them text messages, and they'll come here when they have to come here. So seeing this did bother me. But with that being said, I do represent the 6th Ward, and I do represent the residents. They elected me. And this establishment, and I want to tell the owner, I haven't received many calls from the residents in that area. So I want to thank you guys because the last after we had the first, last year, it's been a year, Councilwoman, when we had them here, we did have residents, and I haven't received any complaints. The owners know, we've had meetings there. You guys know that my residents are hands-on. They let me know. We meet up. They'll text me 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and I haven't received calls, so I want to commend you there. But I also will hold people accountable. So if it does come back up, you know, the owners of the establishment, we have numbers, we'll talk, we'll meet again, and we'll reevaluate. But I want to commend them. I did not get many calls. So this is not on you. My frustrations are not on the establishment today. That's a good thing. It's more on my colleagues, but that's a love-hate relationship that we have, and it'll go. But with that being said, Council President, this wasn't for a discussion. I didn't want to talk about discussion. I just want to explain the way I do things as a councilman. And I just feel when things like this get on, so in the future, it's not about me. I need to get this out to my residents. And then they give me the feedback, and I vote on what they give me, the people that live in the area. So keep up the good work. Let's knock out wood. You know, we got holidays, New Year's. Make sure it stays as a good neighbor. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Councilman Al of the 6th Ward, Councilwoman Cotton in the 4th Ward also goes to her businesses when they're given major problems in the community. And I remember, and I would like to say to companies, businesses, the neighborhood didn't move around you, you moved into the neighborhood. So you have to do your best to make sure that it works. You listen to what they're saying, because it's so important if you're gonna stay in business. No one's here to not let you be in business, but you gotta consider the neighborhood too. And I remember distinctly because you had a meeting and everything in there. So what I like to do too for businesses, just engage with them, let the community know, have a meeting with them, let them come into your establishment, let them see it, let them see how everything is going on. So my council colleague over here, Al, said that you haven't been causing no problems really, because you've been working with the community. So, and that's a good thing. So, Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
On both, right? 62 and 63, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilman Mims?
So I remember when we went to the 6th Ward, and I met the owner and his family, and the residents did have some concerns. But since then, I have to agree with Councilman Abdelaziz of the 6th Ward and the due diligence that he does in his ward, and that there has been a peaceful situation in your establishment. So with that being said, and all the work and effort that you put into making sure that your business thrives and that you don't have the nuisance and quality of life concerns in your area, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
In 1990, there was only 4 places that people could go and have a nice dance. That was the Clásico. There was one next to where Leña Carbón was, okay? There was La Hacienda. Coibas. There was La Hacienda, and this place, I used to know it as Casa Vieja. Councilman Abdelaziz used to be Casa Vieja, way back. We used to dance a lot there.
He couldn't go in there.
Yeah, no, he can't go in there. He was a minor. But Councilman Abdelaziz says that he's upset at us because that's a love and hate relation we have. Let me tell you something. We give him love. If he turn into hate, that's his problem. But we're here to work together, and we make sure that they are good neighbors in the area. And yes, we all have that way to work. When new business comes in, we visit them. The first thing we tell them is, I want you to be a good neighbor. And that's why you don't see a lot of problem in the 5th Ward. My vote is yes on this application.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So once again, and I spoke, all right, and yes, it is true, Councilman Abdelaziz is very passionate, as every other council member is passionate with their ward. And let's not talk about the at-large, okay? But I also said before, I try to be as fair as I could. Not always right, but I try to be as fair. And, I'm not going to say any more. Very seldom do business owners reach out to me directly. And it's my understanding that this gentleman tried to reach out to many, and everyone said to him, there's no more workshop. The only person that can do this is the council president in conjunction with the clerk. And obviously, the other entities that need to sign off on it, legal and so forth. And I did feel compelled when the gentleman was speaking to me. It was, I've never had a conversation over the phone, so I didn't know. Believe it or not, the person was trying to call me for a few days, and I'm like, oh, it's another one of those robocalls. I'm not answering it. And then finally, I said, this number keeps popping up. And the gentleman said, I got your number, and I just want to know if there's any consideration. And it was just something done quickly. And the only thing I can say to that is, because there's going to be other people that are going to try to say, oh, favoritism. I don't know these people, okay? I don't know the owner of Hornitos. I do not. I do know the establishment, and yes, Councilman Abdulaziz could not go into Casa Vieja back in the day. He was too young. He was 3. Anyway, we're celebrating a 50 on Sundays, so I went in there once or twice. But with that said, need to say no more. To all businesses, I wish you the best in the next coming holidays. So, Feliz Navidad y un próspero año nuevo. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent. Let the record reflect that Councilman Jackson recused himself from items 62 and 63. Therefore, items 62 and 63 is hereby adopted.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, can we take the bills now? Because, Councilwoman, we all received a copy of what the explanation was. If we can move forward to payment of bills, and then I'd like to open up the public portion. So, Jennifer, if you can please take the list.
I already have the
Good.
list. Thank
Good.
you.
Okay.
So we're going to continue with the payment of bills?
Payment of bills. You already read it into the record, and I said, can we pause it?
I did, and we had a motion on the floor and a second.
Right. I'd like a roll call.
So I do a roll call at this point? Yes.
Yes.
We now continue with our payment of bills. There was a motion by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Davila. Roll call on the payment of bills, the amount of $16,711,000.
Council President. Council President.
You said what?
Councilman, I really want to do the roll call. If you want to say anything on the roll call, because I'm going to say this. I know that you put in a request. The finance chair is not here, all right? And the finance chair, you can make a request. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be honored unless everyone wants the payment of bills, and that's a different story. But right now, the chairman of the finance department didn't think that we needed to do that.
Okay, so Council
To
President.
remove the payroll.
Remove it.
Remove the payroll from the payment of bills and do it separate.
Correct.
No, we gotta wait. We asked about that before. So
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So I don't want to, I understand you have a request. I'm not saying it's not going to be on it, but it isn't right now. So you want to,
So, no, it's regarding the payment of bills, and then I make my decision if I go to vote yes or no.
Okay.
For example, Council President, I see here payment for classic towing, and they don't exist anymore. I see payment here for,
wait. So, because I know, I'm not the administration, I'm not going to answer you. I want Madam BA, or actually the CFO, to respond to why there is some, because we don't have exactly what you just said. So there's still towing done.
and then the second one will be for she could kill 2 birds in 1 shot. We have a contract of fuel, oil, gas, and we paying $44,000. Why we paying Exxon Corporation $1,027 if the vehicle if the vehicle are fuel in the in our motor pools, and that's why they get the fuel from there. Why we paying to Exxon Corporation $1,027? Who's using that gas?
everybody.
See what I'm telling you? We need to be fiscal responsible, though. We cannot throw the money down the drain. That's why I want to have this bill split on the payroll and overtime. That's things that we had to obligate do. But there's a lot of things that's questionable here is when they have a open credit card.
Can you please explain?
Council President,
Madam BA.
I think if the CFO can if we're able to give him a moment to go and maybe check on these, or I don't know if he can explain them right now, but this is part of the reason we are happy to give the additional information. That's why we send this bills list on Friday, so that it can be reviewed and you can ask us questions and we can provide them to you. But if, you know.
So you're gonna dump it to me now?
No, I'm asking you to just ask it ahead of time so that we can provide you the information. I can't look that information up right now. The CFO cannot. He can go back downstairs to his office, look for the invoice related to these issues that you're inquiring about.
Okay.
But that's why we send this out ahead of time, so that we can have further conversation and we know what you're questioning.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, the public portion is now open.
No,
we-
we're gonna vote on payment bill.
No, we were gonna do, but you're asking for information, he doesn't
Right.
have it. So either you say yes or no, or we just say, we got the public here.
Well, his question was Exxon Corporation and Rachel Mitchell Oil Company? Is that what's the two questions?
Yeah, the
Well,
Rachel is
Rachel-
the one that supply all the oil, all the gas for the motor pools.
No, that's,
Yes, it is.
but Rachel Oil does oil too, burning oil.
Listen, they
All right,
receive.
okay, so
I'm just saying, I know
I'm
what they
gonna
do.
have the
Go ahead,
CFO
go
go
get it.
downstairs and get all that information so we can come back and we can decide if we're gonna move forward with this payment of bills. So, Mr. CFO, if you can please, in the meantime, pause again. Councilman Jackson, you can come back in. The public portion is now open.
So, Madam President, this
Council, but
time
make sure
we
there's nothing
will
else.
hold the payment of bills
You know, that's
until-
gonna be it. We're not gonna do anything, we're gonna move forward.
We'll hold the payment of bills until after.
Yes, we have to hold
get the
off on it so he
information.
can go get the
Okay.
information and give it to
Thank you very much.
Councilman Velez.
Now, we'll move on to our public portion.
Public portion.
And the public portion is now open. And our first speaker, Ms. Gina Johnson. Please state your name and address for the record. Ms. Johnson?
Good evening. May I remove my mask?
Yes, you can.
I've had 3 COVID shots, so I think I should be okay. I'm here tonight on behalf of a family member. I live here in Paterson. I grew up here, went to school here, and so have my children. I've been the guardian of my nephew, Tavoris Carter, who is now 26, since he was 7 years old, and my mother passed. He lives with me. He's gone to school here, graduating from Panther Academy. He attended William Paterson, and he was an athlete. He played football, he ran indoor and outdoor track, and from the age of 15, he was a lifeguard, and that's a job he currently has. For the past several years, well, he took the firefighter's exam twice. He passed it twice. He passed the physical twice. The first time he was number 3 in time for the day. The last time he was number 1. He is, he's a good young man. Has not been in any trouble. Has been employed steadily since he was 15. And I think he is eminently qualified to be a firefighter. We went through the entire hiring process, and he did very well until we came to the psychological. I raised this young man.
Let me stand up with you, my sister.
This young man, when I read the psychological, I didn't recognize who that was. He was painted as a deviant, as someone who was untrustworthy, who was not qualified to serve in a position of responsibility at all. And this young man has been responsible for other people's lives as a lifeguard since he was 15 years old. I found out that we had the right to appeal, and I spent thousands of dollars hiring a lawyer to prepare the appeal, paying for the new psychological test, and when we got before the commission, Civil Service Commission, they denied him the list that he was on that was certified, but said that he could apply and take the test again next August. However, he's already passed it. I began to question the reasons that they cited were that he had a street cleaning parking ticket in 2020 after his application, and something about his financial aid. Now, his financial aid money was returned last year in the pandemic, and I looked at his credit report. It doesn't show up at all. Now, that bothered me, and I started to look into the psychologist, and I started asking questions, and I was told that there were no black psychologists who were serving on the Civil Service Commission, and that they couldn't find any who were willing. I have a resume here for Dr. Curtis Branch, who is a black psychologist, who is eminently qualified, and who served as the person doing the psychological assessments for the city of Denver, Colorado, for 14 years. And I spoke to him today, and he is more than willing to serve, to conduct these psychologicals. As for the parking and the tickets.
Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up your time.
I am.
Okay.
But thank you. I have a problem with the fact that last night I got a phone call from someone who said that while my nephew was disqualified, the fire chief's godson was given that job. My question to you as a city council is, first, how many other young men of color in this city have been disqualified and don't have the resources to appeal? And how many members serving on our fire, police, and in our Board of Education are related to other people serving in those departments? Because over years and years, I worked for the Board of Education. I applied for my job 4 times before I got it. I know too many young people who go away to college, get qualified, come back, and can't get hired here. And I refuse to believe that in a city of almost 200,000 people, that we can't find young men and women of color with the character and the background necessary to work here in our city, where they live, where they were educated, where their parents may be homeowners and taxpayers, as am I. I refuse to believe that we have to go to Pequannock and Wanacue and Wayne to find people to protect our streets and our homes and educate our children. And I would like to ask you as a council to investigate and provide data on how many young people of color take these tests and are disqualified at the last minute, who go through the entire hiring process. Now, his driving record, he's had a lot of tickets, but anyone who is a young man of color in this city knows that you will be stopped because they're looking for guns and drugs, and when they don't find any, you get a ticket. However trivial, but it adds up. And if you don't have ready money, you may have your license suspended. And that takes some more money to rectify. And if you are serving on these panels that appoint or assess these young people, what is your experience in living in an urban area? Do you know how hard it is to find a park in some parts of our city? How you might have to walk 2 or 3 blocks in the dark from your car to your door? How many streets in this city, handicap parking signs line the block so everybody can save their park? But outside of that, I would be very interested to see that data And as a homeowner and a taxpayer here in this city, I ask you to come forward to our city and see if you can rectify this situation, because I think our children deserve a shot at serving and protecting the city that they live in, that they were educated in. And I do have Dr. Branch's resume, if you would like to take it.
Give it to the
Thank
clerk.
you.
Thank you very much.
Council President? I know, Council President, I know.
1 second.
30
Council-
seconds.
No, one second. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
Oh, it's a lot. It's about 30.
24.
Okay. Councilman Jackson, 30 seconds, please.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Council President. I think this warrants some kind of reflection. And not only has she expressed herself within encapsulating the totality, but I'm sure there's hundreds of people, Councilman McCoy just verified that he can also bear witness to being subjected to the same thing. And I'll just say this in the last 10 seconds. The last time the council chief, the chief was here, when I asked him, he put on record that we have 2 individuals who failed the test, yet are still employed as firefighters/EMTs, and neither one are from this community. This needs to be investigated. This council needs to take its rightful place. We need to look into these things because this is not an isolated situation, and I'm tired of sitting here and witnessing and being a part of this charade. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Raquel Amador. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Raquel Amador, Butler Street, Riverside. Y'all heard our prayer earlier, asking for y'all to work together for unity. It's not just me. On Sunday, I went on an F-bomb tirade, and I didn't care who heard it, who didn't hear it, who had an issue with it. There's absolutely no reason for people to be freezing to death on our streets. The same way we know when everybody, Board of Ed, City Council, Mayor, Governor, Casa el Carajo, Congress members are running, is the same way we need to be out there. Code Blue. Oh, y'all got that COVID booster machine thing going around. Y'all could give out boosters for free, so let's make sure we're riding down these streets. Yeah, I have an issue with the homeless people taking over our city, but they're human. They need to be cared for. Second thing, the light on Madison and Fifth Ave coming into Paterson, only one of them is still out, only one. I'm constantly asking, does our traffic engineer live here? Does he drive through here? If y'all watch my lives, I'm not on a dirt road, but yet I'm bouncing around. This morning, I decided to do a loop around my kid's school. I've been complaining about that left-hand turn, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., don't do it. City inspector car, DPW 1-21. He made the wrong left-hand turn in front of the wrong one because he cut me off. And I rolled my window down, I said, hey, you can't make that turn. I'm a city official, I can. No, buddy, you can't. Because you're not a firefighter, you're not a cop, you're not an EMT, your sirens aren't on, you're not letting anybody know. So if you're on city official business, turn your little sirens on so we know it's an emergency. He didn't go nowhere fast because he sat right next to me for a good 20 seconds. The lights at Straight Street, River Street, and Lafayette. 4 Mississippi count gets you 2 cars through. Instead of fixing the problem or going to look at that light, we're now penalizing the drivers. My neighbor got a ticket because he went through the light. But as he's making the left-hand turn, he's on 4 Mississippi and the light is turning yellow. Whoop, whoop. 2 cars can make it through that left turn light. It's not fair. It's not fair that certain parts of Paterson look better than other parts. We need to work together. I'm constantly saying, I don't mind helping you because you guys can't do it all. You have your aides, but your aides can't do it all for you. We live here. We're here to help you. What can I do about that ticket? It wasn't me, it was my neighbor, but what can we do about that? I already mentioned the city inspector. 1-21. I'm on official business. I'm a city official. Yeah, but you saying right here next to me, you ain't go nowhere. What official business were you trying to do? Prove my point that these turns shouldn't be made, that we need our traffic engineer to come, do a survey, do an update. There's a lot of people in Paterson. There's a lot of people in Paterson, and what do I always say when I'm leaving? Bye, I gotta go find parking. Y'all work for us. We're trying to work with you. Can we stop approving all these freaking apartments? There's a lot of us here. Where are we fitting us all? How are we doing it? Our infrastructure isn't made for this. If you want to approve 171 unit, bet. You're going to get your 171 unit, but we're going to legally extort you. Yes, I said it, legally extort you. You want that building, that property? I want 5 blocks paved. I want a rec center. I want trees. I want a rooftop garden. Think about the bigger picture. It's not just build, 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 build. Because where are we going to go? I don't want to smell my neighbor's fart. I don't want my neighbor's car on top of mine. And then I have yet to get a handicap parking because I'm trying to be courteous of other people. Pero you know how many handicap parkings are there for absolutely no reason? Some people definitely deserve it. Fine, go ahead, get it. You need it. But to know that I know for a fact that you don't need it and you're using your mother's information, we have a problem. There's a lot of us. There's a lot of us. We need to see the bigger picture because, Ja, we're getting old. It's not about us. It's about her. It's about the people, her generation coming up. And hats off to Joel. I called him yesterday. The students were stepping over a couple that was asleep. It's not just my kid that I was calling for, it was the entire school. We need to work together. We're not functioning, we're not flowing. We have someone trying to build a community center. We need to look into that because he's trying to teach things that we're not taught in school. He's trying to break the generational curses. But it's not about us. We're old. Ja, we don't count. It's about them. And with that, I'm leaving to go find parking. But can we look into them lights and that ticket because...
He took down the notes.
Oh, hi, Billy. You're who I wanted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Siobhan Bird.
Who?
Siobhan Bird.
Okay.
All right,
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Miss Lemon, Shanika Lemon.
Hey, I didn't even know you were here.
Good evening, everyone. Shaniqua Lemon, 12-16 Harper Street. I'm just here to talk about a couple of programs that are free to the residents here in Paterson. So I'm a part of FTI Group. We are a group of entrepreneurs who are offering free services to every resident in the city of Paterson. So I just wanted to go over those services. I am a part of Tutor Me Please. Through my tutoring business, we tutor kindergarten to 8th grade. That's every Monday at 6 p.m. That's a free service. ICANN is headed by Dr. Melissa Baralt. She does career and resume building. So if you want to update your resume, you're looking for a new job, this is a free service to you. Mind and Spirit is headed by Professor Kamisha Jones-Rogers, and that is counseling, social emotional health. Wealth and Health is headed by Nicole Shabazz, and she teaches financial literacy. Yoga is Life. You can sign up for trap yoga, R&B yoga, and regular yoga. We all need to relax. We know all the issues here. Entrepreneurs Rock. If you are an entrepreneur who wants to start a business, Luisa Nunez heads that. You can do your, what is that called? You can do your business plan. You can do your taxes, anything. If you want to start a business, she helps you with that. I Got the Deed. If you want to buy your own home or become a homeowner, that is a program that's offered to you. So www.ftigroup.org. You can sign up. Every resident in Paterson, this is open to all of you. You can sign up for any of those programs. I want to let you know that Camp YDP at 12-15 North 1st Street has opened their doors. They are under new management. The director there is Paterson's very own Teresa McDermott. So if you are in that area or in Paterson and you need after-school care for your children, Camp IDP is opened and taking children. I am the community engagement person for Girl Scouts. So I have a couple troops starting, but at the Heritage, at the Alexander Hamilton Complex, every Friday night, we have a troop there at 6 o'clock. So you can reach me at slemon@gsnnj.org to sign up your girl for Girl Scouts. And if you are an organization that, if you have girls, or if you are a program that serve girls, or you want to partner with me to give the program to girls, we're open to that. I also host a book club every Tuesday in honor of Nellie Selly. Nellie Selly, we lost her this summer. She was a big advocate for literacy. We are reading her favorite book, which is For One More Day. You can pick up a copy of that book for free at the Northside Branch Library, and we join on Tuesdays. And then on December 20th, next Monday, I am hosting a family fun educational game night at the North Branch Library. You can sign up at www.ftigroup.org. So again, there's so many free services out here, especially check out the FTI group, from home ownership, tutoring, health and wellness. The programs are free. We cannot say there's not individuals out here that care about you, because we are here every week offering these programs to you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Mr. Akbar McIntyre.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Distinguished council leadership. I want to present something to the city, because there's no secrets. You know, we're fully here to disclose the fact that we've been in negotiation with this administration now for the past 3 years, and what we've been proposing to do was to acquire the Northside abandoned library, which has been abandoned for the past 10 years. And all of what we've proposed to do with this particular project and this property is at no cost to the city. Our proposal here, if you see, you'll see the exterior renderings, the floor plan, implementation of the mezzanine, because it's such a small building, but it's a tall building. And our goal is to maximize the use of this building at no cost to the city. And what we have here is the exterior rendering, which will dispel the notion that what we were planning to do is establish a drug rehabilitation center. Right? And I want to show you all that that's the furthest thing from the truth. If you look at this particular project and these renderings, you'll see that it's realistic, right? And that it's conceptual. And that every service that we're looking to provide, proposing to provide at this particular location is ideal to the unique needs of this particular neighborhood. The services that we are proposing to do, if you look at this concept, is job development, behavioral health issues as it relates to mental health, and substance use issues and behavioral health issues as it relates to our families. Because we understand that the city of Paterson has rated 39th of New Jersey's 1,000 school districts whose adolescents and high school population reported having substance use and behavioral health disorders. And this is right here within the body of our community. And I'm hearing that this city is about to send back $1 million for counseling that was earmarked for counseling services, which could have otherwise been utilized to support programs like such as this program right here, with a culturally competent group of social workers and healthcare providers that are homegrown right here in this city. And so other services which consist of vocational rehabilitation, continuing education, and family services. This is the Humble Beginnings Community and Family Resource Center. And in this portfolio right here, I would love to send this an electronic copy to every last one of y'all, which incorporates the various unique needs of the neighborhood, not just the building in and of itself, but it would describe to you data, accurate, factual data that discloses the impact of this entire community and what these services are that we plan to provide will remediate.
Thank you.
And I'm looking for the support of this council, and I'm also urging, the administration, about the status of our proposal. It's no secret that we've been engaged in this conversation for these years. We've been invested a whole lot of time, energy, and resources cleaning the building out. In addition to cleaning the building out, we spent thousands of dollars.
Akbar, just want to ask you, wrap it up.
Thousands of dollars in having this building appraised. And so we're looking ready to move forward. Everybody here that's on my team, we have architects and designers that are in full support of Humble Beginnings and what we're talking about doing within our community. We're talking about bringing adequate services with a culturally competent team of people and with partnerships with other local organizations to create a one-stop shopping center, much of which we know exists in cities like Newark, places like Atlanta, and in Chicago that are working, giving these opportunities for people in the community to acquire these properties. And as a resident, we have a residential right to invest in our own community and acquire as much property, abandoned and blighted properties as possible to make them useful, for community use. And this is what we intend to do. And we're looking for the support.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Kevin Wentworth.
Kevin Wentworth. You're good?
Is he here?
All right. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Rucker.
I think he left. Next
he left?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were with.
You keep that up, you won't be mayor of the Sixth Ward for long. Listen, we've heard some very interesting things tonight. So I'm going to first begin by asking Corporation Counsel, the new list of police officers is part of public record, correct?
Just finish up and I'll answer.
We need a copy of the 30 young men and women that are going to be hired as police officers on this round. And the reason I need it, because everything we got to do now has to be data-driven. We need to look at the data. We need to look at how long they've lived in Paterson, the addresses they say they're using where they've never been before in their lives. We need to have that information in front of us to make intelligent decisions when we're talking about hiring people from Paterson who live in Paterson for these jobs. Let's talk also about the psych tests that they're using for cops and firemen. Well, it's very interesting. The 7 cops that went to prison or on their way to prison took that same psych test and passed. And that's not the first one that has taken that psych test that passed, we found out was a rotten apple. My whole thing is I support police. I want to see more of them on the streets, but I want to see them doing the right thing, and I want to see them from Paterson. I want to see that we are represented in this city. And I'm saying this to the council and the administration. The black community is no longer sitting back waiting for anyone to give us anything. I got a few people that's like me now. It was a hard road, but we've been teaching. We expect to see people like us in a city that we live in that is totally, just about totally minority based. Okay? I understand the process of the firemen and police. You know, you say you live here when you take the test or whenever they offer you the job, you have to live here. But I went to a couple of those addresses, the last test. those officers never lived here. Never lived here. I went, and I also rode out of town where they did live. This has to stop, and it has to stop now. And you guys can't sit there and say you don't see it, you don't hear it, because we're here every week about the same identical thing. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an election coming up in May, and I guarantee you, I said it last week and I'll say it again, this is going to be one hell of an election, because what people believe is going to happen may not happen the way they believe is going to happen if we don't get some type of conversation going immediately to talk about these issues. You know, in closing, because when I hear the bell and I start seeing you shaking your head and all this stuff, we don't want you to start doing all that. In closing, which will give me about 1.5 minutes, but anyway, in closing, about that? Okay. In closing, let me say this. I am a member of the black community. I am not apologetic about it. I'm pro-black, but I'm not against no one. My partners range from all shapes, sizes, and colors. But I'm not going to sit back for the 45 years I've been coming to this council and see us eliminated in this town. Eliminate this town where we're guests in our own city. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. So anyone that believes that's going to happen, I'm telling you, we're organizing, we're meeting, we're talking, enemies are talking. We are getting our act together. And unless y'all understand that this mouth ain't the only mouth you're gonna get, we got some young ladies behind me, boy, that ripped the room up. But the bottom line is this: I can't stand by no longer and let black young men, Latino young men, be disqualified for a faulty test that always seems to go against these particular races. So I'm asking for that data. I will be giving you a call, Corporation Council, tomorrow, and I will, until I reach you, Kathleen, I'll give you a call tomorrow. You know I'm gonna call you. Ms. Mims, I'm calling you. I'm calling all of you, and especially you, Mr. Jackson, because you've been bringing some of these items out for a very, very, very long time. I've been hearing you. You know, I get lost sometimes if we go too long and I'm trying to get to this podium to speak. So I do get a little angry, but other than that, you've been bringing these things out. You've been spot on with them. Now we're spot on with them. And I'm letting you know that this type of garbage has got to stop in this city. And Maritza, you know it. You've been saying it for a long time as well, that we cannot continue to operate the way we're operating. And we got to stop now. And to the people at home, before I get kicked off of here, what minute? Which one?
I gave him 45 seconds, but Maritza said he got 5 more minutes now, so.
Oh, I don't want no 5 minutes. That'd be a little bit too much. I want to say to the audience here and the audience at home, if you are from one of these impoverished neighborhoods, impoverished wards, it is time for you to get up off your behinds and start organizing and working together to bring this city back to where it used to be, at least in one fashion or another. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Keys, Joel Keys, Jr.
Malcolm X disciple, Ernest Rucker, is taking me back. Joe Keys, 29 North 6th Street, Paterson. Once again, the topic of my speech this evening is we want to bring democracy to Paterson. And tonight, the emphasis is on the aspect of corporate imperialism known as the bureaucracy. At the advent of the Industrial Revolution, when labor shifted from rural agriculture to factories inside cities, the purpose of the bureaucracy was to improve the management of workers. And the focus was efficiency to maximize profit. The bureaucracy was successful in achieving those ends. However, there were unintended consequences that was harmful to the greater society. Sociologist Robert Michels warned of the bureaucracy's tendency to result in what he calls the iron law of oligarchy, which according to Appleroth and Eddowes means, quote, the bureaucrats who, while adept at carrying out functional procedural rules, are blind to the ethical basis of those rules, unquote. To give an extreme example of this point, philosophy professor Jeff Salvato discusses author Hannah Arendt's conclusions on the Nuremberg trial of Holocaust death camp facilitator Adolf Eichmann. He asserts, quote, she is saying the causes of evil are dull and boring because who causes some of the worst evil in the history of humanity? This dorky bureaucrat in a suit who is trying to do a good job, pushing his papers around and getting promotions. That, Arendt says, is the major cause of evil. A bunch of bureaucrats who can't be bothered and do their jobs, unquote. Hegemony is another aspect of corporate imperialism that utilizes the bureaucracy to make power seem abstract and therefore not attached to any one individual. It accomplishes this through its hierarchical structure. Sociology professor Nick Lee contends, quote, if you've ever engaged with the bureaucracy of any kind, which every single person has, whether it's the government or your university or whatever, the process itself is the absolute authority, and there's not an individual who controls the process. It's this sort of abstract thing, unquote. Professor Jeff Salvato expounds on this aspect of bureaucracy using a hypothetical scenario involving a conflict confronting a fictitious character he refers to as Marge the manager. He explains, quote, what if Marge says, no, this is all terrible? What is she going to do about it? It's systemic. It will require a revolution. No one is to blame. You can't even blame the stockholders. This is just how the system works. It's there to maximize profit. You need to manage people, and this is the most efficient way to do it. You can't change it without blowing the whole thing up, unquote. Professor Jeff made two references to revolution as a solution. Ironically, the meaning of the word democracy that we're talking about underwent a revolution compared to the traditional meaning of the word democracy, and we're utterly confident that organizing and mobilizing our people will suffice to combat all the components of corporate imperialism, including the diabolical aspects of the bureaucracy. In conclusion, I'll leave you with this statement from Marxist philosopher Antonio Gramsci. He said, quote, in order to effect democratic change, the otherwise powerless working class individuals must first organize. Their strength as a movement is directly related to their strength in numbers, unquote. That's what we mean by bringing democracy to Paterson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, next speaker, Reverend Jacobs. Is he here?
Next speaker?
Reverend Teague.
Good evening, Madam President.
Good evening.
Happy birthday to you, and happy birthday to Dr. Mims as well.
Thank you.
First, I want to wish everyone happy holidays, Merry Christmas if you celebrate as well, Happy New Year's as well. I have a couple of issues I want to discuss tonight. The first being my venture into law school. Right now, I'm in a pre-law program at Berkeley College, and one of the reasons why, because it's been asked, why do you want to go into law now? Why do you want to become an attorney now? My thing is, you have two choices in life. You can either be the change that you want to see, or you can continue to complain about the things that need to change. As an advocate and as an activist in this community, one of the hardest things I've been able to do is get a hold of a decent lawyer who will represent the families without bias and without making backroom deals and cutting deals with people and not getting them the justice that they deserve. And when you go over countless case logs and case files and decisions that were passed down by the courts, and you look at the information that was provided, and you look at the poor representation that these families have, you could either sit there and continue to cry about what's not being done, or you can get in there and change it. So that's why I'm in a pre-law program now. Next semester, I have 3 law classes, so I'm taking all of my majors next semester. I'm going to knock out these couple of years. I'm going to continue on into law school and go ahead and get my law degree, pass the bar, and become an attorney in this community so that I can affect change that I want to see here. Speaking about change, there's been a lot of rumors circulating about the retirement of the superintendent. No one in this community has approached me yet and said they were against it. But there is a conversation saying that we forced her out so that we could bring in Chris Irvin. That's a complete lie. There's no basis in facts to that. And the people who are spreading the rumors have no basis in facts to that. The people on the board that are spreading that rumor have just as much an opportunity to be a part of the process as any other board member. Let me make that clear. Nobody's going to be left out of this process. We've already had these discussions. That's another thing. The people who are putting this stuff out there have sat in the same room with all of us, and we've had these discussions. I know that happens on the council as well. You guys have meetings, you discuss things, and sometimes you come up here and act like you didn't discuss it. It happens all the time on the school board. But we have had this discussion at length. And we know for a fact that that is not the way the process works. We are going to sit down as a board, we are going to work on a firm to come in, and we're going to go through the process the way the process is supposed to take place. But do not think that we're just going to walk down the street Monday morning and go grab Irving and bring him and kind of pack his bags and put him in. That's not how it's going to work. We have to stop with the red herring. We have to stop with the innuendos. We have to stop with the conspiracy theories. If you're not trying to bring a solution to the table, then just shut up. Period. Just shut up. That's what needs to happen. There's too many people talking and not enough people actually making the moves that we need to change this community. So that's my challenge to you. In 2022, if you're not going to bring solution to the table, just shut up. Period.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Yes, next speaker, Ms. Galishaw.
Hey, good evening, and thank you so much for opening the public portion. I didn't want to be here all night. I just want to say I'm so proud of all of you that voted in favor of naming the park after our great Miss Vera Ames. She is definitely a mentor of mine. Many years we've spent together doing things. I called on her often when I had situations in my ward. She helped out with the slaughterhouse that they were trying to put over there. She helped out with the big Tony supermarket. We had to go get Vera Ames involved, and she was very instrumental. So this is her night, and I thank you for that. I'm here also to discuss the situation that's going on with Mr. Sevilla. Reverend Sevilla, I'm sure you're all familiar with him. He is experiencing a lot of trauma with his neighbor, who happens to be the brother of Mr. Councilman Al-Aziz. Is that right? Al-Aziz, is that your brother? Is that your brother? No comment. So when we talk about doing our job and being fair and concerned, his brother has a pigeon house. I'm told it's his brother. He has a pigeon house. He's located right next to Mr. Sevilla. And we have so much footage, maybe 5 days of footage that I just looked at that shows that this man is definitely taunting the Sevilla family. The other neighbors are complaining because the pigeons are defecating all over their property. They've called the Board of Health. Mr. I can't think of his name.
Dr.
The new
Prasad?
director.
Dr. Prasad?
No.
You just
Board
said
of
Health Department.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Board of Health. Joelle. We called Joelle. Mrs. Councilwoman Mims, are you familiar with the situation? No. Mr. Sevilla's problem, Reverend Sevilla, are you familiar with it?
Okay, there's no back and
He
forth.
spoke,
I'm sorry.
well, he spoke to several members of the council also.
Not to me, but go ahead.
He sure
Complete.
didn't. He did not speak to you. So my question is, when we talk about responsibility and what we do for our ward, let's remember the little people too. Let's not let our reputation, our power, and our money exceed the service that you're supposed to give to each individual. Mr. Allen, Al Aziz. That's how I refer to you, because I called you to ask you for assistance for the young lady that was just shot in your ward. You never returned my call. I called you 3 times. But you're concerned with the people in your ward, and they're getting their heads blown off, and you're not there. All right? The mayor has just put a nice bright light, a couple of feet from his house. What does he need a bright light on his block for? One shooting, and he's got a light on his block. We got to stop with the special treatment. And when we come here talking about school board, my question to all the school board members, who's working on that lunch situation? Who's working on that? I don't want to hear about anything else. I want to hear about better food for our children. Come here with results of things that you're doing that you begged us to put you back in for, Mr. Corey Teague. You said you were going to do something different. This is the different we want. We want the situations that are close to our heart to be addressed. And I'd like some attention given to Reverend Sevilla. I'd like this punishment to stop. Dave Gilmore, also, you're involved with that situation. I'm sure you can go there. I've shut down 2 or 3 hen houses. I know it's not legal to have chickens in your backyard. Okay, I know. Those are farm animals, and that's where they belong. So please talk to your relative, have something done, or we're going to make a constitutional lawsuit of many of you here because you're violating the law, you're giving special treatment, and we don't appreciate it. And go see those mothers that are crying now over their lost children. Why don't you make some trips there? You're really good as a businessman, but it's the community that puts you in. You need to remember that. Thank you very much for your time. Again, thank you all for the work you do.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Richardson. Jimmy?
He left. Next
He left?
speaker.
Okay, Miss Billy, Sarah Billy.
This is set up. Hey, good evening. Sarah Billy, 290 Ryerson Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey. I came here tonight to especially speak for Vera Ames, who's been like a mother to me when I lost mine. And to thank the council for being supportive of me, you know, walking, I'm twerking, hey, y'all give me a hand clap. I came from the bottom, started here, and here I am. Either love me or leave me alone. I want to thank you, Alex Mendez, to Tukere Mucha, you too, Sister Maritza, Mike Jackson for giving me that fighter t-shirt. I wore it in therapy every day. They started calling me fighter. I started looking around. Lisa Mims, happy birthday. Happy birthday. And can we say happy birthday to One Eye on Paterson, Mr. Tom Foscato.
Oh, great.
Yay!
Happy birthday.
He's my neighbor. He gave me, when he had bees in his house. And I went to see him one day. It was about 100 bees in there. I said, Mr. Foscato, oh my God. He said, oh, sit down, be quiet, they won't bother you. I was like, but they didn't. When you have a good spirit, you attract good people. I made a decision when I was coming out of that nursing home that I was gonna walk. My son became an exercise physiologist because he knew his mother needed him. I have 7 children, 5 kings, 2 queens, my babies. That was my inspiration. Now I'm gonna be a grandmother, probably on Christmas Day. That's what I'm getting for Christmas, a fat little moochie, a baby girl. Yes. And I'm excited about the whole thing. And now we got a party to attend. We seeing Slick Rick, Maritza. You know I'm coming with my dancing shoes, okay? And I want to thank you guys. Al, hi. Let me say this about you. I didn't know how tall I was over you. And when I walked up on you at that event, I said, there you go. I grabbed him, I said, come here, put your head right here. He looking up at me, But no, you sweetheart. Thank you, Al. Miss Cotton, you supported the art walk, right? Let me tell you, there's some talent here in Paterson. Don't sleep on these kids. They looking for an outlet. They looking. If we have a snowstorm, we need to all gather up and hire them. Help DPW out. Help our kids learn how to work and earn a living. My kids work. You see that snow on the ground? We used to get shovels. We used to go neighborhood to neighborhood. My mother told my brothers, take her with you, even though I gave orders. But we did it, right? We work leads. We have to teach our children to stick to the basic. If you own a business, hire a kid after school to sweep the shop. $10, $20, so they don't stand on the corner and think they gotta sell drugs. But I wanna thank the council for embracing me. Everybody instrumental. You too, Louis Velez. You ain't bring me no chicken and stuff, but anyway, know the way to my heart is through my stomach. Thank you guys, and have a good evening, okay?
Thank you so much. It's nice to see you standing.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Mr. Michael Ito. Mr. Michael? He's over there.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Lytell. I live at 463 Preakness Ave. First, I'd like to say happy birthday to Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Council President, and Councilwoman Lisa Mims. And also to my neighbor, Tom Pascaldo, because, you know, I know him for 40 years and I'm 55. Another thing is, too, is I'm very excited to see so many people come out and support Vera Ames. I've known Vera Ames for a long time. People think that I just came around lately. Well, we lived back here in the 80s, and Vera Ames, we didn't have all the social media. Vera Ames went to your door and told you to clean up your property. They got things done. And my hopes and prayers, and I'm going to put it on record, because people like to say, let me put it on record, is we renamed the Masonic Temple after her, because she did so many things inside that building. That is a beautiful building, even though it's private, but we could still do it, though. We can name the ballroom after her or something. And then we can also and we have to raise money for a statue in the park. But more important is that we have to be able to take care. We rename parks, but we have to give a DPW the tools and the money to take care of these parks. Because you rename somebody a park, and then a couple of years later, it's not taken care of. And that's shameful on every single person in the city of Paterson. We have to do is raise the bar. If we can maybe hire private contractors for the small pocket parks. And maybe through the state, we can find out if they can get tax breaks. Because there are a lot of landscaping companies in Paterson, small people. Maybe we can do something like that. The other thing is, too, is that we look and see the police and fire. We have to offer our employees something so that they stay here. That's why we don't get any employees that live here anymore. Because we don't, as a city, we don't offer them anything. We don't offer them tax incentive, first-time home buyer programs. They should be the first ones to be able to buy a house. And the city should be able to help them financially. That's how you retain it. Years ago, you had all of your employees lived in the city of Paterson. Now they don't. Why? Because they can't afford to. So we have to make it more affordable. And then we have to make it safe so that city employees want to raise their families here. You know, my grandchildren don't even want to come to Paterson. I moved back to Paterson. Me and my wife moved back to Paterson. Councilman Jackson, you know, some people think I'm crazy, right? But I love the city of Paterson. The only way that I'm going to leave the city of Paterson is to go to the cemetery. That's the next step. This is my heart and soul. I moved back here to make a difference. And we talk about doing things for residents. We have to have the traffic engineer has to drive around the city of Paterson. We heard from Raquel that they really need to drive around on Chatham Ave between Preakness Ave and Ryerson. That's a one-way street. That's wide enough for two ways. Where up on the other side, up at the top of the hill, Granite Ave is a two-way, and school buses try to go down that all the time. That should be a one-way going down. We have to do the reverse. We have stop signs that people go right through. We have to clean up the city. We have to let I'm going to wrap it up. We have to let the people know when bulk pickup day is. We have to advertise that on Channel 77. I don't see when bulk pickup day is. Because we have people put out all kinds of stuff and then it sits out there. So as a city, it looks terrible, and then we blame the garbage company for not picking everything up. And maybe we don't know if they're supposed to pick everything or certain things. So if we can do that, and I like to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and good holidays to everybody, because the celebrations that go on throughout the city and the holidays is just amazing. God bless everybody.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Wahida Mohammed.
God's name, good evening. Well, whatever it is. I'm so thankful to my God that you all did the right thing tonight. Because Councilwoman Vera Ames and I have been in the same hall for a long time. And when this whole idea came up 3 years ago to do something for her, and we've been waiting, walking slowly, trying to get there. But I just thank God that we finally made it, because she deserves every bit of whatever it is that we're going to do for her, while she's still here to enjoy it. Because the worst thing to me is to do something for somebody when they cannot even see it. Nevertheless, enjoy it. So I'm thankful that I didn't have to come here and be a whole nother person. Because I'm going to tell you, I was prepared to be a whole nother person tonight. The other thing I want to say to you, to Alaziz, I mean, the fact that you all belong to your wards, but I want you to know your salaries don't come from just your ward. Your salaries are paid by the whole city of Paterson. So you have to care about the whole city of Paterson, not just your area. So let's get that straight. The thing with the fire and police that this young woman stood here and talked about tonight sickened me to my core. That we have people that look like me that have passed the test. Not one time, but twice. And still can't get a job in this city. And we're sitting here talking about a damn election for someone that could make things happen, and we're doing what? Ernie, you said we were going to continue the conversation. I'm not talking anymore. The conversations need to stop. Action needs to happen now, because it's time out. We already know what the problem is, so why keep talking about it? Let's get it together, and you all can make something happen, because some of you really do like the administration. But I'm going to tell you, when I see you laughing and grinning, it makes me believe that you're in there with them, thinking the same way that they're thinking, and it's not about us. And the last thing I will say on a good note is the fact that I passed Putman's Oval the other day. I hadn't been over there in a while. To see that Ray Live Park in Paterson, looking the way it looks, it warmed my heart. That we have really tried to do something to make our children feel like they are important to this town. Because I'm telling you, when they go to other places and see those nice parks and be able to play and enjoy themselves, it does something. So let them come home and be able to enjoy something for a change. And whatever is happening with Jacksonville, Madam President, you said it was conditional, whatever you need to do, but I'm going to tell you, I'm waiting for the conversation and the conclusion on Friday. Because I can tell you, all the BS that happened over there at that art factory, and nothing was done, and now we're going to hold up something because somebody has some issues, we better get it together, because it's not going to be pretty. And I'm not going to keep saying we need to talk. We need to do something. Thank you all. Happy birthday to both of you, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much. FYI, my birthday is Sunday, December 19th. Councilwoman Mims celebrated before mine, hers,
celebrate
and hers is December 27th.
I celebrate for a year. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Okay.
Wahida, was it yellow tonight?
I don't know.
You ain't get the memo.
That's
You
what
ain't
I
get the
wanted you
memo.
to explain. 'Cause
I didn't
I
see
didn't
the
get a
memo.
memo,
You
but
ain't get the
Yellow
memo.
and black.
what was it for?
Yellow and black.
No, I didn't see the memo.
I didn't either. What was it for?
I don't know, we just woke up feeling like sunshine.
Okay, me too. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Don't worry, Ruby, I will read for you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, next speaker, Mr. Ali, Abdul Ali.
Mr. Ali.
You know why Vera Ames is what she is? She had moral structure. You know why you made the decision with them 3 marijuana places not coming in here? Moral consciousness. Without your morals, you don't have no strength. You talked about the fire department, the police. That was always a family thing. When I was a baby back in the 50s, 60s, I've been in this town 68 years. I've seen all this mess. What hurts me? You got a guy here trying to manipulate the city and monopolize the city with putting houses. And not a black plumber, not a black electrician, not a black carpenter. And I'm trying to say, who is he hiring? What he's hiring is people that he know he can take advantage of and they ain't giving us nothing. Now I'm gonna say something to you. I want to go on Andre, but I don't want to do that. Because I don't want, no, I am gonna go there. Yeah, speak the truth. Allah is the best knower of all things. He was a councilman for 20 years. How many times was he the president? How many times was he the president? Now he get a job now, the ego come out. The hate come out. I've been watching this for years. And the reason why I'm not a politics, because I'm not going to sell my soul for $1 for some property. And I'm not going to become a house person. When you become a house person, you don't sold your soul. I want you to remember this here. Money, property, and prestige will divert you from your primary purpose of taking care of the community. I ain't got time for all that. My main agenda, and I told Andre too, my main agenda is education. If you can put the HBL, that homo group in school, you can put the Amistad Act in there too. Because our children need to know that we was kings and queens bringing civilization to Europe. To Europe. Then we come to America and they flip us. They take us from a Kuta to a Tobe. And now we comfortable with Tobe, don't want to go back to Kuta. And if our children don't know their history, you know what's going to happen? They're going to be like a tree with no roots. And we need that. And I don't know what role y'all play on this board here with the education department. Because in Clifton, the education and the school council, or the council, they work together to make sure them children get what they need. We need to do that here. And you know what? Mr. Shaper, may God bless her, but we need to get our own up in that piece. That's going to do something. Not just for African Americans, but make sure African Americans get this. I don't know if any of y'all know this. I was watching CNN. Some states now got a thing where they don't want no more black history books to be made. When I heard that, I said, you got to be crazy. What you trying to do, eliminate us? And check it out. We opened the door for all y'all to come up in this piece. We opened the door. And I'm sorry to talk like that, but I need to talk like this. You know why? Because some of y'all take this stuff for granted after selling your soul. Don't sell your soul for some garbage. Politics is about standing up for what's right. And making sure everybody, I'm not going to stand in front of that flag and say freedom, justice, and equality and then stick somebody. I ain't going to pray over here till my God help us, and when it's over, you're doing your own personal thing. Come on now. And the same way I talk here, I talk at the school board. Ask Ms. Shaper. Let's mention Abdul H. Ali. Matter of fact, she was there. I don't play no games up in there. Our children are important, especially African Americans. So if you want to help us, don't shake my hand, don't pat my back. Let's sit down and see what we can do for him.
Yeah.
And Abdulaziz, I love you, brother, but you stuck me. I'm going to give you a call on that quality of life meeting. That been 2 months ago. You ain't called. I love you anyway, but alhamdulillah. When you going to call me? When you feel like you ready to call me? Because I'm about that quality of life, brother. I'm about that. Well, do something about that. But don't tell me one thing, then stick me, because now I'm going to look at you from another picture now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hey, the bell didn't even go off, my pretty lady.
Just
Oh, another thing. Dark and lovely and light and lively, happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
What he said, dark and lovely, light and light?
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Ms. Kelly Brown.
Kelly who?
Brown.
Oh, she left.
Okay, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Robertson, Norm Robertson.
Nice seeing you.
A tough but exciting act to follow. My name is Norman Robertson. First thing I should say is that I am an alumnus of the 6th Ward, born and raised, born on Goshen Street, raised on Elizabeth Street, school number 9, Kennedy High School. One of the people that I met at Kennedy High School, but I didn't really get to know her until later on. We were there at the same time. Was the young lady who is honored here tonight. I'm here tonight for Vera Ames. That's why I'm here. And I'm Paterson down to the root. My mother worked in the silk mills, her hands laced with arthritis because she was a quill winder. My dad drove the 74 bus down Main Street. That's how you get from Main Street to City Hall. My first job was directly across the street for a law office because I wanted to be a lawyer. And eventually I was. And every time I've been involved in anything, whether as a freeholder, which I was for a few terms in the state senate, and a lot of people don't know this, on the state parole board for 14 years.
Wow.
And talked to a lot of people, 20,000 of them actually. There were 2 people that I was very, very impressed with and very, very inspired by. One I thought of tonight, especially when we talked about Calvary Baptist Church, and that was Albert Prince Rowe. Especially when I come to this chamber. He stopped me one day on the street. He encouraged me to run for office at some point. He said it's a Christian duty to do so. And anybody who knew him know that he said that all the time. And that was maybe because he wanted to pass the baton, but it was wonderful to see. And the other one was a young lady we honored tonight. Vera Ames I met, I'm not sure when the first time I met her, but I know that the first night that she was here, I was here in 1986. And you're right, Councilman. She sat right over there. And I remember how it is when you're the first time you're, in a meeting and you're not exactly sure how to, do I say yes? Do I say aye? See, my last name starts with R, so when I was on the freeholder board, there was at least 5 other freeholders that get to vote before I did, so I could just watch. And I remember, and I talked to Vera tonight on the phone, and I told her this story too. The very first time she was here, and she sat there, her last name starts with A. So she was the first one called. And I forget what the issue was, but she sort of looked up and went, yes? She wasn't sure. And she was so cute that way. Later on, I also talked to her about some things that she wanted for her community. And we talked, I guess I was probably with the county at the time, and she was a councilwoman here. And she had tremendous gravitas. A lot of people throw around that word. But she was, and I'll wrap this up momentarily. One of the reasons she was as well respected as she was is because people knew she was a real person. She had a quality that's in short supply in politics. She was an achiever and she was humble. And so when people that she knew from town might have felt hopeless, she found a way to engender hope. When things looked dark, she was a light. That's why I'm here tonight. And I think I want to congratulate everyone here. And by the way, thank you for your service, because it's not always easy. Not always easy at all. And I congratulate you for taking the action that you did tonight. And by the way, I also want to mention, because I looked at Councilman Jackson there for a second, that my grandfather 100 years ago had his little candy store about 3 doors away from Jacksonville on Grand Street. He's an Irishman. That's the Dublin section, as you know. And so, again, congratulations, and thank you so much for what you've done here. It was well worth the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Mr. President. Derek Brown, is there Derek Brown?
Next speaker.
Next speaker, Mr. Elvis Durham.
Going to wait till the conversation finish. How you doing? Seems like when I come up here, everybody getting conversation. Wow. Just want to say happy birthday to Dr. Lisa Mims, Councilwoman at Laws, and Council President Marissa Dalia. Happy birthday. Came up here because I got some. I'm gonna be calm. Got some issues. With some of the black leaders, community activists in the city of Paterson. Been around 50-something years, and the black community, no recreation center buildings, no community center buildings. We used to have boxing gyms. You don't have that many boxing gyms no more. But everybody want to be community activists. Oh, you need to shut up, Elvis. What you doing? I had 3 recreation centers, gospel nightclubs in Paterson. I do a lot of gospel concerts in Paterson. That's recreation. So I came today to tell the community, be careful with the ones that call themselves community activists. Because they the ones that's working with the bad guys. Be careful how you vote. May 2022. Community, the ones that pay taxes. Your taxes is up. Your rent is up. We don't have no bowling alley. We don't have no skating rink. No community center buildings. No recreation center buildings. No performing arts center buildings. We got a lot of singers. Third largest city in New Jersey, we don't got no performing arts center. You got bodies dropping every other week. But everybody want to be a community activist in the black community. Wake up, people. Watch the ones that come up here and watch the ones that be in your face on the streets. You see me all the time. I never lie to you, Paterson people. I come up here and fight for jobs. Always do any community activists tell you about jobs that's going to be hiring? Not even one of these councils talking about Burlington Curve Factory because they got something against Center City Mall. They did it, even the mayor got something against Center City Mall. Center City Mall had a project that was going to create hundreds of jobs, a professional arena, and a nice 5-star hotel. The city council and the mayor didn't want to vote on that. They choose to go other ways. So be careful, people. There's no jobs here. Watch who you vote for on May 2022. Okay, be careful how you vote May 2022 because it's a lot of snakes in this city, especially the ones they call black community activists and don't got nothing to show for.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, sir. Next speaker, Mr. Su, David Su.
You come back.
Good evening, council members, staff, members of the public. David Sue, 34.5 Van Houten Street. I've heard a lot of concerns from many people about the condition of our community, and I'd like to start more dialogue in relationship to planning and zoning. So what I see now as the problem is that we have a planning and zoning board that are not properly applying a statutory criteria. They're granting way too many variances. They're not looking at the planning conditions at all. In fact, I had, at the last Board of Adjustment meeting I was at, the attorney for the board said, this board is not concerned about planning. But when you grant a variance, you have to weigh it against the plan for the city. What's the result? So what, the board is out of control with the law? It's good for development, economic development. Well, they're building a lot of housing. We know, in the context of children, that our schools are overcrowded. To see classrooms in the high 20s and low 30s is commonplace. Would the answer be to add more children, more housing to this community? Because they have planners' calculations, how many children per bedroom or 2 bedrooms? At least just 1 child for every 2 bedrooms. In the other calculations I've seen, over 2. So I read in the paper, the mayor's bragging, 4,000 units of housing just from one developer. So what does that mean? Do we have another 4,000 children in our school system? Is that sensible? Is that sensible? An analogy would be, you have a boat full of children. The boat is overcrowded and overfull. Is the solution to add more children to the boat until it sinks? Now, I don't think I have time in 3 minutes to go into the details and the examples of how far afield these boards are. But I can tell you one thing that I really don't like. I see things, for example, where the chairman of the zoning or planning board will only let, at a hearing, a member of the public speak for 3 minutes. This is not a public portion. The purpose of a member of the public speaking is to inform the board as to their decision, to consider the information presented. The law would allow somebody not to just run on saying the same thing over and over again. They can hire a planner and a lawyer and engineers and attorneys and whatever they need to show their side of the story. But what I see in exchange is economic oppression. This is a community where the average income of an individual can be $20,000 by census. A family of 4, $40,000. And the professionals, the lawyers, the planners, they all know this. It's no secret. It's no secret. So they trample people's rights. The case law says that if you don't let somebody put on their side of the story, I understand, the board becomes the public's adversary. And in Paterson, right now, what I see at these boards is the boards are the adversaries of the public. And I don't know that the members really want to do this, because I just don't see that they're properly informed and educated in the subjects by the professionals. And certainly if the professionals are lying and just making things up, which I can substantiate all of this, it's a big problem. It's a big problem for the community overall, for residents that go to the boards to meet and see what's going on. And it's a catastrophe for the children of this city to continue to overpopulate the community. Anyway, thank you very much, and I'd be perfectly happy to meet with any of you to further discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, former Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening,
Name and address for the record. No, just kidding.
Councilman Bill McCoy, 3rd Ward, 528 15th Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey. I've been purposely trying to stay away and just do my job from home, watching the TV, but I think my car just found its way here tonight, so you can look forward to seeing me a little bit more often. On my Tuesdays for the last 20 years were spent in this room for the most part. I have a couple of items real quickly. Clearly, I wanted to commend the council on the move with regards to Councilwoman Rivera Ames. I know I've benefited from her sage counsel by being on her office on the porch and discussed many things on my way home from church or back and forth. So that was a great effort, and I'll be more than happy to work along with you for all of the other things that we planned for her. I think she deserved that much and even more. I also wanted to quickly talk about the ambulance agreement from Elmwood Park that I saw at the workshop. I didn't see it here tonight, and I would love to make myself available to have some dialogue. Elmwood Park, the ambulance service, the fire department.
We pulled it. We didn't bring it. We're gonna discuss it in finance and.
Okay, all right, beautiful. I'd like to make myself available for conversation because I think that represents what I've proposed for DPW, to make that department an enterprise department in that they're bringing in revenue. Revenue offset the expense, so your operation become even that less. And I think our surrounding communities, with the quality of skills that we have, we would do them a service and would be able to generate some income, employ some more people from our city, and provide a safer environment. I only note the fire department from Paterson delivered a child in Elmwood Park a few weeks ago, on the side of the road in the ambulance. That's how skilled we are, and so I wanted to commend the department for that. Now, I don't necessarily want to talk about my personal situation or personal involvement, but like Mike, I don't cry in public. So when I heard the mother recite what she had to go through for her child, I go back even further to my nephew, who took the fire test and was #1 in the physical, run up the steps, do all of that, did a great job on the written. There was one section called teamwork or similar. So it's a teamwork, fell down, his scores were so low, he never got on. Someone who was a relative that was on the fire department did very well on the teamwork. They fell behind him in the physical, and I think even behind him by the score. That person is on the job today and has even gotten a promotion. This cannot be ignored. This cannot be ignored. I urge the council to really look hard. And it's not only Paterson, but all across the state of New Jersey. If you look at the newspaper, there's a diversity issue where the departments are not reflective of the community. That can't be 3 minutes. And so we need to get that arrested and addressed. And particularly now that we're going into a hiring situation, 30 new officers and firefighters, we really need to look at that before we just move along. Civil service, as it relates to this issue, is broken, and that was admitted to by many folk. Some other towns use the chief's test, which is other than civil service. I think we need to ask the governor to give us a pilot program in this period of time so that we can address our situation, or else we're never going to correct what's going forward. You can't have an urban child, black or Hispanic, leaving Paterson and going up to the boondocks for somebody to have no relationship or understanding of their experience and give them a psychological test. It just doesn't work. And it's been failing our kids, and we need to address it. Thank you, Council President, for the allowance, and I'll see you at the next meeting. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
What was it? Was it dark and lovely and light and lively? That's the first time I'm hearing that. I heard ebony and ivory, but I've never heard that one. But
No, that's me and Councilwoman Cotton.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Since everybody is celebrating for the whole year, my birthday was August 17th, so I'm still in
The Leo
2021.
world.
Absolutely. God
All
bless
right.
you and good night.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Casey Melvin.
Good evening, council members. Casey Melvin, 17 Belle Isle, Paterson, New Jersey. I want to start off by Starting off with my start off with the introduction of politics and government. And that's our illustrious, fantastic, marvelous community icon, Ms. Vera Ames Garnes. I didn't tell her that I was coming here, but I did hear through word of mouth that you guys were going to vote on a resolution to name the park after her, and I think that that's a grand idea, truly deserving, and I think it's honorable. But I do remember this, and I want to congratulate you on that and her. There's more to come. Me being a student of Ms. Ames, introduced to politics indirectly, as Councilman Velez said, when we were doing the Day of the Babies in 1995, 26 years ago, right? And amongst all the elected, you know, she took a group of unpolished individuals from the community and showed us how things work. Our first interaction wasn't the most pleasant, but she didn't let us go from there. She didn't give up on us. She gave us policy, procedure, protocol, how to engage members of the community and solicit resources. So much so that I'm kind of reminded of how helpful she was in carrying us 26 years, right? Even outside of her presence, she prepared us so well that I can remember in our beginning days, stages when we used to run an electrical cord to get electricity from the DJ from the park to Miss Muhammad's house. An electrical cord, extension cord ran right across the street. So they were there for us from the beginning, and I'm truly appreciative of that, of her resources. One thing I do want to mention out there is we're kind of in the habit of giving people street names and parks, but I think that at least what was bestowed upon me, what was one of Ms. Ames's greater interests was a community center to service young and older folk. You know, I mean, all of us know the power of ownership, right? And property and land, right? So somewhere along the line, even if we establish a center near the park in the 4th Ward, owned and named after Ms. Ames, I think that'll do a greater service not only for her, but for her grandchildren and generations to come. Just as a note of consideration, so again, I thank you for that, and let's use this as a stepping stone to things of greater substance for Ms. Ames. I can't escape from talking about her greatness and her contributions personally, as well as, you know, family-wise, that she's assisted me with. She would tell me off if I had not mentioned the event coming up on Friday, the 17th. 39 McBride Avenue, I'm having a campaign kickoff, and I want to personally invite every member of government. If destiny prevails, you know, if everything works out in my favor, hopefully and willfully, I'll have a seat in one of these places in the council, and I want to do my best to work to make government better, to provide services for those who are underserved or ill-served, and not to be in competition with anyone, but to work along with individuals, because our campaign is a clean, respectful campaign, and I think that a person in 2021 and moving forward can move and get elected without backbiting, stabbing, hating, and disrespecting other folk. So that's kind of the premise that I want to run upon, and I'm inviting everybody. I know people like personal invitations, so I don't want to take, I'm off time already, but everybody is invited. Everybody is invited. It's on 39 McBride Avenue, Great Falls Center this Friday. It's from 7 to 11 p.m. It overlooks the falls, a fantastic place. And I look forward to seeing all of you there. I thank you for the great job and the hard job that you're doing. You have a hard job. Trust me, I know it. You have a hard job, so hopefully if I'm elected, if everything goes right, I'll do my best to make your job easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Last but not least, Mr. G. Greer, Speaker.
Bring it home. Bring it home, Gigi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It is 10:21, and I'm only here because former Councilwoman Vera Ames called me directly. And, you know, sometimes I don't answer the phone, so she called again and again and again and again. And I'm here to say, prior to me starting the nonprofit Paterson Care, I remember this was years ago when we just wanted to do something in the community. And I went to Vera and I said, well, Vera, you feed them every year. Like, I want to feed people, but how do I get the message out? Do I make flyers? She said, no. She said, just tell 2 of them. And those 2 would spread the word. And she was 100% right. And today, I'm happy to say that we run a nonprofit. Most of you know Paterson Care. And we try to do our best for the community that's out there. So Vera, you're probably home watching. Just want you to know you got me out here this late. But since I'm here, I want to address the BA. I was here maybe, say, a month ago, and I had concerns about water leaking in Barbers Park. I want to say 2 weeks ago I was driving by and they was actually digging up and I assume replacing the pipe. Can anyone give me an update to say if that work was completed or it's still in progress?
You can complete, then they'll address you.
Okay, and also I just wanted to get that question in, but I also want to go back to Montgomery Park. I think it's great that her name may be attached to it, but have you guys visited that park lately? The park is horrible. Okay, I think her name should be attached with a great deal of funding to restore the park. And once the park is restored, make sure you got a plan in place to take care of it. KC mentioned a recreational center, and some of you guys probably know this, but me and Mike Williams sat down, and Mike Williams put together a beautiful plan for a multi-purpose recreation center for the city of Paterson. And he did all this on his own money, and it went nowhere. Haven't heard any feedback from the city on it, and I think it was a great plan. Yes, the park is good, but a multi-purpose recreational center in the heart of the 4th Ward, I think would be awesome. So on that note, I want to say thank you to the 2 birthday ladies. We have something in common, because my birthday is also in December. Okay, so we are December babies. On that note, good night, and if someone can follow up and see if the water was fixed over there, we really appreciate it. And also the fence still have not been repaired in Barbers Park. I'm not going to talk about the leaves, but let's get the water and the fence together.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we close, Madam BA, did you get,
I just reached out to the director to see if I could get an update, but the last I knew of was the work as it was being done just about 2 weeks ago. So I'm assuming it's completed, but I'll check and see that it has been.
Definitely. Okay, can I have a motion to close the public portion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez and Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting, December 14, 2021. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For some of the people that had some comments, the 6th Ward residents, if you have any issues, they could contact me directly. Some of the concerns I heard today are totally false, some shootings that never occurred in the ward, but if any 6th Ward residents want to contact me, they could contact me directly. They could call City Hall, call my aide, call myself. I'm accessible, and my residents do hold me accountable. And on that note, I want to also use this time, because it is getting late, to make a couple announcements for the 6th Ward with my 2 minutes. Christmas Eve, the best show in town, 6th Ward residents. We will be coming around on Christmas Eve with the trucks, the sirens, Santa, and the whole shindig. No other city, I think, does it Christmas Eve. Many members of the Muslim community give back to our residents that are celebrating that day. Christmas Eve is probably the most boring day for a Muslim family. Everything's closed and no restaurants. So we want to give back. So we'll be out there. on Christmas Eve. One thing differently we're going to do this year to the residents, when you hear the sirens, we are not going to be giving out the toys along the route. Some of the volunteers are getting older. They're complaining about doing 13, 14 miles running up and down.
Falling off
It's safer this year. We're not going to give toys along the route. We give out thousands of toys. This year, we'll be giving it out Christmas Eve morning. Come get your toy, get a picture with Santa and the councilman, and go on down, and we'll be out there along the route. Any other residents want to come see the show, you're more than welcome to visit us. It's probably the best event that we do, and I just want to let the residents know we are good to go. God willing, the weather holds up. Last year, it was about 62 degrees, and coming off a pandemic, seeing everyone on the streets dancing and just seeing Santa will be good. So look out for my email blast that'll be going out. My text message blast will be going out, reminding you of the route and the new process. I'm going to send out a Google Doc. You need to register for your toy. You'll get a confirmation, and then we'll be going out for there. Hopefully we're going to have about 1,000 toys this year. It's for 6 ward residents. If we can help out anyone else, we would love to help out anyone else. But I'm sure as supplies last, that's going to be the new change this year. I welcome my colleagues. I know Councilwoman Mims, you keep me updated when you hear all the sirens going along. Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Rivera, you guys. So,
We got 5,000.
So, like, just to wrap up, so
He has
everyone,
1,000.
please
Yeah.
come on by, and
Yeah.
I think, and I wish everyone a happy holiday. I'm going to be stepping out a little sooner. Thank you, Council President. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
You got to give choice to everybody, no matter what ward they live in.
There's
That's how I
100
feel, because I don't say to
160,000
kids, "Oh, do you live in a 4?" I never say that. So I just want to start. I'm saying, like, you know, you hear him running his mouth next to me, right? But I just want to say to the Corporation Council, when that young lady, Miss Gina Johnson, talked about what happened, I'm not sure what the next level she can go to, but it got to be another level that she can go to. I'm not sure if it's the Attorney General's office, even when filing the appeal or what happened. I just want to say also to, I was trying to write some of my notes down, but when I saw Sarah Billy, I said, you know, to know the situation that she was in and how she looked, and I said, God do miracles. And when I saw her, I was just so happy to see her walking around, because she was not walking. So you must have God in your heart. You must believe some of the things, because it can happen, and I look at her, and I'm so happy to see that. Also, I want to piggyback off Roger. I have been working with Paterson Habitat. I'm having a training tomorrow, because, you know, the issue was people, black folks. Black people were not getting any of the Habitat houses. And so I've been talking with them about that, and tomorrow night we're doing a financial meeting at Grace Gospel Church at 139 Montgomery Street on how we can try to get them ready to be able to do that, because that's one of the things. My next thing that I want to say too, and I'm going by some of the notes I took down, but Barbara Park, you already got that. But I'm also working with the Paterson Habitat, and if anybody remember, when Christie was governor, the first NRT money he gave out went to the organization in the first ward, Bob Garassi Group. So now I'm working with Paterson Habitat for Humanity of trying to get what is called neighborhood stabilization. And with that, you try to put a plan together of what, and you take a certain area in the 4th ward to say, put this plan together. Once we're able to get this plan together, Roger, a community center is going to be in my plan. But you need to have that organization that has a relationship with the state, a relationship with the federal government, because that's how they consider when they do the plan. It's always a plan before the money. You know, they spend the money for a plan, and it could be $100,000 for a plan, and then you go to the money part. So with that being said, I just want to say to also
Councilwoman, we're closing the public portion.
I just want to say to Councilwoman Ames, I got some more stuff that I need to do, and it's going to get done. To Ms. Wahida, to everyone that came out tonight. Casey, I'm with you. You've been with me for the last 15 years. More than that, I think. But I know you've been hanging with Councilwoman. So with that being said, I got some more, and I'm going to wait till it's my turn when I close out. Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I can co-sign that notion there, Councilwoman. Brother Casey is definitely honorable. We don't have to be concerned about some of the decisions that he makes. I will leave it there for now. But relative to the park restoration and renaming of Councilwoman Ames, what I've been talking about for the last several years since I've been here is the bludgeoning to the community by overpaying for products. I'm sure Councilman Velez can attest to the fact that when the overpayment, we talk to these contractors and how they talk about what their expenses are, and yet and still we refuse to do these audits. So I'm looking forward to Corporation Council us finishing that next piece of legislation that require these full-fledged audits of procurement and how much these companies are paying, because we're overpaying for everything. Part of the reason why we can't get anything done. Former Councilman McCoy talked about there needs to be an effort to address the state and federal government with regards to the hiring practices, but that was already done. It's called the consent decree. And Paterson was one of the only municipalities that completely ignored the consent decree. The city of Newark, East Orange, Plainfield, Orange, West Orange, all of these communities, they changed the hiring practices to be more reflective of the community. Therefore, you have more homegrown officers and firefighters from those communities, and that's something that was completely ignored. So what this young lady came here tonight to take issue with should be an issue with all of us. It's definitely a priority of mine, and I've been making an issue about this for quite some time. The fact that we have individuals who continue to get hired, who don't live here, and who fail the test but yet and still continue to get hired should be an issue with us all. And I'm gonna wrap quickly, Council President, but I must say this, and it's not isolated to the residents of the city. It's not isolated to the police and fire departments. These unfair hiring practices has run rampant through our community, from zoning officers to chief of staff members who are being overpaid. It seems that when you're black or brown, if you're a minority, the level of standards change for you, and the level of pay changes for you as well. You have to live in the city. You have to have certain credentials and requirements. And even when you don't have those credentials and requirements, if you don't live here and you don't seem to be a minority, you're paid more. You're allowed to do certain things that the other parties are not. And this has to stop. It's been a practice of this administration from the day they were put in office, and this council needs to stand collectively against it. And I'm going to continue to advocate for that. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, let me just make a few comments about the public portion. But just Councilman Jackson, just into your point, and the problem that I see with this administration is that we have a residency requirement in place, and we must do something as a council to enforce that in front of this administration, because this mayor, he had the opportunity to empower so many Patersonians in this administration, and he decided not to do so. And we've been speaking about this since the beginning, but I think that it's the time to take action, and we need to find out what can we do to support Paterson, and what can we do
We need to understand when you empower, when you give the job to local people, we get way more for our money. The money stay in our community. We build the morale of our community by giving opportunity to those local residents. So Ms. Johnson, I feel her pain today by having that kid to take the test not once but twice and pass the test. Something have to be done. I congratulate her because she's been fighting, but the administration also, you should look into that, deep into that. Mr. Rocker, he asked for a report that we all should have it, and we should have that conversation. I'm not a part of the Public Safety Committee, but that conversation should start right there. But the reality is that in the city of Paterson, we have a mayor that only care about the special interests that are supporting his campaign and that have been supporting him. And he's been selling this city since the day one, in the last 3.5 years that he's been in government. Unfortunately, that's a reality. And I'm just gonna move on. Raquel Amador, I wanna thank you for just letting me know about the 5th Ave light in Madison. I already, that was on my report, and I'm gonna follow up on that. So I already report that, but I wanna thank you for being there, just looking at what's going on with our community. Also, let me just let all the Paterson residents know that this Sunday we have our annual large toys giveaway in our community for the entire city of Paterson, not only for the 3rd Ward. We're gonna be in different locations, not only in the 3rd Ward, just to let everybody know. Councilwoman Mims, we're gonna pass by your house, by your street this year. We're gonna also do it again. But also, let me just let everybody know that we're gonna be at 1 p.m. on Brilliant Avenue at the Amistad Park, Jamaican Way, and 19th Avenue. It's not gonna be at Eastside Park. Attention, Paterson, I'm getting a lot of texts. We're gonna send an email again, reminding everybody where we're gonna be at 1 p.m. at the Amistad Park, Brilliant Avenue, and 19th Avenue, and we're gonna start right there. I also would like to thank some of the members of the community. They know who they are. They help us to give out food to over 600 families this past Thursday, Wednesdays and Thursday. We spent 2 days donating food to our community, and it was a hell of a work outside in the cold weather. I take my hat off to each and every one of the volunteers. You know who they are. I just want to say thank you for helping me support the community, and to all my 3rd Ward residents. Just keep calling me for any issues that you might be facing. My cell phone number is 973-930-1436. Thank you so very much. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
And so I want to thank everyone that came out on tonight, all of the speakers that have come out tonight with their concerns and their issues, and I pray that the administration takes all of the concerns and addresses each of them and follow up with the residents to make sure that their concerns are being heard. Tonight was a great night. As former Commissioner Ms. Wahida has said, it's been a long time coming, and that's all I'm going to say on that. But this Friday, I want Paterson to look out. The Team Mims Holiday Express float will be all around the city. The information will be posted on tomorrow. We also will be doing the Christmas caroling in addition to that. But this Friday, from 5 to probably about 8:30, we will be going through the city all over, giving out some prizes and giveaways. We have some surprise guests that will show up on the float, but we will be all over the city of Paterson, and the locations will be outlined. So in every location, there will be a team leader that will be in that particular area to let you know at what time and what point we will show up there. But we will be all over the city of Paterson on this Friday. And to the Winter Wonderland Committee, I just want to say that they're doing a great job. This is a 3-day event, which will start on Friday from 5 to 9, Friday 5 to 9, 4 to 9, Saturday 4 to 9, and then Sunday will be 4 to 9, and they will have a concert. So please, it's at Eastside Park. Try to go through one of the days. The Team Mims Express float will be coming through that area on Friday to check out and see what's going on. So kudos to that team, and there's so many different events. I look forward to Councilman Mendez coming down my block. My neighbors really love that as we come through our block. And I'm trying to remember. And I'll come back later with announcements because we got a lot of city business to handle. But happy birthday, Council President. And I've said it once and again, I'm going to be celebrating for a full year. So, you know, some people say, don't celebrate early. I celebrate for a year. I do it every single year. I deserve it. And this year, because we're living, that's enough to celebrate. So Madam Clerk, with that being said, I love you in your mustard as well, in your gold. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So I have listened to most of the speakers that come to the podium today, took notes, will address the ones that I could address, and those individuals that knows me, I'm in the heart of Paterson, so Fifth Ward. So my number is 201-496-8082. I want to commend my colleagues that the first float that came out to the street on Christmas in 2015 was Councilman Velez. And that time I was not a councilman, and I guess that is good because you know they get the best from the Fifth Ward and they go to other wards and do it. So that's a good thing. But hey, listen, this season of celebrating is a season of being together. It have not been a good year for a lot of us, but at the end of the day, we could praise the Lord and say, thank you, Lord, for helping us go through situation that make us better tomorrow. And I gotta say it, make us better tomorrow. So thank you all for your prayers. Let's keep on working. I just want to address something simple, and I know that Ms. Amador came and expressed herself about building and in the city of Paterson, and we need to stop this and we need to stop that. There's two boards that we don't manage, is the zoning board and the planning board. Okay, so if you have any concern what is coming for your neighborhood, you could come and address it in those boards, and they will be glad to address it, adjust it, and make sure it will fit in the neighborhood. And the other one is, there was a gentleman saying that about hiring individuals or developers. I know one that 70% of their employees are from Paterson, and 70% of the material are purchased in Paterson, and 150% give back to the community. So if you want to put a name, you could do so because he's out there. So that will be it for me today. So Feliz Navidad, Prospero Año Nuevo.
What you mean? We ain't closing. You still got a lot of
we're not going home, but we got
public
agenda.
portion.
Okay, it was a long night. Okay. But my float will be coming on the 23rd of this month, okay? If you have the opportunity to listen to the flow, if I go through all the different wards, remember that my streets are too narrow and probably have to go other wards to make a U-turn. But yes, I'll be having the same program every year. So I want to thank all my volunteers and those people that are there working and keeping your eyes open that my ward keep on the same track of safety, cleanliness, and the quality of life all together. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
So, first thing I want to say is, Madam Clerk, I'm happy that you're back.
Thank you.
If I don't say this, Vera Ames is going to hang me, and so is Wahida Muhammad, because they wanted to sincerely give you their condolences and for me to say it out here in front of everyone today. So Councilwoman Vera Ames and Commissioner Wahida Muhammad once again gives their condolences to you on the loss of your mom.
Thank you very much, Council President.
I want to remind, and I'm going to do this now because it's obvious to me that everyone is doing their closing speeches because at some point they're going to pop up and leave, all right? So to all the council members, although Councilman Kalik is not here, he did leave everything set up for the Victory Day flag raising this Thursday, December 16th at 12 o'clock. So any council member that can make it, if you can please come. Like I said, he still wanted to have the flag raising, although he had to leave the country. It still doesn't mean that, you know, the community doesn't stay here and that we don't celebrate such an important day for the Bangladeshi community. And I think that's all I'm going to say for right now. I'll leave the rest for later. Madam Clerk, thank you so much for your patience and for all that you continue to do for us as a council. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion of the regular meeting of December 14, 2021 is hereby adjourned.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, I've been asked if we can take a 5-minute because the person who handles the TV needs a quick break. So just 5 minutes, council members, so you can stretch your legs.
Council President,
Yes.
I know I wasn't here and didn't have an opportunity to vote on the bills list, but I just wanted to make a point.
We haven't voted.
We didn't.
It's not voted in. We're going to vote on it next. When we come back from the 5-minute break, we're going to vote on the bills list and various.
Very good.
We basically have not done the agenda, just so you know.
Okay. Yeah, very good.
5-minute break. we're ready. Come on down, you're the next contestant. Harry, me tiene olvidada, ¿sabe? Me tienen al olvido, te mandó un mensajito y ni me contestaste.
Norm, that was a great speech. She'll tell me about it tomorrow. When I talk to her, she'll tell me about it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no, I have to come up and tell me about it tomorrow. Oh, good, I hope she stays.
Council members, it's 11 o'clock at night. I don't know that we can get over all these ordinances and resolutions in an hour, or less than an hour.
Where's everybody?
Jennifer, can you please have the council members out inside the room, please come in? Huh? Oh my God. So we're gonna do the bills list now, since we're gonna do a third time attempt.
No, I'm not.
Very good. So Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to take the bills list, a roll call on the bills list. It was moved by Councilman Mendez and second by me. And now I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. We got it. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on the bills list. It was moved by Councilman Mendez and second by Council President.
Yes, Council President.
Roll call.
We'll now continue with the payment of bills in the amount of $16,711,239.98. There is a motion by Councilman Mendez and second by Council President. Roll call in payment of bills, Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Council.
He said yes.
Good, thank you. Councilman Jackson. I think he wants to vote on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
So I had a short opportunity to kind of go through some of these, and one of the things that continue to disappoint me is when I look at some of the payees that we're making finances available to. Still, we got the Hyacinth Foundation that's all over this thing. I think that needs to be reassessed. But this right here is what continues to, just rub me the wrong way. We have 4 entities here: Four Seas of Passaic County, New Destiny Community, Oasis, Haven for Women, St. Paul's Community, all receiving $50,000, and yet we see the work that organizations like Grandparents are doing, and yet I fail to find them on this list. Straight and Narrow, Bergen County Housing, $33,000. Paterson is a nest for. I'm not even going to say anything derogatory, but this. We have to do a reassessment here. This is. cannot continue to have all of these outside agencies continue to come here. And this is part of the reason why we look around and these services are just not being rendered. These people who are coming from all over the place come here because all of these entities, these organizations are here for funding and they're failing their obligation to the community. So now the people who they're being paid to service end up on our streets. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just, as I mentioned to Council President, that I was trying to make my comment during my vote during the payment of bill. I'll be brief because I understand that we got to go through the agenda, but there's something that really concerns me, and I've been speaking about this in every meeting during the payment of bill, is the overtime situation that we have in this administration. The overtime is just out of control, and it's extremely concerning that we're spending so much millions of dollars in overtime, taxpayer dollars, and our services are being diminished in the city of Paterson. Look what's going on, the crime rate, the garbage in our community. We have a serious problem. I mentioned this to Madam BA, and Madam BA, we didn't have the time to have the discussion about this overtime. I asked the CFO to the last 5 years, just for us to just look at it, have the number in front of us, and you will see that for the last 3 years, overtime is being out of control in this administration. And this is something that the mayor have to take responsibility for this. I don't know who's watching the house. I'm concerned because he thought that being a mayor is not being a cheerleader mayor. You have to get on top of the day-to-day operation of the city. Overtime has been out of control for the last 3 years since you've been in office, and we're not providing the service, the basic services that our taxpayers are paying for. That's a problem. And I know some of the speakers spoke about the Board of Education, but I'm in shock when I see the mayor giving advice and recommendation to the Board of Education, when in reality he has to start paying focus and attention about this overtime and what we're going through in the city of Paterson. This is my advice, and through the chair to the finance chairman, we need to have this conversation at the next finance committee meeting. So I hope that we could get this. The printout of the last 5 years, the overtime for the last 5 years, and then start having a conversation with the administration and see how we're going to stop this, because it doesn't look good at all. We have bills to pay. Payroll is on the list of payment that we have to do for $4,885,874, and our employees, they deserve to be paid. But just for the record, something has to be done about this overtime. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So I just want to make sure I'm reading the right payment of bills list. The payment of bills list is $16,711,239.98. Out of this, $4,885,874.02 is for our payroll, but $10,172,446 is for school taxes. So the bulk of this payment of bills is going to the schools. And there is 4.9 or approximately 5 million that is paying payroll. So that is what the bulk of this payment of bills is for. And so I just want to make sure, because when I'm looking through the list and I'm reading how it's outlined through the summary of disbursements, I want to make sure that my vote is in accordance to what we are paying out to the services that have been rendered. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Just going to say two quick things. There is a process that the city must follow when it comes to awarding grants. And also, I do have some concerns, because if you look at the corrective action plan, most of the findings there are related to grants. So I know we're going to discuss that later on if it haven't been discussed today, the corrective action plan. But we need to actually pay more attention to the grants. And that's my only concern. We have a lot of findings in our audit pertaining to grants. And then you have my council colleagues questioning, the process. So that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $16,711,239.98 is hereby adopted.
Council President,
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Councilman Jackson?
so I'm hoping that this question can be answered. I know the vote just passed, and obviously I voted no, but something like this needs to be pointed out, and I know it's a very small amount, but the Fabian 8 Theater Cinema for $220. Could you answer what that payment was
Okay,
for?
we'll have the CFO look into it and just give us a response. We're going to continue, right?
Absolutely.
So I don't know that he has it right in front of him. All right? All right, so, Madam Clerk, at this time, I want to take the non-consent. I want to do items 46, 47.
Oh, you're going to non-consent? Okay. 46 and 47?
Not together, I'm just in that order.
Right, okay, so just go along, okay. Next item on the non-consent agenda, item number 46, and item number 46 reads, resolution confirming the appointment of Ayman Ahmad Abushi as the Director of Department of Law, Administration, Resolution 21645.
So moved. Do I have a second? Moved by Council President Maritza Davila and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 46 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So I do want to say a few words about my colleague that sits next to me. I don't get to sit in between two council people like the rest. I think he's done a great job. He's been a middle ground for many heated discussions and debates, and his professionalism is second to none. He's been fair, consistent, and I want to commend him. He's making the city proud. His upbringing represents what many of our residents have gone through. And I know we always say from Paterson, but you're not from Paterson, and I want to take this a step further. You're making all of Paterson proud, but as a proud Palestinian, you're making many kids in the Palestinian community, that's a large population in the city, look up to you and know that they could probably be one day a successful lawyer and in leading a large law department, the third largest city. So as a proud Palestinian, I'm proud of you. I know you're going to do a great job, and I'm proud to vote yes, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Amen, Corporation Council, what I find with him is that he comes around everyone. You don't pick and choose who you come around, meaning our community, because you're around all of us in the community. There's 6 wards, we have 62 nationalities, and you make sure that you be with everyone. And so that's what I like about you, is that you be with everyone. You have that open door. I can just come downstairs. Lady said, Councilwoman Cotton in the hall, out in the office. I can just come right on in. And that's what is important, because it's important that you have to, you hear what we have to say to you, or what I need to ask you, because we do need to take your advice, because I'm not a lawyer, of what you need to tell us what is right and what is not right. So, and I value that with you. So I just want to say I'm happy to vote on this for you. Stay the way you are. Come around our community to everyone, all 6 wards. So that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Welcome, sir.
Mr. Abushi, I don't know, man. It's not going to be that easy here this time around. But honestly, I think it was quite a little while ago, I had some commentary with one of my colleagues saying, no, I'm not doing that. Because there was some very touchy times, I think, where I was not in agreement. But I have to acknowledge the fact that some of the sentiments that Councilwoman Cotton talked about relative to your fairness and trying to do your best to be as neutral as possible, and I respect that. You've been a person of your word, and you have been, you've shown your professionalism and your ability to do the job, which I respect totally. I was just a little bit concerned because, you know, we've been getting called out by a few of the reporters where a lot of the positions that we confirmed in the past, we may not have vetted it well enough. We may not have scrubbed resumes. And, you know, there's been a lot of people calling us out for not doing so. So I'm definitely, I wanted to give this administration an opportunity to show that their choices were for good reason. And, you know, there's been a couple times that we haven't gotten it right. And I think it's very reflective in the community. But you do not represent that. I think you've added a measure of balance to this administration and given at least some room for the council to be able to work with this administration, and it's a very tough job. So I take my hat off to you for trying your best to be that neutral component. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, I don't want to give him too many accolades because his head might get big, and tomorrow he might become a whole completely different person, which I do not anticipate. But my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Let me think about it. So what can be said about Mr. Ayman Ahmad Abushi? I remember the very first day being introduced to you coming into this administration, being at the swearing in, and even watching your family and their stand. So that speaks volumes to see your family come to the swearing in and to listen to their commentary about who you were as a person. I remember that. And then I watched you as you sat here, provided counsel, and also a lot of candy to all of us. So, but thank you for your wisdom and your guidance and the little things that you do, because sometimes I know it's difficult to toe the line, right? In a role that you have from working with the administration and then trying to assist the council at the same time. But I think that you do a great job at what you do. You're patient, and you know, you learn people. One of the things you said, I'm gonna take the time, and I quote what you said, I'm gonna learn every council person for myself. I'm not gonna listen to anyone else. I'm gonna build my own relationship. You said it, you've done it, and I really appreciate that. So with that being said, my vote is yes. I had to think about it. Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So, Eamon, what I'm about to say, maybe the BA is not going to agree with me, but you probably have the toughest job in the city government because you're representing both, you know, branches of government, and that could be really tough. But I see how you have handled it. You actually read your job description and executed it, which is tough, right? Sometimes there's tendencies to try to accommodate or base your opinion on something that will help one side or the other. And I could say that you have been very fair. I've seen you, I've seen you handle yourself, tell the administration when they're wrong, tell us when you don't agree with us. And that's what we need from a corporation council. We don't need a corporation council that's just gonna yes people to, to death. We just need a corporation council to do their job and give us a legal opinion, like it or not. And that you have done. I feel very comfortable. It is an honor to vote on your appointment, on your confirmation. Not your appointment, your confirmation. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So, Mr. OPPC, Mr. Ayman Ahmad Abushi. Why I say OPPC, you're always on point, patient, passion, and conscious. So, we cannot lose the opportunity to let you go. We need to take the advantage that you here in the city of Paterson. You are an individual that looks straight forward in the eyes. And when you open your mouth, you always send that comfort tone. And the good thing is we could look each other in the eyes. We're the same height, probably. But, and it's not easy to understand this side of the fence, and you have done that. So your name is Amen. I could say yes, but I want to say amen on that. Your work speak by itself. Your qualification is speak by itself. I don't know if you was raised in the Bronx, but you went to Fordham University, so that's a good sign. Good things come from there. But before you resign, I'd rather confirm you. So please stay with us for the longest, no matter who administration comes after you, you know, or this one. But I guess you have done a great job so far with us and understanding this side of the fence. So, amen, 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 amen. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
I think a lot has been said from all my colleagues, and I would have to say that, you know, I concur and that I agree with each and every comment that was made here today. You definitely have taken that corporation council seat to the highest. And I say that because you have taken the opportunity to speak and try to get to know each one of us here on this council. I, for one, can only speak on myself, and I appreciate, you know, the advice as council president, as an individual, but you always give me that sense of calmness, that sometimes, you know, it does become very difficult to sit in this seat and have to work with 8 different individuals and different agendas. And not saying that in a negative way, but just that everyone has, you know, a purpose and a passion for something or someone. So, but with that said, you know, there's been many in that seat. They've done a great work, but you've taken it to another level. And it gives me great pleasure and honor, and I'm going to use the word that Councilman Rivera said, because I don't think I've ever heard him use that word in confirmation when he says it gives me great honor to support, you know, this confirmation. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
You have 30 seconds. Want to say something?
Yes, Council President, thank you. You know, it's truly been my honor to work with everyone. Every council member is unique, brings a different perspective, and has certainly allowed me to rise to the occasion. So thank you all for your kind words. I look very much forward to continuing to work together, working with Madam Clerk in the Clerk's office and Madam BA in the administration as well. So thank you for all your kind words, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we're going to go with 47, and then we're going to do 51.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 47, resolution confirming the appointment of Javier Silva as Finance Director and Chief of Financial Officer, Administration, Resolution 21646.
So moved.
It was moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, right? And it was seconded by Councilwoman Cotton.
And Councilman
Velez and Councilwoman
Velez.
Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 47
47 for approval.
47. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Sorry, who's this for?
Javier Silva, so.
Javier Silva.
I want to remove my second.
Okay,
All right, so.
that's fine.
I know we just heard my colleague, Councilman Rivera, say, you know, the corporation council's job is very, very difficult. And if that's the most difficult, this is right behind it. And I say that because when you're in charge of money and you're broke, like the city's broke, it's not a good time to be in charge of money, right? It's always bad news. I know we're not broke this year, but traditionally the city's bond ratings are horrendous. We have the ARP money, but it's always bad news when it comes from the CFO. And I would say, Javier, heated debates or not, you've maintained professionalism. You have been in this city for a while with the past finance director, and sometimes you've given me answers that I didn't like. You know, when I start coming with my grand ideas to try to get money back into the taxpayers' pockets, sometimes you have answers that I don't like, but your professionalism and your straight shooter answers is what's needed, and I commend you for that. And with all the influx of money, or the infusion of money that we have coming in, we need somebody that's going to be able to handle it, understand the city's book. So before I vote yes, I like seeing department heads that reflect the city's diversity. I always say that. People should see in front of them or reflect in that they look like them. And the Peruvian community is expanding, large, growing, and for that, you know, we just had a Palestinian American and then a Peruvian American. That is the fabric of the city, and that doesn't make you qualified. It doesn't make you qualified, right? I never say we're going to just put it because of their ethnicity. You are qualified, but kudos to the administration for starting to put an administration together that reflects the diversity and the fabric of this city. And I know there's many Peruvians in this city that are proud to see someone that looks like them in a leadership role. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Javier, and we have many conversations, because I call him for many things for me to help me to understand, because I do look at the statement of payment of bills, and if I don't understand something, you know, I will pick up the phone and call you. You do have that open door, as I said about our corporation council. I've seen you downstairs before you were CFO. I would come downstairs. So you have that open door. To me, I have asked you many questions. You have always given me the answers that I need to do and need to get. And I just want to say I appreciate everything that you've done for me, because I'm not no certified public accountant either, so I don't know. I need you to tell me what it is. So it's a pleasure working with you. You work with me. You explain everything to me. And so with that being said, I appreciate that. And I always say to everyone in every department, you got to have that open door. If you want it to work, you got to have that open door. So with that being said, Javier, my vote is yes.
Okay, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was looking back on the resume, Councilman McCarvin, you said he's a certified CPA?
No, I said I'm not. I said I'm not a certified. I said I'm not a certified public accountant, whatever I said. That's what I said, right?
CFO.
CFO, no, certified.
No, but you said CPA.
Okay. No, but he is.
So, you know, I think this is the very hard part of our job, of where, you know, at times we have to be, you know, totally straightforward and honest, which I never have an issue with doing. And I had to be honest, you know, I have not had those same experiences. I have not had the experience of having an open door policy. I've had many issues and put forward many requests, many open requests to various departments, including this one, where I have not gotten some of the information. But one of the things that resonates with me extremely hard right now is the fact that this council has had, you know, some huge concerns, and it is within the purview of this council to be fiscally prudent, to fiscal monitor, and you know, the last hire that was made from this department and had given an enormous increase to a non-Paterson resident, to a person who apparently is needed in order to run the day-to-day operations of this job, of your department, it speaks volumes for me. It speaks volumes and from the perspective of maybe the director just doesn't have what it takes to get it done. But more importantly, You know, I take my position extremely serious, and I took offense to some of the commentary that I got received and criticism that we've gotten from critics, from residents, from members of the media, where we have failed to do our due diligence in holding this administration accountable. And it's very reflective of the interactions and the interworkings and the condition of the community. And to be quite honest with you, I can no longer just sit here and just go along with it. You know, it's not about diversity, it's about competency. It's not about, let's just make it more reflective of the community. It is about that, but it's also about making sure that the residents are getting what they paid for. And, you know, the mere fact that I actually had to create some money orders for residents in my community who were unsatisfied with the last processes of the sewer tax, you know, it speaks volumes, and those were some of the recommendations that you made. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my confidence is not there, and my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
So let me just say that what I appreciate about this appointment are a few things. One, you have your license. Two, you worked for the city for over 5 years. What I appreciate is when we are in a position to give someone an opportunity, that we don't overlook people that currently work in the department. And that's what I appreciate about your appointment, that you've been working in the city, and a lot of times the apathy and the morale is low in a department because sometimes people are overlooked, other people are brought in to do a job. But in this instance, I appreciate the fact that you've been here working and you got recognized for that and have been brought to this position. I can talk about many times that I've called you, even on off hours, and you've taken the call and helped and assisted. And I really appreciate that. But I always appreciate people that do the work, and when they get to a place where they get promoted or get an opportunity, that they take it, they take the charge, and they continue to learn, but to make it happen. It's a hard job. You got 9 different personalities over here. You got to learn everybody. Everybody's different, but you take it with a smile. And sometimes I'll kind of wave, because I'll see it's like overwhelming, just to give you like the, it's all right, you can like calm down a little bit. But, you know, I appreciate that. Thank you for making, you know, my job easier coming in to this role. I'm not saying I'm new anymore, because I'm seasoned now, so I can't say that. But I really appreciate you coming in, and I do appreciate that it helps the people in your department to see that their hard work will pay off at some point. And so with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So, Javi, you know, ever since you got appointed, I never questioned your ability, but we had a few instances where I had to remind you, and you have come a long way. Listen, you have earned this. You have changed tremendously, but at the beginning, you know, I had to remind you that we have, our job on this end is to be mindful to the residents, and you as a CFO thinking, you know, with your mindset, thinking, you know, if we do this, we will save this much. I also told you that, you know, we have a responsibility on this side, and we owe, every decision that is made, we owe an explanation to the public. And you have gotten that lately, the past few months. So I'm at the point now that I really strongly feel that you deserve this, you know, this confirmation, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
You know, when this appointment comes for us, I try to leave the politics aside and not to interfere in my decision. And what is the balance? Is the relation. Is the relation that you create with a person. Is the conversation you have with that person. Is the acknowledgement that you could receive from that person. I always say the shoe to the shoemaker the teeth for the dentist or whatever. I had my own experience in things that probably you don't have that experience. You never could be a politician, probably. You never know. But when we have to balance, that's when I say, I have a Flavio here, and I have a Flavio over there. Because this guy knows about numbers, and you know where it comes from. You know, I call you Flavio sometimes because, listen, if it comes by numbers, I have to give you the credit, the expertise on your job. The only thing I have to say from anyone that has got appointed in the city under our legislative body is that you guys carrying an administrator decision. Okay? And probably the mayor is not even aware of a lot of stuff that's going on because he's too busy probably doing, you know, the press conference in a park that is not even done and all that stuff. So, but at least you know your numbers. Just keep in mind that the city of Paterson needs fiscal responsible people like you. And people to understand that the taxpayer money is important in the city of Paterson. So saying that, you know, I don't know who's younger, who's older, but, you know, I guess that profession carry glasses, numbers, calculator.
And licenses.
Yes. Yes to Flavio number 2. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
So, I have, you know, a different experience with Javier. And so we won't go into all of it, but I will say this, you know, I somewhat was in agreement with what Councilman Jackson was saying in terms of certain changes. But at the end, I realized something. You are competent, you are licensed, you're responsive, okay? And like Councilman Abdulaziz says, sometimes, you know, we're not going to like an answer that you're given, but you're given an answer, all right? I'm just gonna ask, all right, and understanding that you run your department and therefore you felt that there were certain things that you felt were what was right for the department, is that you always keep in mind, you know, about the other people within the department and the perception, what's perceived out there. So although for you, there is a sense of, I'm in the position to make sure that we save the city dollars, right? But then there's the other piece. But putting that aside, because I think that's probably the only thing that I have disagreed with you on, that I still don't agree, right? It's done is done. But I cannot say that you are not deserving to be here in this city, working for this city for 15 years, to see how you started as a comptroller, to see what you've done, to see that, you know, 5 years ago you got that CFO license, all right? You deserve to be in a position. You deserve. This is not being given to you. You've earned it. Now, by earning it, you have to maintain it. So I look forward to continuing that work with you, all right? And thank you for always, like I said, being responsive, because that's one thing that is very important in a position of your level, is that the response within this body is really important. And that responsiveness should be for each and every one of us. Because I always say, you don't have to like me, but you should respect me. And that goes the other way around, that we should also respect all of you. So with that said, a deserving, qualified, competent, responsive yes. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Oh, and I didn't say this, but you know, a competent Peruvian at that.
Congratulations.
So, congratulations. Do you want to say a few 30 seconds?
Thank you to the council, and it's been a pleasure working with all of you. And again, I will continue to keep trying my best.
Great, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item 51.
Next item is item number 51, resolution confirming the appointment of Joel Ramirez as the Director of Department of Health and Human Services Administration, Resolution 21650.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Do I have a discussion?
Council President, could we add D?
Yeah, actually, I was going to say that. I saw that it says Joel Ramirez, and he is Joel D. Ramirez.
Can I find out what's the D for? Oh, David, that's good. Okay.
51.
Okay, so
roll
if there's no, okay, Madam Clerk, roll call on item 51 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 51 for approval.
Avanza.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
So, everyone knows Joel and I are very close. I took a shot on this young man and brought him into city government. Saw his energy and offered him to work in the 6th Ward, and that was the best decision I made. I've hired hundreds of people, and probably the best hire in my professional career in here was bringing Joel Ramirez on the team. And the mayor saw how good, and this administration saw how good Joel was, and they took him away. And the residents felt it in the 6th Ward, because he truly cares about the entire city. All right, let me rephrase that to my council colleagues. Every ward, he answered phone calls. Even when I said, hey, 6th Ward first, he did, no, Al, I'm helping anyone that calls me. And he's doing that now in the short time he's been there. So he's going to do a great job. The 6th Ward's loss is the city's gain. And I look forward to work with you as the chair of Health and Human Services. Just remember, be on time with the items. Don't ask for, we run a tight ship, right, Councilman Khan in the committee? We have our shall matches, and he lets us get through, and Councilman Kalik. So good luck, Joel. Director, I apologize, and you correct us all the time. We're here to help you out, and I know you're going to do what's best for the city, and I have to do this because you're always here. When we heard what's going on, the outsiders that get hired, this guy's a Paterson born and bred. And look at the 3 appointments we had: a Palestinian, a Peruvian, and a Dominican. This is what we need to see in this city. I like seeing our people Patersonians getting an opportunity to serve in the city that raised them and where they grew up. Today's the day that we celebrate qualified individuals, and I keep saying the word qualified because they are able to do the job. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Joel, we have our committee meetings, and I really go on Zoom. I come into your office. And maybe that's good I come into the office, because then I don't have to beat them up, because I don't see them, because they're on Zoom. But you're like the referee for me, for them, because I be going at it with them. But I just truly want to say I appreciate you, because like Al said, no matter when I call you, and it could be any time, you answer the phone. When I call you, you find out what's going on. I'll tell you what the situation is, and you check right away. And see, and I'm going to say it again, it's about that open door. It's about being able to pick up the phone, even if it's 7 or 8 o'clock at night. Joel, I need to talk to you. Tomorrow morning, can you please check this for me right away and see what's going on? I got some calls about the health department. I got some calls about the Women's Center. You answer right away. And so it's truly an honor to me. I appreciate coming into the office when we have committee meetings. And we normally have it every other Monday that we meet. It's something for the agenda. So I appreciate And I can see from the texts we get the texts too. I don't respond because you are the director. There's no need for me to respond. You are the director. You're going to handle the problem. I let you handle the problem. I'm not going to overstep you. That's your department. You need to do it. So, and I see you with your texts, with everybody else on it, and you do what you need to do. And that's very, very, very important. So, Joelle, it's a pleasure. I enjoy our little committee. Al Aziz is the chair. I'm the vice chair, so I appreciate that. So, with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's obvious they have a skewed perspective. They sit in chair and co-chair the committee. Of course, they're gonna have all these good things to say. Just perusing here through the resumes. So it's a ton of inaccuracies here. Cheerful disposition. You always got an attitude problem. Neat, well organized. I mean, I haven't seen your office, but I imagine it's sloppy. Bilingual. You're not fluent in any Arabic languages, yet you was over there in the 6th Ward. So, but you do you are attentive. You do answer the phone when people call, even when the councilman of the 1st Ward calls for constituent concerns, even prior to you taking this position. But even now, you know, and just looking at, you don't necessarily have the background in health, but you're a consummate professional and made the adjustment very well. And, you know, we saw a tremendous difference with you taking over. And just the fact that, you know, I'm in the morning as I'm taking my daughters to school, which now I have to leave the city, I'm seeing you over there on the Route 19 entrance, making sure that the area is getting cleared and clean. Obviously, there has to be a much better plan to make it permanent, but at least there's a great effort going into it, so that's a start. And I'm proud to be able to support this as well. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So I met Director Joel some years ago. We were both on the same dais as a part of Mayor Joey Torres's interfaith prayer service. So, and we were invited year after year to do the prayer services, but then he was on the school board. I saw his work in the community, and I've always said this to him: you're a very hard, dedicated worker. Even before coming to this position, he's always been the same, very consistent, and very true to who you are, and that's appreciated, because when you come into your role when you were an aide, I remember all the work you were doing in the 6th Ward. I remember all the bags and stuffing them and watching you and doing all that stuff and answering all the calls and making sure everything was in its proper place is exactly who you were. So it was a no-brainer coming into this role. When I heard that you're going to take on to be the director, I was like, okay, that's a good opportunity for Paterson. And then with the situation under the Trussell with New Jersey, the transit police coming out, and your efficiency, and I know that's tireless because it's an everyday thing, but you're out there making sure that your presence is known, and that's appreciated, because with the opioid crisis, homelessness, all this stuff, presence is very important, and you're doing that. You've been doing it. It's just your time now to get paid. You know, you've done some volunteer things for a long time, and I'm grateful that the pay that you're getting is commensurate to the work that you've been doing for a long time. With that being said, I started to do this, but you know, I like you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So, I've been supportive since day one. You're not a stranger to the needs of the people of the Paterson. You know, you did serve in the Board of Ed for a few years, so you have been listening to the cries of the community's concern. And then, you know, we've known each other for a while. I am glad that you got to meet, you know, Al Aziz, and he actually appointed you as his aide. That actually gave you a platform to display your professionalism. I'm telling you, things happen for a reason. People don't understand. Sometimes you just got to get your foot in the door, and then it's up to everyone to do what they need to do to move up. And that's a great thing that the councilman did for the 6th Ward, appoint you as his aide. And the mayor saw this, saw how you work. We also, myself and all of us who have dealt with you, see how, professional you are, how anal you are about everything. And we knew that you would do a great job, in this position. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Did he say you entering? Did he say that?
Anal meticulous.
Oh, okay.
Direct.
So, Joel, D. Ramirez. Let me say this, and at the beginning I gotta say, and I gotta say it again. When this appointment come in front of us, we had to vote on what we have here. We cannot mix politics in our decisions. You know, and we know, and everybody knows here, I never was your fan to win an election in Paterson. But one day I spoke to you and say, and you wasn't even in the city. You was out there and say, you know what? We friends. Now, you started as a community leader, serving others in different capacity, thought and fought for your community, and that's real important for the Dominican community. When an administration in the past tried to hurt the culture of your community, you was there and you took it to the federal court. You're a very hard worker and dedicated individual. And also, you're a politician. And also a good campaigner. So I hope the mayor understand that you came on board because the mayor understand that you love what you do because you're a hard worker, because you love what you do. And if in 2022, whatever administration comes, hope they be smart and keep you too. Because I know you represent well that department. And when I walk through that office, I see a different atmosphere. And when I see a smile in employees, that means that somebody is doing a good job. So I want to advise you and advise Councilman Abdelaziz that you became part of the administration because you keep on using him for everything, man. So let's keep it cool.
Councilman?
I just kidding. I have a free speech there. But, Joel, I want you to take these words in your heart. I believe in you. I believe in you. That God bless you, that any ideas that comes towards your minds come from the heart to be prospered in the residents of Paterson. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President.
So there's a lot that I can say. That's right, Director. Oh my God. No, you ain't gonna stop me. I have the last word. So Joel and I have a history. And what's so great about our history is that he didn't like me. And I didn't like him. But guess what? Guess what happens when you don't like someone? You know what it is? You don't know them. You don't know their background. You don't know what they've been through. And Joel got to know who Maritza is. And Maritza got to know who Joel is. Director Ramirez is an educator. He's a professional man. He's a fighter. And he's a very proud Latino Dominican male. very proud of who he is, and wherever he stands, he's very direct in what he likes and what he doesn't like. And that is really important. What you see, as I've always told him, what you see is what you get with me, but the same way what you see is what you get with him. He becomes very passionate, and at times that passion, like he likes to say, don't be emotional. He is as emotional as I am sometimes. But I have to say that when I look at his resume, when I look at all of the work, and I said he's an educator, to work in a higher education institution for 15 years, to be a Paterson Public School commissioner, to work with families day in, day out, to see what he did when he was given the opportunity. By the way, Mr. Ramirez was supposed to be my aide, and somebody stole him from me. But with that said, he was given the opportunity. He has excelled, as I stated, and he's a professional. And there's no one more that I'm proud of after the ones that we've already done, is to give him a definite, wholehearted, big hug. My brother from another mother. Yes, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Director?
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Director, if you may, 30 seconds.
You could use 5.
I'm just eternally grateful for the vote of confidence that the council has displayed and upon me tonight. I thank you for welcoming my appointment with open arms, for always having an open line of communication. I want to thank the mayor and the administration for welcoming me on board and making my onboarding very fruitful and very successful. So I just thank you all, and God bless you all, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to continue to serve the city that I love.
Thank you very much.
Now, special thanks to Councilman Abdelaziz.
Very good. Council members, it is almost midnight, and I'm sorry, let's take the consent agenda. So that would be item 17 through 45?
Yes, Madam President. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 17 through 45.
So moved.
Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member. If so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on items 17 through 45 on the consent agenda.
Yes, Madam President. All items 17 through 45 on consent agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Pass.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Yes. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Items 17 through 45 on the consent agenda, those items are adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I want to take items 57 and 58.
Okay. Next items on the agenda is items number 57 and 58. And item number 57 reads, resolution addressing a new entertainment/show license for Amelia's Venue, 280 East Railway Avenue, 6th Ward, Finance, Resolution 21656.
So move.
And item number 58, resolution addressing a new dance hall license for Amelia's Venue, 280 East Railway Avenue, the 6th Ward, Finance, Resolution 21657.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 57 and 58.
Roll call on items number 57 and 58. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilman Mims. I'm sorry, Councilman Cotton. Councilman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I urge the young lady to continue to keep up the good work and maintaining a very difficult business in a very difficult climate, and also maintaining a respectable business that she has done for the past several years. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Items 57 and 58 is hereby adopted.
Okay,
Council President,
one second. I see our Director of Purchasing here. What items, I want to take whatever items.
no, you just review it.
Director of Health and Human Services, there's none on here, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Huh?
he's here, we did his.
No, I
already.
meant to say on the non-consent.
You,
Okay.
good night.
So, Director,
Harry.
I see you're here. I want to try because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Wow.
7, 8 second reading ordinances, and they all need a public portion, open and close, so I want to be able, that's going to take a little longer. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 first reading ordinances, and that'll be quick. So which items?
Gus.
49?
Gus.
48? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, I want to take item 48.
Yes. Next item is item number 48, resolution authorizing a contract extension with the Citywide Towing, Inc. for towing and impounding yard services for the city of Paterson. Administration Resolution 21647.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second? Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 48.
Roll call on item number 48 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Khan. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Before I vote, I just want to advise the residents of Paterson that this company, Citywide, have been a tremendous job towing all those tractor trailers and trailers from the road and making sure that the ordinance of the city of Paterson overnight parking is in compliance. So they're doing a great job, and also they being a good service for the city of Paterson. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Item 49, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 49, and item number 49 read resolution authorizing award of contract to DOT Designing LLC for the purchase and delivery of T-shirts and accessories for various departments and divisions. Bid number 22.12, Administration Resolution 21648.
So moved.
Was that you,
Councilwoman Mims?
Councilwoman Mims? Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Council President,
Discussion?
yes, please.
Okay.
What is the address of what's the address of this place?
Purchaser, do you have, I have here, the item is here, 49. The bids are on page 2.
It's a big dot.
There's one bid that
He
went
wants
out,
the address.
DOT Designing, the other one was Silk City Screen Printing in Patterson.
No,
The third, so the,
where
you
is
went
it?
with the first one, right? I can't see it, but I think it's DO something designing.
No, Council President, is that, in my sheet here, I don't have the 1, 2, 3. The three vendors submitted,
You don't have it?
no, that's what I'm saying, I don't have.
No, but check your pad. It's all,
Second page.
Oh, the 1, 2, 3, okay,
Yeah.
but the address, okay, I see it. Monroe Town,
Monroe Township.
okay.
okay, is that all right? Can we roll call?
So only two in, oh, three in the.
Three, there's three. I see three. Concept Printing was the other one.
Director, just a simple question. I'm making the decision of this bid summary. The scoring is based on whatever good price they give us, or the quality, or the tint, the ink, whatever it is. What is the score on this? What? Correct. So in this case is basically the price, not the quality. So you don't score the quality of whatever they give it? Okay. Thank you, Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 49 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
You know, I gotta say, Council President,
Yeah, they gotta.
I missed an opportunity. So I was 3 minutes late. I was just getting ready to get up and leave. Just because. But I see now I had that opportunity. It's a habit. Just leave it alone. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? No. Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez?
Oh, yes.
Did they both leave?
What was that?
Did they both leave?
That's what I'm talking about. You know, we Council President,
You gotta give them to me. They're not in order, they don't have stickers. So
read the
it's
vote,
confusing.
ma'am, because, read the vote, ma'am.
Okay.
Council President had to vote.
You already voted, right?
Yes, I did.
Yes,
Okay.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 49 is hereby adopted.
Oh, okay, very well. That was all, right, Director? Which one?
Number 52?
Which one is the other one? It was 48 and 49. 32?
52?
Or 52?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, item 52?
Yes. Next item is item number 52, resolution authorizing an award of contract to National Center for Civic Innovation, Inc. for consultant services to conduct needs assessment and feasibility study for the implementation of a community solution component for the municipal court law department, RFP number 2022-33, administration resolution 21651.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Corporation Counsel, this is the item that you brought before us, correct? Okay. Madam Clerk, if there's no questions, roll call.
Roll
On
call on
item 51.
And item number 52.
No, I'm sorry, 52.
52 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
That's why we have a good corporate council. Passion, compassion, making sure that we have balance in the court system. Second chances. And this is going to be a blessing to our city. This is where the money should go. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Let's take items 54, 55, 56. Item 54? I'm sorry, 51, oh, 61? My apologies, Madam Clerk, take that back. Item 61.
Next item is item number 61. And item number 61 reads resolution authorizing an award of contract to Richard S. Moore Associates for professional appraisal services for the Finance Department of the City of Paterson, RFP number 2022-16, Finance Resolution 21660.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton. There are no questions. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 61 for approval.
Council President.
Discussion, Councilman
discussion.
Velez.
This is not gonna be the same company that appraised the house and leave different tag and kids evaluating houses and raising the value of the property and then the taxes? No. All right. On the courts, right? Okay, okay. So they will go, okay, yeah. We had this before. Always, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, okay. I want to make sure it's not that company that was going around.
Continue, Madam President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 61.
Yes, roll call on item number 61 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that the other company was for the tax office. This is for the finance department, right?
Yeah.
For the finance department. But they don't do the same, they don't do the same. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
No, this is 61.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
And the reason I clear is because this is for independent job that the city needs and it needed appraisal for, and they want to put a value on any property in the city of Paterson, so my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 61 is hereby adopted.
Let's go back, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President,
To 54, 55, 56.
can you, did we do 59? Can we remove that one?
Do which one?
Madam Clerk, 54, 55, 56.
Next item is item number 54, item number 54, resolution honoring Reverend Dr. Randall Lassiter for his 60th birthday. This is sponsored by Council President Davila and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman
Good
Velez.
morning.
City Council Resolution 21653.
Second.
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 It's moved by Council President Davila, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Velez and Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 54 for approval.
Roll call on item number 54 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not sure when the birthday is, but I don't want to say happy birthday. I'm not sure, huh?
February.
It's February. Well, this is a resolution, so we're going to be honoring him, celebrating his birthday. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Congratulations, Reverend Dr. Randall Lassiter. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
This man of God is my pastor.
Amen.
And maybe I shouldn't speak much now since there's some surprises coming along the way, but I just, wanted to recognize the fact that, hopefully, coming into the new year, this man of God will turn 60. I pray every day for him and his family as he does and loves his city the way he does, and I'm just proud to be able to at least, as many always say, to give the flowers while they can smell them. So with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
55, Madam Clerk?
Next item is item number 55, resolution memorializing Miss Lenan Linder Lilola Hill, sponsored by Council President Davila, City Council Resolution 21654.
Second.
Moved by Council President Davila and second by Councilwoman Cotton. That's what I heard. Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Roll call on item number 55 for approval. Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Madam President.
Mr. Hill, we love you very much. Once again, my condolences on the loss of your beloved wife. We love how you care for our city and how she did as well. And this is the least that we can do for you and your family. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 56.
Next item is item number 56, resolution memorializing Mr. Robert J. Cornish Jr., sponsored by Dr. Mims and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton. City Council Resolution 21655.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 56 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the Cornish family, I give you my deepest condolence. I'm tired now, but condolence. And but I remember when he was on the planning board, and he was on the planning board for many, many years, and he was always the type of gentleman that he never really wanted to be honored for things that he's done. So, and I remember trying to honor him when he retired from the planning board, which he have served for many years. So, along with Councilwoman Mims and myself, it's truly an honor for us to memorialize him, because he truly, truly was a great Patersonian here in our city. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
So, Mr. Cornish, greatly loved, one of my mentors and so many people that served. Was the chairman of the planning board for a very, very long time. He was also a member of the Omega fraternity and one of my neighbors. Will be greatly missed, Mrs. Cornish. This is in honor of the great work that your husband has done. This will be framed, and I will also make sure it's presented to you and your family. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
I was getting advice on my attorney. Yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President.
Before I vote, I just want to say, I served with Chairman Cornish for 4 years on the planning board, and I learned a lot from him. Definitely a very respectful man, a very kind man, and I'm just happy to have known him. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can we take item 50?
Next item is item number 50. And item number 53 is resolution acknowledging the municipal council receipt of a completed calendar year 2021 best practices checklist and confirming that it was presented for public discussion. Administration Resolution 21649.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims. Do I have a second? Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 50 for approval.
Roll call on item number 50 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Council President, knowing that we didn't have an opportunity to address this in its totality, I know we're in roll call, but I would like to make a motion to table this item for further discussion at our next workshop.
Second, Council President.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, there's a motion to table this item, which went through workshop, and I understand what you're saying, that you wanted a thorough. The only thing that I'm going to ask to the BA, this is fine for us to discuss in our January 11th, or do we have to pass this before the end of the year?
Council President, I can double check to make sure that there's not a set requirement of when the date is, and I'll let you know. I don't know if it has to be done in the same fiscal year. I don't think so, but I can confirm.
Okay.
Council President?
Yeah, 1 second. So if for whatever reason it needs to be passed, then I would then ask that if you have any questions, you can read over it and submit it to the administration, and we can put it on for the closeout, if that's okay with you, Councilman Jackson. Only if there's a dire need that it needs to pass before the end of the year. Councilman Jackson?
I don't have an issue with that. I mean, if I'll-
No, if you want to table, I get it. You want to have further discussion on the findings, which is
Correct.
something we went over in finance, but clearly you're correct. We didn't have a full discussion.
Especially
But
Council
with
President.
all due respect, Council President, and, I think this is the crux of the issue, is that, we're getting feedback that's letting us know that we have issues. And we just continue to funnel them through, it has to be done for a certain time. These items need to be addressed as they have the need to be addressed in the past, and they have not. So.
Council President.
So that's not
Council
necessarily
President.
true. I think these were the findings.
Council President,
Councilman
if you don't mind. Are we doing 50?
Rivera.
Are we doing 50? This is not the corrective action plan.
Right.
This is the findings on best
No,
practice.
this is best practice. You don't have findings here.
Right, best practices checklist.
Understood, but this doesn't have nothing to do with findings.
What,
Hold on a minute.
yeah.
I don't think they're related. The one that has the findings is the corrective action plan.
Right.
This could be discussed further, later on. I'm not saying we should just, vote on it today, because we should have a thorough discussion on this. But this doesn't have nothing to do with findings.
So once again, the educational moment, although appreciated, is not necessary. Because our workshop agenda was so robust, we didn't have an opportunity to have a full discussion on this item,
Right.
as well as the other item that we're talking about that we have not addressed yet either. So the items need to be discussed further, and whatever these findings are need to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed by the council.
Fine.
Shouldn't just be voting
Council-
something up or
Jennifer.
down.
Okay.
Council
Councilman
President.
Velez?
Council President, if you go through the list, especially with the American Rescue Plan Act,
Exactly what I was just
they
saying.
they put a lot of yes. And so far, we have only discussed, out of all those yes, the premium pay. And if you look at everything here about allocation money to communities, and they put yes,
Okay.
and we haven't discussed that,
Okay, so let's have no more further
Go
discussion,
right.
Madam Clerk. This item is right now is tabled. It'll be
Okay.
tabled to the next workshop.
Okay, Council President, at this time, there was a motion on the floor.
You gotta take it back.
Take it
Take
back.
mine back. Take it back.
And your vote, Councilwoman Khan?
Take it back.
So, Council President, at this time, both motion and second is withdrawn. So there's no need to table this item. We can just take off this item and put it for the next
Right.
workshop in January 11th.
Okay.
Workshop.
We have to vote on it since there was a motion and a second?
I removed it.
We removed.
No, I know, but then there was a motion on the floor too.
No, she said once I removed it, she's
I
gonna
removed
take
it.
it
I
off.
made the motion, I moved it. I'll remove my motion.
Okay,
Thank you.
very well, so this will move
So this was on the
to
workshop.
January
They
11th.
don't have to sign.
Right? Okay. So
and also,
So
can we?
one is best practices, the other one is the corrective action plan.
Right, that's on
So-
there too.
So I believe
I
that we should,
request to remove that one too.
Council
let's,
President?
Madam Clerk,
Council President?
59, yes.
That one has to pass. That's 45 days from the day that you guys had the council received the order.
I'm sorry, can you speak a little louder?
The corrective action plan has to pass. It has 45 days from the day that council received the order.
Council President, the
59?
reason I'm moving it is because, remove the item, we haven't discussed it. All the audit speak about the failure of all the managing of the grants. And
I don't know
We
that's
need-
all the figure of all the grants,
Well,
but.
managing grants, and everything's here is grants. So we should sit down and talk, and not just put there, when it's gonna be resolved, is, I wanna see
Okay, so.
what we're
so-
missing here.
So I understood, so this one has a 45 day, so when we received, so where are we right now? Because this could be moved to the closeout.
We can discuss the grants anytime, but
For example,
Say that
No, I'm
again?
just saying, if we don't right now, because we have more time to look at everything, any questions that we may have, do you have the discussion right now? Let's do it right now. But
We-
if there's a timeline for it, I'm just trying to figure out if we can do it at the
I
end of
believe-
the year, the
I
20.
believe you received it at the 9th, so you would have enough time till the 29th.
On the 29th.
you wanna discuss that, put it in the floor, what's going on here?
No, it's-
No, of course not.
During a workshop.
Council President.
We turned into a workshop. It's better,
Didn't you
it's gonna
just
be
hear what
helpful.
he
It's
said? The
gonna-
workshop is January 11th.
So he said
If-
45 for now is good till January.
not
It
now.
would be the closeout meeting.
The closeout meeting would be December 29th.
So you wanna have that discussion and close out meeting?
No, let's do it now. It's the same
So,
thing.
All right.
I just gonna go simple and easy. If you look at the,
Wait. She hasn't read it into the record, so therefore you can't have a discussion on it.
okay.
59.
All right. So, Madam Clerk,
Yes, Madam
item
President.
59 for the record.
Next item is item number 59, resolution to approve a corrective action plan in response to an audit received for the 2020 fiscal year, Finance Resolution 21658. The motion?
Do I have a motion?
I'll second it. I'll move it.
Or you move it, Councilman?
Moved by Councilman Rivera and second by Councilwoman Mims. Discussion?
Sure, I'll start it off. So if you look at all of the findings and recommendation from the auditors, we have the corrective action plan that was taken by the administration. And then if you notice, there are some that have already been corrected in 2021, but then there's a few that says will be corrected in 2022. My question is, which of these have been repetitive?
None.
So this is the
There was
first
no
time these findings? So there's new findings for all these grants?
Yes.
So my question is, what has changed that this is the first time that we have all these issues with these grants?
I guess a new order looking at,
The new auditors?
yeah, new orders looking at different.
Who is responsible for most of those grants? Which department?
One is youth services, one is DPW, and one is police. There's three different. and
Youth
the
Services,
one-
DPW, and
But the
what?
thing,
Human resources, DPW, and police.
the thing that's getting to me though, Madam President, is that your action, your corrective action is to give them a copy of the guidelines for the grants. And that should have been, they should have had this. This grants is not the first time that they're dealing with these grants. So who's being held accountable for this?
So the anti-violence, it is the first time we're dealing with the grant. And
But the majority of them we had before.
the only one that we've had before is the recycling tonnage.
Correct.
And I've looked at the guidelines, and they're not very simple to read. It doesn't give you detail by detail what exactly you can do and what exactly you can purchase. I reached out to a couple people, so I'm trying to figure out exactly what you can do under that grant, but the directions of the grant, I don't particularly think they're very.
Could you give me an example of something that was defining, like what, something that the auditors felt that was not allowed? Go ahead.
I would have to look back.
Councilman Cotton, do you know one?
I see this one here for the Bunker Hill.
No, I'm talking about the recycling.
No, I'm talking about Bunker Hill.
So
But I'm
Bunker Hill.
saying, I saw what happened in 2020 with Bunker Hill because I got calls from the businesses that they weren't getting their tax bills weren't being sent out for that SID program. The Bunker Hill SID, which caused a kind of a messed up system.
So that has been ongoing. Since I've been a council person,
Right.
it has been backed up every year with the billing.
No, this was worse though. This is the worst time I can remember, Councilman.
That has been corrected.
Huh?
The problem was the conversion from KBS to
Yeah.
Edmunds, and Edmunds, we had to figure out how to upload the SIDs, and it
Yeah.
couldn't be on the tax module, so we had to figure out how to do it. So we had to do it on the sewer module. But it has been corrected for 2020.
That's what I just remember. I mean, because it went from the Edmonds to another system and it was okay. But that's the only one that looking at this now here, was that Bunker Hill. But now the rest of them, go ahead. You was getting ready to say something about DPW or tonnage or something.
No. He just happened to mention that grant, and I just asked him for an example. So the last comment I'm going to pass is, so I see this as a bigger problem, right? Because it's not just one department. So the message needs to be sent from your office, Javier, that the guy, and this is where the internal order position, this is how it used to be used in the past. I remember the city used to send the internal auditors to check all its programs in the past. And I think that's why at one point I asked you during the budget hearings, how come you guys didn't start that, function again, but it's your call, I guess. No more question.
Council President.
Right.
Councilman Jackson.
So, I totally do not agree. It's not their call, his call. It's about accountability. And one that just sticks out like a sore thumb to me is the anti-violence out-of-school grant. And, when you talk about the uptick in violence and us having, these numbers that are record-breaking numbers, and then to have this kind of report set in, and it will be corrected for year 22. These are the types of things that I'm talking about that I just talked about a moment ago. The oversight is extremely critical, and we have as a council, it's right here, it's being put in our face of why there's a gross failure. So whether we discuss this thing or not, I'm not convinced that the items that are being spotlighted here, that there's a corrective action actual plan that's going to be implemented. When I look at the first page and we talk about the, where is it here? It's not the school-based services, that's another concern. But, the implementation of the SID, something that I've been taking issue with for a very long time. And listen, every single day, and Councilman Velez, I want you to hear this because I know that at one point you did support me on it, but everyone consistently supported the SID.
Yeah, I did.
Can you hear that?
Huh?
And every morning, Main and Market is a travesty. And you know who's cleaning it up? DPW. But yet, we got this extra tax that's being implied or implemented, or should I say?
You said Main and Market? Main and Market?
Yes.
That's not the Bunker Hill SID.
It says right here. It doesn't just the downtown Paterson special implementation.
Oh, okay. I didn't look at they got both of them in there. Correct. Right.
So, I'm ready to move forward, whatever you guys want to do.
Right. So what, if I may, Council President?
Councilwoman Cotton.
I know they got the issue, then they got the recommendation, and then they got the correction action plan next to it, and then the method of implementation. Even if you come back next week, are you gonna be able to change anything on here? Nothing.
No,
You can't
Councilman.
change nothing on here.
No, and in particular, if I
They
could
can't
just,
change nothing. They're telling you what they gotta do. They can't.
There's a
They're
checklist
wrong.
and then there's the.
This things are wrong. It's really wrong, but they can't change what the people wrote, a recommendation, what they need to do, and then they gotta put down what they wanna do, or what they need to do, but it won't change. I just wanna put that, it won't change. I see it, you know, and you know what make you wanna look at now is the previous 2019 corrective action plan.
That was my thought. That was
Okay.
my thought. I was
Yeah,
just
to
thinking
see
about
what that
that, where
looked
we
like.
were in 2019 and
Right,
then.
and this is 2020.
So Madam BA.
yes, thank you. Yes, so I wanted to just highlight that this is for that year that ended June 30th, 2020, if you think about kind of the start of the pandemic. Then we had the transition year, a 6-month year, which the auditors are working on now. And then the third year is going to be 2021, which will be after this year finishes. In 2019, there was no corrective action plan. There were no findings from the auditor. So these are new as part of the 2020 audit report. And as we were going through it, so as Councilman Jackson pointed out in terms of the anti-violence program, that's the community policing grant. That's the total one that there is a certain level of oversight. It's through the Department of Community Affairs that team works directly for that $1 million allocation, and they actually have to get that budget approved directly, and their, you know, all their payments are authorized directly through that DCA.
And I
through a separate entity.
believe that there was somewhat of an issue, right? And that was corrected.
Correct.
Because they went
So
through
that's-
public safety and it, you know, I remember the director coming, I remember that
Yeah.
being corrected.
So this-
but it
right.
still appears on here because
Because
that
it
was a
happened
finding.
about a year and a half ago.
Well,
if
Council
you think
President,
about it. So,
I have a
yeah.
different way to see this. I don't know if it's.
No,
gonna
but
be-
I'm just, no, Councilman, maybe you're seeing it, but the way that it happened.
No,
So-
this is,
so
I know.
That's
but-
the actual.
Correct. So the grant comes with procedures and how to manage it, how to proceed with that grant, right? When a grant comes in, they tell you, listen, you need to do this, you need to do this with this money, you need to do this with this money, and do this. Now, we're in the middle that we had, the auditor had to tell us, listen, I gave you a book of instruction how to work with that grant, and still, you're not doing it right. Now you coming back saying, oh, we're gonna correct it in 2022. Well, that tells me that there's a problem managing on grants. Now, and the problem I have is that you don't sit down with us and say, you know what, this is the plan that we're gonna have, okay? This is why we go to implement. And over here in the top says, corrected action approved by the council. Listen, what about if still in 2022, you guys have the same failure, have the same situation, and we say, oh, we approved that, but it's not gonna work, so you guys gotta blame the council for that. So first of all, there's a procedure that came, the grant comes with instructions, where to spend it, when to spend it, what report to put forward, what not, you know, make sure that we are compliant in every document, because it's federal money, okay? And still, the auditor says, it's not done right. It's not done the right way. But then the administration say, you know what? One of these days, we're gonna catch up and doing the things right in 2022. Then comes 2022, and then comes 23, and we are in the same position. That's why now I agree that we need to get and move forward to people that know how to work with grants and making sure they know how to manage that money, because at the end of the road, we're gonna be ending returning this money. And who's gonna be in the shorter service?
Taxpayers.
Taxpayers. And why the recycling department is the way it is? Probably they saw this.
Recycling, I thought we was on the
No,
community.
I'm talking about recycling. We be having a problem in the recycling in the city of Paterson, and this will speak by itself.
I think if, Council President, if you'll allow me, I think if you look at these 3 grants, a lot of the times it's, for example, a recycling tonnage grant, the language that the auditors gave us is in that first column. So they in their review of how our department, which has been managing the tonnage grant for years, they feel like it's not working as well as it should. So they're saying, and it's not everything about the grant, it's in particular, it says, procedures to authorize purchases for recycling services and recycling-related materials.
The last time that we received grant money from the tonnage, it was, Councilwoman Cotton was sitting in the DPW committee at that time. It was about 3-4 years ago, or 2 years ago, when the other lady was there.
No, we receive that every year. We receive a tonnage.
How much we received this year?
For what?
259,
How much we received last year?
somewhere around the same amount. It's about 250 to 270 every year, give or take.
So part of our work with our auditors too is for them to say, well, so why do you think that that what they're doing now is not, proper? And so we're going to be going over it with the recycling team to make sure that we're all on the same page. Now, as we had said, we're correcting it for CY 2022 because that's the year that is coming up. We're going to, they might still have those concerns when they finish the TY budget, because that's already happened in the past, and the CY 21 budget, and our audit, I should say.
Okay, so if you look at what the auditor's find is that recycling tonnage grant, okay, they talking about that grant. The city procedure that are in place to authorize purchase for recycling service and recycling-related material is not working properly as designed. So that means you put a plan, but it's not working. And the other one is the same thing, and the same thing. Are you guys purchasing without authorization, with a proper procedure saying, okay, we're going to purchase and we haven't to go to the council or use a grant without even, doing the right way?
So from our perspective, what they have been doing has been fine, but the auditors, the whole point of the auditors is to come in and to try to improve it and to hold us to a higher standard and to say, okay, we don't think this is exactly, it's working as well. There should be maybe different levels of backup, maybe different levels of authorization, making sure that it's all completely 100%, so that if we need to provide documentation to the grant, none of that has happened because they have been following the procedures as outlined. But we're going to be working with the auditors to make sure that, okay, what are your concerns and how do we address it directly? We'll put in a tighter process.
So why
just like we said, the recommendation.
So why we need to wait until the auditor tells us, okay, your plan is not working? Why not put somebody that really knows what they're doing, all right? And we could avoid auditor telling it, hey, bad boy, you're doing it wrong. You have to do it this way. So, that's why we need a thorough discussion on it.
Councilman
You can't change
Rivera.
it.
I know.
Madam-
Change it.
I mean, it is what it is. You can't
Councilman
change it.
Rivera.
Madam BA, but
Yeah,
you just said that you will meet with the auditors. You're supposed to meet with the auditors when they give you the audit. And you're supposed to
Yes.
have a discussion about every audit finding.
Yes, we have. and I
So
think
why are
it's
you
the-
going to meet with them again?
Because I think that what my concern is that if we go through and just say, okay, let's just look at it ourselves and provide, our corrective action plan. If you say, we're going to be providing the guidelines to Public Works, we want to know exactly what the specifics.
I know, but that's-
Not that we have to tighten up our procedure in general, but procedure-wise, what is it that they're specifically concerned
Madam-
about? And we want the Public Works team to implement it.
I'm in agreement with you, Madam BA, but maybe you missed it, but that's the opportunity you have when they give you the audit. You meet with them,
Yes.
the asset conference that you have with them.
Yes.
They'll provide the audit. At that time, the administration should have asked all those questions specifically, what each finding was about, and ask all the detail about it. I'm saying maybe now you see they need to get more clarification, but that should have been, that conversation should have been had at that meeting. And your corrective plan should have been based on that meeting with the auditors and the clarification on each audit finding. So if that's the case, that's a better reason to pull this. If you don't know exactly the details of the finding, then I gotta question the corrective action plan.
That meeting did take place.
I know, but I'm just going by what the BA just said.
Well,
If the BA still doesn't understand, and it's still not clear what the detail of the finding, the specifics, right? Not the words that are written in the finding, the specifics, examples of why the finding was, issued, then I agree with my colleagues. At first, I didn't, but if that's how you feel, the best thing is to pull it and vote on this at a different time, after a discussion, after we have to do it.
And Council President, request of Council President. First of all, when did you receive this audit?
A month ago.
When?
A month ago.
A month ago?
Yes.
And you presented last week and today for vote?
No, I presented the audit in the last meeting, I believe the 9th.
Last week?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
let me ask you a
November
question.
9th.
That's what he just
See,
said.
This is what I'm
November.
saying. You received it a month ago,
And I presented,
and you presented it last Tuesday.
no, November.
November
Whenever that meeting was.
When?
November 9th or November 14th, whenever we had that meeting.
I
Each
see
council
this.
member got an audit.
I saw this in a workshop last time, the last week, and we rushed it out.
No, you saw the corrective action.
Yeah.
He's talking about presenting the audit to the
Yeah.
council.
Correct. He didn't
As
present.
required by law.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, he didn't present.
Madam Clerk?
Can I speak?
Madam Clerk, please.
Council President, the audit report is a booklet. It was sent to every council
It
member's
sure was.
home. The clerk,
was
I have a
big.
copy. I published the recommendations and the audit in the newspaper, and it was sent to everyone.
May
And
I
per
ask?
month.
Yes.
I have a certain amount of days
Let me just-
to publish.
So,
and I did.
real quick, Javier, do you have an electronic copy?
Yes.
Could you email to all the council members,
Okay.
just to make sure? No, I understand, but, some council members, if you file everything, you will have to rent another apartment to follow your stuff if you don't file it here in the office. It's a lot of paperwork that we
So,
get in 4
just to
years.
clarify, if I can just
Yes,
clarify.
Javier, yes.
So,
Yeah.
every finding here is understood, except for the recycling tonnage grant, because there were certain things said at the exit meeting, and then, like I said, when I read the procedures and the policies from the grant itself, it's a little confusing. So that one, I do have to go back, and I don't only have to go back with the auditors, I also have to go back and ask other people that handle that grant, because I don't think the guidelines for that grant are very specific.
So Javier and Catherine, I'm not telling you how to do your job, but what I suggest in the future, so you get the audit, and then you take some time to present it to the council, right? When you get the audit, you go over the findings, you meet with the auditors and ask them for details, right? First, you look at it on your own, try to figure out what's going on, then you ask them for details. So I suggest you do that in the future, because we have questions here, and it's our responsibility to know what we're voting on.
So, Council
I have
President.
one
Hold on a
question.
minute, Councilman Khan.
As I'm looking at the correction action plan, it said it has been corrected in year 2021.
Some of them.
Which is
Some of
this
them,
year,
yes.
right?
Some of
So-
them.
Some of them, yes.
So why didn't you put in that particular box what you corrected?
No.
You know what I mean? Like, it said has been corrected.
That's
But
fine. That
just-
means that they
yeah.
already addressed it, right?
Yeah,
But tell us what you addressed. We don't know what you addressed. We don't know
Okay,
what they
so
did.
for finding number 1,
Right.
this sits, we had an issue from KBS to Edmonds.
Which I knew that anyhow.
That has been
right.
corrected this year for 2021.
Okay.
School-based, we had an issue with some of the files provided to the state, to the county.
Okay.
That has been corrected. The federal money, that's forfeiture money. The issue was that it was,
Okay,
Okay.
All right.
Right, okay.
Councilwoman?
The forfeiture money was being spent on not the right thing.
Well, the forfeiture money wasn't under us. It was
Okay.
under the county.
Councilwoman, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this because it is
I
consent.
mean, no matter what, I mean,
It's on almost consent that everybody wants to remove it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and remove it. There's gonna be a few discussions.
Ain't gonna change.
We're gonna try to bring it back to the 29th. All right, because it has a 45-day limit, so at least we can bring it back.
Also, I could have
Okay.
I have a committee meeting with DPW on Monday, so
Okay.
we could discuss
And anyone
some
that has
things
any other
here.
concerns, please read this thoroughly, okay? And then we'll come back on the 29th with any questions.
Correct.
So, Madam Clerk, that was
I
item
have,
59.
there is a motion on the
I'll
floor.
remove my second, Madam Clerk.
Councilman
Okay.
Rivera. Councilman Rivera,
Remove it.
will you withdraw?
Okay.
I remove my motion,
And
Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Okay.
So
So
we
this will
place-
go to the closeout.
The closeout meeting on the 29th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. 60?
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 60, resolution authorizing tax collector to issue and record replacement tax sales certificate due to missing or lost tax sales certificate 83-01 and block 5202, in parentheses, 10960, lot 9, parentheses 37, finance resolution 21659. Their motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by
Second.
Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item
So
60.
tax lien.
For
Vote on
approval.
item number 60 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes,
Councilman Jackson?
that's the tax certificate, okay.
Pass, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 60 is hereby adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're gonna take the second reading ordinances.
Next item is our second reading ordinances. Item number 1 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance authorizing conveyance of city parklands known as Overlook Park Block 4601, lots 1.01 and 1.02 and 2 in the Great Falls Historic District in the National Park Service as required by 2011 agreement creating the National Park Economic Development, Ordinance 21057. Is there
Have a motion.
So move.
Have a second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second
Question.
by, wait, there's no discussion. Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. The public portion is now open on item number 2.
So you don't want to move to
It's number
close?
1.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 1 for second reading.
Yes. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 1, Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes,
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 1.
So, Council President, I got a question, just simple. I know this agreement was in 2011, so that means from this point on, the National Park will pay the tab and everything they're gonna do there? If they're gonna own the overlook?
Madam BA?
I think there's a couple of finishing touches that are all coming together, and this is one of them. So, and I think then it is part of the national park, yes.
Okay, so as soon as we put the D in a national park, federal national park. So we're not gonna be taking money to put in Overlook Park. they're gonna take the tab. If they need to fix, they're gonna put the money. If they're gonna need to do something in Overlook Park, they're gonna say, we the federal, we own the park, we gonna get federal money they go invest in Overlook Park. So they're not going after our money to invest in Overlook Park, because they the owner now of the Overlook Park.
No, yep, that is my understanding, that it is now, it will be part of the National Park Service.
So
going forward.
whatever comes here to approve money to Overlook Park, we could say.
Councilman, you've asked it 3 times, and
Yeah.
she said to you.
No, I gotta put the practice out. So if.
No, I'm just saying, because we're in the second reading, I mean, we had a committee, we had workshop, we discussed it, and we did first reading, so I don't know if you're not accepting her
No, yeah,
response.
no, it's that.
Because I'm hearing she's putting it on record.
No, it says, yeah, she says it's part of the process, but I don't want them then coming next year, 2022, and say that the administration want to put more money to Overlook, and then we hear approving money from our taxpayer or grants that comes to us to invest in the city in other area to dedicate it to Overlook Park, because the new owner is the one that have to put the money forward. I want to make sure that we don't see no more money going to that place,
Council President.
you know.
Councilman Jensen.
So I understand what Councilman Velez is trying to make, but just for a point of clarity, Councilman Velez, we have already approved as a council, not all of us voted in favor, but we've already approved the spending of approximately $40+ million in tax credits and a number of different financial ramifications to the city for the Overlook Park. So this is now turning over ownership. One of the things that troubles me.
We as a council will never approve the tax credit to go, that's like, the mayor.
No, it didn't, the mayor.
No, the mayor
We didn't
designated the
approve
money.
those tax
We
credits.
voted on it.
No.
Yes.
No, not at all.
Okay. We voted on a number of different items that included the restoration of Overlook Park. Multiple times we spent money on it the first time, which yes, that was the same. It was one of the items that included the agenda item for the lead paint abatement for $1 million. And also, we as a council still have a precedent over certain things where there was money allocated for the tax credits to go there. We know why.
No.
We never took a stance against that.
It's on CD.
Okay, all right, Councilman, just give me a moment.
Yeah, right.
So, to make a point, I heard an announcement over the past weekend where apparently, I think the mayor had announced that it was over $20 million in revenue influx or injection into the city based on the results of the shooting of West Side Story in the city of Paterson. And I want to know how that's quantified. How is that quantified? Because the last I checked, I didn't feel any ripple effect from that. Granted, it was a phenomenal movie. I didn't even see it. I saw the trailer. The trailer is incredible. But how are the residents benefiting? Now, what I do know is there's organizations that have functions, and in particularly they were having functions up there every Thursday, and after a certain period of time, the porta-johns are locked. So it's like we as a city, we give away everything so other people can benefit. What is the city's benefit for this? What are the residents' benefits? We turn over the MUA, and I don't understand. I don't see where the benefit is. We talked about all this traffic that comes in. Where's the quantifiable benefit to the residents for taking these actions? We'd love for the finance chair to explain that. What's quantifiable to the residents? Where has the benefit been? How can residents measure the best benefits that the actions of this council or the negligence of this council for not taking action is happening? Here we are giving away just another city asset for somebody else to control it, and there is no quantifiable benefit, no reduction in taxes. In fact, as far as the ones that I'm checking with, everyone's taxes are continuously going up. So what are we doing here? Just allow everybody else to benefit off the community as usual, business as usual.
Council President, it's been a long meeting, but sometimes some of us say things that is like delusional. Like, we have said for years, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam BA, CFO, we have never voted on tax credits. That has been our biggest complaint, not just from me, but everyone here has complained that we didn't have a say in how the tax credits were awarded. So I understand things that are being said here sounds great on camera, and some of the residents are gonna be, you know, maybe sympathetic for what is being said, but it's being delusional. It's like someone saying that we voted on, you know, voted on the rain that is gonna come tomorrow. We didn't have nothing to do with the decision that was made with the tax credits at all. And that's all I'm gonna say, Council President.
All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 1
Roll call.
for second reading.
Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
So to the public, you may have individuals here negating their responsibility, but let me give you an example. If you're a parent and your child doesn't perform in school, yeah, you weren't the one who went to school, you weren't the one who performed poorly, but is there a level of accountability? You take something else away. There is not one measure that this council as a body took under the guidance of the current sitting finance chair to hold the administration accountable. We've given away assets, we've given away tax credits, $140 million in tax credits that generated not one dime in residual income. Right now, up at Hinchcliffe Stadium, a $90 million project, let's just say a $100 million project, we created less than 4 jobs. Less than 4 jobs, where the then committed developer who made a commitment to say that they were gonna hire Paterson residents, turned around and said, no, absolutely not, we will not. There was supposed to be an audit done on that. This council took no action, none. So if we did not have an opportunity to vote on the tax credits, there is a measure of accountability from this council by not approving other things. So yeah, you may derail or deflect your accountability, your responsibility to the community, but as the fiscal, financial, fiduciary body, where are you when it's time to stand up for your residents? Here we are giving away property that belongs to you, the taxpayers, with no level of accountability. But yet, we had nothing to do with that. That's a very simplistic answer to diffuse or derail your responsibility. Be responsible. So what is your role then? You have no role. Oh, this is just no, there's a measure, there is an accountability here. It is a scale. We don't give you this if you do this. And if they do it and it's a failure, then you throw up your hands and say, oh, I had nothing to do with it. You had everything to do with it. You did not stand up when it meant the most for your residents who you claim to represent. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
It's 12:58. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Our vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Can we put some of this stuff on the closeout meeting?
We're in the middle
I
of
got
roll
a
call.
6 o'clock meeting in the morning.
I have to work myself.
I know.
We do have a response.
But I normally don't never leave.
We're
I
in the
stay
middle,
here.
Madam President.
Let's check the records. I stay here. Please, I stay here. I never leave.
We are in roll call.
We're in the middle of roll call.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Councilman Rivera.
So, real quick, some of my colleagues need to understand what their function is. A committee, a head of a committee is just running the meetings. That's what it's doing. If that's the case, then let me see. Personnel committee. So you're gonna blame Council President, which is the head of that committee right now, for all the hiring that are questionable, that we have questioned for a while. You're gonna now grab also our president here, which is Marisa Davila, Public Safety Committee. So you're gonna blame me for all the crime and shooting that is going on out there, or for the poor response from the police. Public Works Committee is headed by Louis Velez. So you're gonna blame Councilman Velez for the garbage not being picked up? You're gonna blame him for your recycling not being picked up? You gotta blame him for the parks not being maintained? And that's what I mean. Some people are just here in this council just to talk, and they don't even understand the function of that role. And I'm gonna leave it at that. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
So let me clear the record here, okay? I'm not going to discredit what Frank Lunderberg and Pasquale and all those that tried to get a national, the Great Fall.
Obama.
No, let me
Signed
start
off.
from there. And then to create the Great Falls and National Park, right? So we bless on that. The resolution, the third whereas says that. Okay, we're not giving it away. Our leadership in the federal government from way back say, we want to put Paterson on the map as a designated park and as a designated national park.
Right.
We didn't sit in agreement in 2009. I was probably in doing community service, right?
The agreement was Obama.
Yeah, but then the agreement says that, hey, this is ours and we're gonna take this. Now, just to clear the record, we have approved CDBG money for the raceway and the overlook, and the last thing we approved was from the ARP money was $2 million to the visitor center.
And it matched the state.
And it matched, the governor came back also with two.
Not the developer, the state.
The state, sorry. The state came back and gave us $2 more million to match it with ours. So we cannot confuse CDBG money with tax credit. And we was a little bit upset because we want to be in that plan, and we didn't have no say, so, because if it was for us, probably would not be in Hinckley Stadium. It would be probably in another school or a stadium with a school inside. I recommended that way back, why we didn't do what Union City did, a educational complex with a football field, but they decided to do rebuild Hinckley Stadium. But I hope, Madam BA, that the national park, federal national park, takes anything and invests the money, federal money on there. They don't have to come to us and CDBG money and say, you know, you have to give us your CDBG money to build the park. Also, you need to come back, and I told this to Mike Powell. I don't know why they're not coming lately to the meetings, but I asked Mike Powell to generate revenues from the electrical plant that we have there. Because since they eliminate the MUA, or what a municipal utility that was there, we don't know if we're receiving that money. Yeah, we don't know we're receiving that money.
It's been a while
So
since
somebody charged.
Councilman, my apologies, you're supposed to vote.
Oh, so there's some things I remember now.
Okay.
So saying that, my vote, I hope they don't sell Levy for a canoe ride. I said yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
Can we go home? I can't do this no more. I gotta
Councilwoman, can I
go.
vote? Councilwoman?
I know, but I'm sorry, I
All right.
can't.
I'm getting ready to do something, just
Okay.
bear with me. So, council members, this is the final step of an agreement that was first made when Obama was gonna sign off, right? For it to be a national park. And there was other agreements as well to finish off this park. So, listen, we've come this far. I think this is the final step. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Okay, so the Corporation Council and Madam Clerk, is I have to ask you. So I want to do the last 2 items, which is
Second reading.
65 and 66, because the other ones all have to open a hearing. Is it possible for us to move these items? I mean, this is not what was expected for a closeout, but it is 1 o'clock, and
I gotta be somewhere at 6 in the morning.
I do too.
Yeah?
So,
And me too.
Madam BA, I want to apologize, today a lot has happened, all right? And, we had a lot of speakers as well. Is this something we could do? We can take the last two, 65 and 66, which is Councilwoman Mims' request, her resolution, and Councilman Velez, and then we'll leave 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 as second reading to be moved and advertised for the 29th.
Okay.
And then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, which is what's left.
Yep.
Okay.
First reading would go to the closeout as well.
Okay.
What time will it be
Council
then?
President, may I speak?
Yes.
The first reading ordinances, you can put those onto another meeting, but these are second reading ordinances. We'll have to table these items, all the second readings, because they were published. So these will have to be tabled to another meeting. If
But
you'd
that's what
like
I'm
to
saying, we can't put it to the closeout?
Yeah, to the closeout we could do it.
I have to
Hold on
read-
one second, she just said right now.
But at this time, I have to table these because they are second reading. I cannot
Move to
just
table.
put them to the meeting.
Okay, so I then put a motion that
So-
items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Move to table.
7, Councilman, and 8 are tabled to our next meeting of
The 29th.
December 29th. Do I have a second?
Second, third,
Okay,
fourth, whatever.
So, okay, Councilman.
So you gotta advertise this.
Right, so I'm making a motion
Okay, for
to
the-
table
Second.
items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, all right. Items 2, for second reading, items 2, 3, these are for the record. Items
through 8.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and
And
8.
And 8.
Will be tabled to the next meeting of December 29th. May I have a motion to do a roll call?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second.
Who'll say second? Oh, you?
You second, Council President?
Yes.
Roll call to table items 2 through 8 to be held on the next meeting of December 29, 2021. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 2 through 8 is hereby tabled for second reading and will be held at the next meeting on December 29, 2021 at, what time is that meeting? 6
5:30.
o'clock?
5 o'clock.
5:30, I think it's
I
5:30.
thought it was 5.
If I come at 5, a couple of council have to
Let
pay
me just look
lunch.
for the schedule real quickly. I have to give a time. The
Okay,
29th
5:30.
It say 5:30.
It's 5:30.
And from
Okay.
5 o'clock to
Okay,
5:30
so
is
council
lunchtime.
members, please, so first reading, so then we don't have to tell those, they could just go revert right to the next,
Work to the next,
To-
Yes,
regular
the other first
Madam
reading.
Clerk,
Yes,
to the 29th as well.
The 29th is the closeout meeting. But if you would like to put these first reading ordinances.
Oh, no, we could put these first readings on,
The workshop?
we could do a special on the workshop.
Let me see if there's something I want on there.
Which one?
We have a lengthy, for the workshop, I think there are some executive sessions and some settlement. The workshop of the 11th.
So, you know what?
Well,
I
you
mean,
could
why
just-
don't we just take 9? Like, 9 is accepting the donation of a fire truck. We can vote on, it's a first reading.
We have the truck already.
Councilman, we have to, Councilman, Madam Clerk, read item number 9 for the
Yes.
record.
Next item is item number 9 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance authorizing the city of Paterson to accept the donation of 1 fire truck for use by the fire division fire. May I have a
moved.
motion?
Moved by Councilman Velez, do I have a second? Second. Roll call, Madam Clerk, item number 9 for first reading.
Roll call on item number 9 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Oh, yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 4 in favor, 1 against, 4 absent. Item number 9 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of January 18, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 10.
Next item is item number 10 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance banning cannabis use in public places, amending and supplementing Paterson Code, Chapter 113, Article 2, entitled Consumption in Public. Police, sponsored by Councilman Velez. I have a motion.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 10 for first reading.
Roll call on item number 10 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan?
You know, we talked about this item before, with everything that's happening with the cannabis and, bill reform and everything, and I voted no, and I'm gonna vote no again.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
I agree with Councilwoman Cotton.
I did.
There are state legislations from the Assembly and the Senate that speak to the decriminalization of the marijuana bill, which offsets what we're trying to do here. It doesn't have really any base or relevance, because what happens is if someone is in a position of having it in their presence and is less than 6 ounces, the state law trumps what we're trying to put in place. Black and brown community has already been heavily violated by this. There's a 3-step process in getting their records expunged, and I can go on and quote pieces of the legislation, which is 600 pages long. I've said it before, I'm gonna say it again. We don't really know where we're going. We have received some language for cannabis, but we don't really know where we stand since the mayor has vetoed it. And until that is in its proper place, I think this should have waited. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Well, thanks God I went to the Atlanta City convention and sit down and listen to the cannabis workshop. I wish I could bring this gentleman that's living next town of us. Okay? And he could explain that this nothing had to do with brown and black communities. This is, the state tell us that we could regulate where or not to smoke in public. We got parks, we got sidewalks, we got churches, we got front of my house, front of your house, Councilwoman Mims, and front of everybody's house here. If you agree that everybody smoke in front of your house, amen.
Well, you're not
No
supposed
problem.
to. You're not
Hey,
supposed to
no
smoke
problem. But
in
that's,
front of City
I'm
Hall,
voting, making my comment. You make your comment, that's okay. If anybody
mention my
agrees that,
name, I'm gonna respond,
if
but
everybody agreed to be smoking in front of the church, hey,
nice.
be amen. But, you know, still, I gotta say it, some people needs to go back to Atlanta City and sit in those workshops and really understand what it's all about. So, my vote is yes.
Madam President?
So what we have in front of us, okay, is an ordinance banning cannabis in use in public places. So it's an amendment to an ordinance that we already have in place, okay? And it's supplementing the Paterson Code, Chapter 113, right? Consumption in public. Today I went to the car wash. Gentleman decided right there, right in front of the car wash, right on Union Ave, just to come out, smoke weed right there like it was a cigarette, right? So I'm in agreement that we have to set, boundaries. Nobody is saying, no, you can't consume it, you can't. This is not about having X amount of ounces on you. This is specific to, no, you can't smoke in parks. No, you can't smoke in front of schools. No, you can't. Well, it's already in place, but just adding the word cannabis, which is not part of this, this ordinance. So, with that said, no, I did not like the gentleman while I'm there waiting in the car wash for him to be blowing smoke in my face. No, I didn't like that. So I have to say that, I am going to support, this first reading on the banning. And again, this is amending and supplementing Code Chapter 113, Article 2, entitled Consumption in Public. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 3 in favor, 2 against, 4 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of January 18, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Okay, Madam Clerk,
Madam
I
Clerk.
want to take 65 and 66, and the rest of the items are going to go into the next, workshop. That's it.
Next
Please.
item is item number 65, resolution celebrating the service and community service Arlette Pope, sponsored by Dr. Mims, City Council Resolution 21664.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call on item number 65 for approval. Councilwoman Khan? 65.
You just seconded, Councilwoman.
$65 for Arlette Pope.
And I say,
65, resolution
65.
celebrating the service and community service of Arlette Pope.
It's on the
Arlette
last
Pope.
page.
and I say second.
On the last.
For Councilwoman Mims, but I remember Ms. Pope, she has truly been a community person, a service person, been doing so much work. And with that being said, we need to celebrate the service and the community that you have done for our community. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
The New Christian Tabernacle Church is a blessing in the Fifth Ward. And Arlene Pope is a great minister. We also got a good relation, and they give back to a lot to the community. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 65 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 66.
Next item is item number 66, resolution honoring Rolando David Lee for his heart of warrior and courage, sponsored by Councilman Velez, City Council Resolution 21665.
Move.
Second.
Madam Clerk, moved by
Councilman Velez.
Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 66 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is Councilman Velez, Rolando David Lee, Hearts of Warriors and Courage.
Yes.
Is that a part of an organization?
What was that?
Is that part of an organization?
You seconded, Councilman.
No, I'm not sure because, I mean, I'm just asking a question, Councilman.
No, I'm just saying, like.
Well, let me explain it short and sweet. Mr. Rolando David Lee, if you look at the second whereas, Mr. Rolando.
No, I'm not looking at it. That's why I'm asking you, Councilman. I'm not looking at it.
Right. Okay, you not.
Madam Clerk, this is Councilman Velez. He got to be truly an outstanding person for Councilman Velez to be honoring him. And I know that you only honor outstanding people. Correct, Councilman?
That's correct.
With that being said, Madam Clerk, congratulations, Mr. Lee. With that, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
I was gonna ask the same thing, Councilman Cotton. So I don't feel, I like that title. I'm gonna steal it, Councilman Velez. I'm gonna let you know right now. I'll be using it, but my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
I'm gonna bring him here to the council, and when you listen to his testimony, you're gonna say, wow. It's tough, and I'm gonna say it this way. When I heard that, when I was listening to his testimony, it's hard to lose sight and not see nothing and still have the courage to become a teacher and teach others with impairment of blindness. So that's why I put the heart of warrior and courage. So my vote is yes.
Madam President,
So when Councilman Velez, reached out to me and wanted this item on, he was specific in saying how this gentleman, having lost his sight, continued to work hard and obtain, since he was little, but obtain, a college education and work, while being blind. And so, how could I not support such requests? So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
thank you. Vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 66 is hereby adopted.
Yes, so Madam Clerk, as we already tabled item 2 through 8, items 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 will go on to the next workshop.
Okay.
Have a motion to close
Move
the
to
regular
close.
meeting?
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the regular meeting of Tuesday, December 14th/15th.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of December 14, 2021. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm gonna be real quick. I just want to let you know, in the community coming up, because we won't be back here again until December 29th, they're doing a coat giveaway at the new masjid on the new African Cultural Center, 243 Broadway, on Sunday, December 19th, from 11 o'clock to 2 p.m. Also, on Saturday, December 18th, at 103 Fair Street, Anna Management is giving away Christmas toys, and they're having arts and crafts and snacks and hot chocolate, and to meet Santa, and each child would get a gift. And that would be at 103 Fair Street, Anna Management, and that's between Paterson Street and Straight Street, Saturday, December 18th, from 12 to 4 p.m. Also tomorrow at 139 Montgomery Street, I'm having a financial forum to help encourage some people for everyone who wants to maybe look into getting the Paterson Habitat housing. It would be at 5 o'clock at 139 Montgomery Street. If you're interested, please, please come out. Also, I'm going to be doing my 38th annual Christmas dinner. We started with Councilwoman Vera Ames. I continue the legacy that she had, and I will be doing my Thanksgiving Christmas dinner. It will be a grab and go on December 25th, Christmas Day. With that being said, I started a foundation called Ed Cotton Foundation, and we will be raffling off bicycles. My goal is to get to 50 bikes to be able to raffle off. Last year I was able to get 22. This year I'm trying to get to 50. So please, and also I've been blessed to have someone to donate toys. I'm not quite sure how many, but the children has to be present. So it's gonna be a grab and go. Come bring your child, we're gonna raffle the bikes off. Come bring your child, we're gonna give out toys, and then you're gonna be able to take a nice dinner home because it's a grab and go. And with that being said, I just wanna say to you all out there, we won't see you no more. I wanna wish everyone a Merry Christmas. To Madam Clerk, to Jennifer, to our Corporation Counsel, Amen, and our BA Kathleen, and to Javier, and to all my council members. And to my 2 ladies, happy birthday that's coming up, the 19th and the 27th. But I want to wish everyone out there a Merry Christmas. I will see you before the New Year's, but I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And if I talk too fast tonight and you need to say, well, what are you giving out? Just call my, the city clerk's office. City council office to get some of the details. Or just look up my Facebook page. There's a lot of items. There's a lot of events happening, and you got to, a lot of people are giving out things, and that's truly because they've been blessed, and we've been going through a pandemic. So with that being said, everyone, Merry Christmas, TV land, Merry Christmas. God bless you all, and I will talk to you soon. Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Corporation Counsel, I'm going to need some assistance, please. But before we do that, Madam BA, question for you. The electric vehicles outside of the one that was parked in your driveway, have they all been delivered?
I take this one too. Did you see mine?
Council President, if I can respond, that the vehicles have, we have approved the purchase. They have not been delivered. They are going to be, it's going to take about 5 months to get them. That was the loaner from the dealership that was being utilized by numerous employees around the city to see how it drives. So yes,
What's the make and model?
Nissan Leaf.
Okay. So, listen, I don't understand how everyone's so tender and offensive. I received the picture from a constituent with it in your driveway, so I mean, I'm questioning for what the picture that I saw. Now, Corporation Counsel, I'm gonna need some assistance because I would like to make a motion, Council President, to rescind the approval on the purchase of those vehicles. It is absolutely, and listen, I will acknowledge whenever it is a shortfall and when I make a mistake. But, you know, obviously tonight having almost 70 items and all of the things, all of the fronts that I have to put fights up on, you know, it's a tragic oversight that we are purchasing foreign vehicles with public dollars. It's never happened before, never happened. I've never seen a municipality and or a state agency that's driving around in foreign vehicles. And Corporation Counsel, I'm going to want to draft and as quickly as possible, or however it needs to be done, to rescind the vote or recall the vote on that item. But you know, that would be incredibly irresponsible on our part. If we're going to support and spend taxpayers' dollars, there should be a commitment to spending those taxpayer dollars here on domestic products. It was just another gross oversight. And you know, to the public, obviously, if you can look, and this is a habit. You have people who stand up and make claims to be accountable, responsible. There is a measure of accountability here, and I'm very disappointed. I'm not disappointed. I'm not even surprised. You know, people sit here and create their own political deals for themselves. They consistently make the excuse, that's not our decision. But you, as a voting public, you understand who's responsible and accountable for what. And what I would ask you is, where is the level of accountability? We consistently sit here and vote in the affirmative for items that may not be directly related, but there's measures and there's ways in which you hold the administration accountable, and you are not witnessing that. What you're witnessing is rubber stamping, and you know, if it's not going to stop, it's never going to end. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, I'm grateful to have you back, and again, my deepest condolences for your loss, and you know, but my hat goes off to you and all the ladies in your office for a job well done. And Corporation Counsel, you know, I had to drive 13 hours. There was some heavy traffic. Go to Ohio, pick up my son, come back, drove overnight, had no sleep. I'm still ready to go. We got council members tapping out. I got to get up at 6 a.m. too. I had absolutely no sleep last night. I've been back trying to get things cleaned up at my business. I got people trying to take pot shots at my establishment. And on that note, let's make a note to everyone here and you know, out in TV land. It's kind of late. Probably no one's going to see this, but the show must go on. We do have Melissa Morgan, Slick Rick, Melissa Morgan, and Monifa booked for Sunday. It will go on as promised. We may decide to do something different, and you know what? I might just let everyone in for free. We don't know that, but there will be some free tickets available. Please inbox me and find out how. We're gonna have some surprises. Because of the efforts of many, we have to, sometimes go in a whole nother direction. And, I'm hoping that people could stop it. They're just trying to, by any means necessary, trying to hold the good man down. Now, am I talking about you, Councilwoman? Oh, I hope you're not conspiring with. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, have a good night, everyone. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
It's the $100 burgers, Councilman Jackson.
$150.
$100.
$150.
I'm just waiting for you to learn the real Slick Rick songs before your event. I want you to do that. So, to the viewing public, just to reiterate, this Friday, Team Mims Holiday Float will be all over the city of Paterson. We will start at Seatown on Madison Ave, and there's many stops all throughout the city. Looking forward to seeing you and meeting you along the Team Mims Express holiday train. So look forward to seeing you. On the 20th, I'll be at a holiday dinner at Maziella. The 21st, Gordon Canfield, and the 22nd with my Cotton family. I look forward to seeing all of you. To Madam Clerk, our prayers go out to you on the loss of your mom, but you've done a great job.
Thank you.
You did a really great job. And to the clerk's office, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah. To the administration, the same thing. Our Corporation Counsel, Madam BA, our CFO. Whatever your celebration is, celebrate it because life is so short. So make sure you smile, laugh. I'll bring through all of my gifts as I do every year to make sure that you get them and drop some off at some of your your locations. So I just want to say that once again, happy birthday to my son who celebrated his 19th birthday on Saturday. And I'm really grateful because he was dancing and we thought he fractured his foot, but thank God that it is healed. We're really grateful for that. So Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa. Season's greetings. And to Irma Linda for your great job. Ming, Nancy Greer, thank you for all that you do every single week. And to all of our secretaries and to every employee of the city of Paterson. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate you. God bless you and good night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I just gonna keep it short and sweet. Councilman Jackson, I don't said don't free tickets. I like to pay, what I'm saying? But I'm probably not gonna be there. I'm probably not gonna be there because, but those that gonna celebrate or whatever in the Fifth Ward, just remember that the Fifth Ward is a peace ward. Just remember if you're gonna party in peace, take care of your neighbors, and make sure you be home early, and just enjoy this remaining of the holidays. We need to move forward. Thank you again, and let's keep on doing the great job of the city of Paterson. Dios me lo bendiga a todos. Feliz Navidad. Los quiero a todos. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President.
So I will start off by saying everyone received a Christmas tree lighting for St. Joe's Hospital, and that'll be on Thursday at 4 p.m. But before the 4 p.m., at 12 p.m. here in City Hall, we'll be celebrating Victory Day and the Bengali flag raising. So any council member that is able to be here, please attend, and to all the community as well. I just want to thank everyone that has reached out to me. Yes, Sunday, December 19th is the day I was born. I will be 50, and I appreciate everyone that has reached out to me to say that they'd like to be part of my celebration. So all of my colleagues are invited to come. As I've already stated, Councilman Jackson, you and I went back and forth on December 19th. I appreciate you giving me that phone call. Unfortunately, at your time, my hair is going to be getting done. I got to prep for my event, all right? So I won't be able to assist, and you got some good people coming. I look forward to everything, falling into place, all right, and you having a successful event and the opening of Jacksonville that many have been waiting for that to happen. To everyone out there, I'm wishing you, since we won't be back till the 29th, that means it's after, the holidays, meaning Christmas. For those, I celebrate Christmas, so Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and I just hope that you have a safe holiday. There's a lot going on. We gotta celebrate every day. We don't know when our tomorrow will end. I've been seeing on social media a lot of people that said, hey, I was just talking to this person, and the following day, something has happened and they've gone on to the other world. So, I'm wishing and hoping that I reach Sunday and that we are able to celebrate with all of my friends and loved ones. On the 17th, December 17th.
Yeah, whoever decides to run for mayor, they could pick up the petition.
Oh, so on that note, I'm going to vote, but Madam Clerk, we were told December 16th is the day to pick up petitions?
Petitions are ready on Thursday.
Petitions will be done on Thursdays, very well. So all members that are wishing to come for our seats, feel free to pick up your petitions in Madam Clerk's office, okay? But let everyone know incumbency matters and will be coming in full force. With that said, my vote is yes. Good night or good
Thank
morning.
you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The regular meeting of December 14, 2021 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Mean.